Yada yada.
I don't need this.
Oh, hey.
I'm glad I found your videos. I was really struggling to figure out tanking in R2 and you've really helped.
I'm glad to help. I really appreciate the bits, Cold Cereal. Thank you so much. No, so that was Naked Eyes. That was Naked Eyes. So right Duckade, wrong van. Hello, Calix. Good to see you. Yeah, so I guess we will get started in just a moment. Give me just a second. There's nothing else really I have to say. We won't be streaming this weekend. Bender, thank you for the sub for 4 months. But your hair, my hair looks fine. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So we may have had a patch that wiped the codes. So that would kind of suck. So we'll hopefully not. Hopefully not. Overwatch starts inauspiciously. I got it! Toxic Sora, hello. Look who it is. Hey Sora, good to see you. All right, let's do this. Oh gosh, that's loud. Yo, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Yeah, I can. Did the codes get wiped?
No.
No, they didn't. Okay,
Actually
we're good. We're good. All right, I'm pulling it up right now as we speak. Okay, what hero are we on? Looks like Sojourn.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay.
Sojourn.
Okay, and then what rank are we at currently? By we, I mean
this
you.
Must have been around Master 5, I think.
Okay, give me just a second. Master 5. Okay, so then, what got you interested in coaching? What do you hope to get out of this session?
So lately, I'm losing a lot, and I don't know why. It's really hard for me to put it in a way that doesn't make me sound like a soda pleb, but
Sure.
I feel like I'm doing better than the results of my games are showing.
Is this a good example of that problem, do you think?
Yes,
Okay.
I skimmed through it a little bit, and I think this is like a good match of me like doing averagely good on mechanics and positioning and stuff.
Gotcha.
But actually losing the match.
Interesting. Okay,
Like
so
I feel like
Go ahead, you were saying something?
yeah, I feel like I just sometimes am not doing enough. Like it's not like I'm feeding or doing anything wrong, like anything big wrong, but just sitting around, not really having any big impact as well.
100%. Okay. I mean, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I know that problem happens more often with tanks than it happens with DPS because your hero is so overtuned with tank that it's expected that you're going to have a great KD and you're going to be doing a lot of damage. And so then if you don't do anything with it, then yeah. Looking through your forum, I wish for a wonderful time with love and peace and no violent insults or bullying. JK, roast me, please. Okay. You had me for a second there. All right. Let's keep going here. What do you hope to get out of the session? Get some new insight on what aspect I can improve on. A boost in SR. Smiley face. Okay. All right. Let's get to the juice here. All right. Let's look at your goals first. What are your long-term goals? I just want to have something to improve upon. I just like the feeling of getting better at something. All right. Respectable. That's simple enough. And that's what's frustrating you more so than anything else. Is that the case? Where it's like, obviously winning and gaining SR is nice, but you just feel like, why if I'm getting better, why are these games not being won?
Right. Especially because like in the past, I thought it was like kind of a playtime thing. I was spreading my playtime on too many different heroes and just overall not playing enough. But this season has been like completely different because I had a lot of free time, so I played a lot, and I haven't really been winning on average. So
interesting.
It's kind of that's a problem out of the way.
Okay, right. I mean,
illusion.
Winning isn't everything. Doesn't always tell the full story, but eventually, at some point, it is something, right? Okay, let's keep looking through your form then. So, you said schedule-wise, splitting your hero time or your playtime on too many heroes. Well, we've addressed that. Generally, Tracer Cat. Okay, so originally when this form was submitted about 2 weeks ago, Tracer, Cassidy, Ashe, Genji, Sojourn, Widow, Sombra, right? I assume that's no longer the case with what you just said.
No, this season right now it's been pretty much only Sojourn and Genji,
Okay.
but this is like a lifetime thing, which is like heroes I would rotate depending on.
Why those heroes?
Mainly just because they're fun, or in the past because they've fit the hero pool I needed to scrim on.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not scrim anymore, so that doesn't really matter.
Okay.
For example, Cass, I'm really not playing him at all.
Okay. Okay. I mean, as long as the answer is that I enjoy the heroes and not just that they're strong. I think like we have you heard me talking a little bit about dynamic hero pools at all yet?
Not as much, I think.
Okay, that's relatively a new thing that I've been talking about, but I think it's important with how fast balance patches have been happening recently. I think it's okay that if you're like, for example, you're two tricking Genji Sojourn right now, Genji get nerf is gonna probably hit him pretty hard. So then you dumpster your Genji and then you're gonna pick up Cassidy again, or you're gonna pick up Tracer again. I think that's fine. You do that for a month. Okay, then they nerf Sojourn finally, and then you're gonna go Ash Tracer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's fine. It's like, as long as it's going in these cycles where like you are getting multiple weeks, 3, 4, 5 weeks back to back to back to back, where you're grinding the hero. Like, that's what pros do. I think you can do that too. As long as you're prioritizing heroes that you actually do enjoy playing and not just only because they're strong on playing them. Training week look like? I do not have a consistent schedule regarding anything. Again, I assume this is outdated.
Not really.
Okay. Let me read it. But you said you're getting the playtime in though.
Yes, I have a lot of playtime, but it's just very inconsistent at what times I sleep, what times I play.
Okay, well, let's see if there's any low-hanging fruit here. I mean, I know a lot of Overwatch League players that are just like that, and they do just fine. But if there's any low-hanging fruit here, it's always going to be somewhat helpful. You know, it might be the 5% differential for you, it might be the 15% differential for you, and that may or may not be impactful, but it's worth looking at. Your work times are weird. I assume you can't control that one. Your sleep times are weird. I assume you could control that one better.
Well, technically.
Okay, play whenever I have time, which can be at noon or at night. Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like my sleep schedule varies from like going to bed at like 4 a.m. in the morning and getting up at noon or something.
So I guess I'll rewind a little bit. Your work times are weird. I assume that's, again, not really super controllable. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't work anymore right now because I'm like have an injury, but
okay.
It's like, so I have free time only pretty much right now.
Your sleep times are weird. Is that something that is controllable? At least to an extent, more so than where you are now.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I'm a night person, I guess.
Got it. Okay. I play whenever I have time, which can be at noon or at night. I always warm up, and I play for 5 Kingdom days and inconsistently review games. So in terms of let's say ignoring the sleep, ignoring the work, ignoring even the reviews, with your warm up and with your gameplay, are you consistent in terms of frequency and time? I guess.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so there aren't days. When you say inconsistency, you don't mean inconsistent in terms of my game. Like, I don't play today or I play too much today. You are pretty consistent every day in terms of Overwatch.
Yes, pretty much. Like, I have maybe 1 or 2 days a week where I don't play, but when I play, it's like pretty consistently spread out throughout the week.
Okay, I would continue to toy with that one as well. I know I personally struggled to rank until I played every day, even though it was only for like a couple hours. But maybe that's the case with you. That's, whenever we discuss these things with people, I just always encourage them to just experiment. You know, you might be fine. Like, it's not like a day off is that big of a deal, or 2 days off is that big of a deal. But it might be a bigger deal for you than you think it is. And so what I would do is just experiment with that. You know, see how you do when you just play every day and don't take any days off, and then try taking 2 days off and see if that affects how you play or how you perform. If it doesn't really have an impact, then you're fine. But you need to like actually go test what works best for you. Okay. Sleep times are weird. Work times are weird. I play whenever I have time. The warm up is good. What does your warm up currently consist of?
Pretty much just a mix of Vax and Triad FFA.
Okay.
And sometimes just like a off-roll match of ranked.
Okay. And then you play for 5 or 10 games a day. Is that all in a row, or are there short breaks? What are you doing to those breaks, if you have those breaks, and so on?
I've kind of adapted to that because I had a lot of losing streaks. So I just thought like after 2 to 3 losses, something like that, where I felt the frustration coming up to just step away, like read the book maybe, or
Fair
just
enough. Okay.
then yeah, then come back.
Sounds
But often it's also just in a row.
okay. Okay. Sounds fine. Okay. And then inconsistently review your games. So we talked about maybe something to toy with is your sleep time, right? We've talked about maybe something to experiment with is your days off. And then really the third factor to consider is to inconsistently review your games. What does a review look like and how often? You said inconsistently, so obviously that, but explain what you mean by that.
It's really just when I can muster up the motivation, so to speak. Like,
what do you mean muster up
sometimes
the motivation? What motivates you to review yourself?
I just really struggle to get over like this barrier of looking at my own errors often. So I just think like, oh, I could be reviewing right now, but I also could just hop into a ranked game, right? So then sometimes I just end up playing instead when I think like, actually, I just want to review myself, but you know, I could just play. Hope I get better that way.
I have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt. So usually when you struggle with doing something like that, either there's two ways of looking at it. Either you don't see enough benefit from doing something like that, so the positive motivation isn't there, or the consequences of being bored and looking at your stupid game instead of playing another are too severe and discourage you from looking at your review. So in other words, you're not seeing enough positive upside from it, or the negatives are too strong. Which one do you think it is, or is it both?
I don't think it's not seeing the positives because I know how effective it can be. Like especially.
You know how effective they can be, but have you benefited from something like that in the past?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying?
Like I'm just missing the positive reinforcement, or
yeah. Like okay. if you've reviewed before and you've not like really learned a whole lot or gotten a whole lot out of it, then it's going to be hard for you to continue to do so. That's just the way human beings work. So. Okay. So yeah, continue.
I think that makes a lot of sense because like when I review, it's most of the time, especially now since the season has progressed, I kind of did it more because I thought like I really do want to improve and this is a step I need to take to get better. So I did it, but it's like I know how hard it is for me, so I just did it like half-assed. Not really. Just something better than nothing. So I just sat there, looked through it without really analyzing any situations. Or just
and is that going to provide you any sort of positive reinforcement for doing it?
I mean, definitely not as much as it could.
No. When you do something halfway like that, in fact, you're just reinforcing that it's a useless thing that doesn't deserve your attention and doesn't deserve your full time. And the problem with that is it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, no? So then my question is what's the solution? Because you deep down know that self-review is good for you, but somehow whenever you do it, you're not getting anything out of it. So what's the solution?
I guess do it the right way, do it intensely.
Okay.
But not as long then, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's the solution. Because here's the thing is you have to like train your subconscious into seeing the benefits. But you also know that you're going to be honest with yourself. You're going to lose attention. You're going to lose focus. You're going to lose intensity very quickly. So instead of making yourself like just sit down and do it, whatever, just show up and because that's not going to do anything. You're literally wasting your time. Instead, I'm going to look at 2 fights. 2. That's it. So like 6 minutes, right? And that's it for the day. For the day, you're done. That's all. You know? And see what you get out of it. Like really look at my positioning, really look at my cooldown usage. What was I thinking? What could I be doing better? And then you're done. You move on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess I'm definitely gonna try that.
Yeah. So what you do there is you're that's so much less negative than going for 15, 20. I mean, how long were these reviews in the past?
Yeah, 10 plus.
Right. And which isn't particularly long, but you know, if it's gonna seem a lot longer when you're not giving it intensity. So give it intensity, go full out, 6 minutes, and then move on. Now, if it ends up being that something that's like, hey, I'm actually getting this is pretty good. Like I feel like I'm learning a little bit from this. Then maybe we can make that a little bit longer. But for now, You just need to a spoonful of sugar it. You know what I'm saying? Put it in pill form and throw it down. And okay, you got a little bit out of it. Then that's it, and we'll see how your mind adjusts to that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
It's worth trying out.
Now, what I would say is that definitely this review is going to help you self-review better because I'll give you some things to look for. But even if we're talking about like you're going to self-review your Genji, right? Same thing applies. I've given you no feedback on Genji. I will give you no feedback on Genji. But you should be smart enough of a player to look at 2 fights and be able to spot some things that maybe you can improve on. Okay, make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's make that consistent by making it consistently not so boring. Okay. Let's adjust. Let's experiment with your sleep. Let's experiment with your days on and your days off and find what works better from you. Those are definitely outliers, but they're also things that can impact your play. Okay. And again, the same kind of mindset approaches those as well. If you really are like, ugh, I do not feel like playing today, don't play. Right. But if that means 1 day off instead of 2, then that's going to be something worth experimenting with. I'm not saying go to bed at 10 p.m. every single night, lights out. You know what I'm saying? But if it's midnight instead of 3 a.m. for a week, I'll take that. You know. Okay. Sleep time looks good though. 8 to 10. And then good. That's excellent to hear. Last thing. What do you feel is holding you back? Mechanics are definitely a weak point. Time and practice are also not good, I think. Okay. Mechanics are definitely a weak point. Explain.
So when I thought about why I wasn't like doing as much, I really thought like my positioning was quite fine, taking off angles and stuff. And so especially with Sojourn, I think I'm just not really finding those opening picks that the hero is so good at, and just not like carrying as much as I could. But obviously that's also not or at least I'm hoping that's not the only answer, because like mechanics can always be better, right? So. I don't know. I just think it's the execution of the understanding that I have that's lacking.
Okay. Mechanics are definitely weak. But I will say though, like if your mechanics are bad for your rank, then you are going to struggle climbing.
Yeah.
What we want to do is like we want you to play to your strengths, of course. But we also it's oftentimes easier. My wife actually just shared something with me. It's often easier to just like find the weakest point of your play and address that than it is to try and min-max every little tiny detail of things that are less impactful. Like if your mechanics are really truly a weak point, then let's make it not so heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
Like if you're running a marathon and you have a horrible ankle injury, then that's going to start killing everything. 10 miles in. So it's like find the weak point. Time and practice are also not good enough, I think. We've already discussed that. Do you have any other questions with that particular point, by the way?
Time and practice?
Yeah.
No, not really. Except I don't really remember what I typed in of how much I practice.
Sure. I mean, we talked about
how much should it be.
Well, right. It was like the 5 to 10 games.
5 to 10 games. Right?
Yeah. We've discussed it. I think. Okay. I think partially because of my quite expensive hero pool. We've already discussed that. Mentality can be an issue, but not as much as the other aforementioned things. Okay, let's break down mentality really fast. I said it's not as much of a priority, but like when it is a problem, what are we looking at here?
Well, I guess just kind of shifting focus from just my idea of improving myself to looking at the mistakes of my teammates. I think I fall into that habit more than I'd like to. Of just like thinking, oh, I guess my tank just got diffed again. Like their tank's just better. We got a hog, stuff like that.
Yeah. As soon as you said I have better positioning, I have mechanics, that was like a red flag for me. Because that means that you understand the game, and so then you just like see all the stupid. Oh, how do they not know that, right? Like my favorite part is that when I play a ranked game, I start seeing the plat stagger. I'm like, oh boy, here it comes.
Yeah.
Or I see my Winston Wisp bubble, I'm like, bro, how does he not? Right, and I'm like coaching. Meanwhile, I'm missing all my shots.
When I see that Roadhog walking down main for the 5th time this match, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to prevent. I've started playing without text chat, but with voice chat, and I think that's like a lot better, because you brought me on that idea of like saying that text chat really doesn't have any good information anyway. So why are we doing it?
No, that's interesting though. That's usually opposite, but it actually makes a lot of sense, right? You can always leave voice chat if it gets toxic, but voice chat almost exclusively has better information than text chat, right?
Right.
Interesting.
I used to play without voice chat either way, so now I just quit it when it's like toxicity and preventing me from.
Next evolution, no UI. Then turn your screen off. Then game sounds. Right, no. Okay. Before we move on from this section and like actually get to gameplay here, you said mechanics are definitely a weak point. I want to go back to that point. What have you done since filling out this form to address that, or have you done anything to address that?
Well, apart from my usual warm-up routine, not really. I just played a little bit more FFA than I also used to play a little bit of like aim trainers, which I pretty much completely cut out because they didn't really do it for me anymore.
Okay.
So I just shifted to more FFA.
Okay.
That's really the only thing.
Okay. Something to consider. I know when I was struggling in like Diamond Masters as flex support, I started grinding tryhard FFA a lot more with like I just like listen to music or podcast. I just grind, try and like and just ego as many duels as I possibly could. In fact, do you watch much Overwatch League at all?
Yeah.
Do you know Hydran from Mayhem?
Yeah.
I used to go into Black Forest when he was just a random GM hitscan player, and we'd train against each other. He'd play Tracer and I'd play Zen, and we used to duel each other over and over and over. We did that for a little bit.
That's rough.
It was fun though. So if you say mechanics are truly a weak point for you, if you believe that's the case, then that is something you need to address. Now, I'm going to go into review, and I'm probably going to find some things that are not mechanics that you need to improve upon. Obviously, that's my specialty, right? However, I truly am not. I'm not really not your coach. I'm your coach for today. I will answer questions and help you. I'm your part-time, 1% coach, but you are your coach, really, right? I'm not there every day. I'm not even there every week. You know, so if we talk about your self-review. We talked about managing your sleep, things like that. Well, if you think something is a weak point, you need to have a plan for what to do better about it. You know, and you need to have a plan to do better. So you put in this form of mechanics are a weak point, but then you've not really addressed that weak point. Now, probably you were just like, I don't need to do anything crazy because I'm a coaching session. But assuming I'm not going to be coaching you every 3 or 4 weeks, which would be kind of extreme, you need to be able to solve these issues and figure out your own problems, right? A lot of Overwatch League players got to Overwatch League with no help, you know, just because they wanted it badly enough. So if mechanics are a weak point for you, you've ruled out aim trainers, okay? Well, then what's going to be your solution, you know? And I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to go figure it out. You need to go figure out what works better for you. Everyone's situation is different. Good luck. And obviously, my DMs, joking aside, my DMs will be open to help you with that. But you really need to be actively pursuing solutions because I can always tell. I'm not saying this is you, but I have coached people before who got a coaching session, paid money, gave it their best, and then they didn't rank up at all, right? And it has it's exclusively the person that I coached. It's their mentality afterwards. So I don't know. It's really going to be in your court, I guess, after this review on what happens afterwards. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Let's do this then. Okay. Why Sojourn?
I already have a feeling you're gonna blame my E a bit.
Okay. Well, I mean that's predictable. That's standard for me. I have an obsession with E. To be fair, it is also something that people put. It seems to be the least understood. Like apparently, I got a message from somebody. I think over Discord. Was it yesterday? They were saying like, oh, all the Korean Sojourns are like using E on Winston bubbles as well, which to me is just a massive oversight. You know, like we've got. I guess they're not. I doubt these teams are like super well coached, but we've got you know tier 2 players that don't understand how to use E. So everybody's struggling with that one. Everybody's wrong except me. Surely. Okay. So tell me, what is Sojourn? What are your priorities with this year, I guess?
Pick potential, so just like getting fighting picks. So like testing zoning off angles.
Sure.
Like enemy DPS and establishing my own.
Sure.
And then just engage timings. Like my shift can be used to engage as well.
Okay. Yeah. Proper doesn't miss E. My chats tell me. Yeah, that's true. Proper is the one guy that's making me feel not insane. Okay, well that's fortunate. I can't tell if that's unlucky or lucky. This E was going to miss though. This is just where like a little bit of reps and like deathmatch, and just honestly just rank, because this E would probably land about here, I think, like right in front of my screen. This is where it would land, and obviously not impactful. Yeah, too far. Yeah, so I have a problem with Discord streaming where whenever I start Discord streaming, everybody gets super quiet. So I'm going to turn up your volume and do it again. It's not your fault, it's just Discord providing yet another fun feature. So if I keep having this issue, I might actually move you into my Discord voice and actually go from there. But yeah, chat, let me know how it goes. I'm actually here's what I'll do. Here's my hillbilly solution here. I'm going to turn down the game volume a little bit. And then in my OBS, I'll turn up the desktop audio just a tad. All right. Tell me your two favorite heroes, Sora.
Tracer, Sojourn.
Okay. Hopefully that volume is a little bit better. Let's do this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to laugh when you said Tracer. That's all. No. All right. Chat says we're good, so we're good. And you can kind of look at these situations here where it's like the fight is basically pretty much already lost. Like you haven't really had a chance to take a lot of space just yet. Your brick just kind of goes in and feeds. Your angle here isn't even necessarily bad, but obviously if we go back to your usage, like you can look at this angle here. This would have been an excellent E, right? Would it have won you the fight? No, but it would have potentially gotten you a pick that would have allowed the next fight to go a little bit easier. So just something to consider. And this right click is, you were not joking about mechanics. I mean, it's one shot, but this shot is horrible. Like this shot is truly bad. Like, that wasn't even close, so we'll keep an eye on it.
I think I can predict the turn shift. Like,
Okay.
just fly forward.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Ah! Okay, we're good. Did you watch any of my proper review on Tuesday?
Not yet, no.
Imagine not committing your life to my content. Yikes. One thing that proper was doing really well is that it was like pre-fight. It was two things really, 2 in 1. Always prioritizing and like building charge as soon as possible. Like we talked a lot about timing. With Sojourn, timing is kind of like a very flexible concept, because if you can, especially into comps without a sniper, if you can just like push up ahead of your team and like farm up charge pre-fight, it's like actually super valuable. And then obviously like tracking the enemy Sojourn charge as well, so that you know whether you can do that or whether you can't, right? But yeah, something to consider. So like here, like what you're doing is fine, but like you could also just walk up. If you could get to here or you get to here, you know, more aggressive positions, so you could farm up charge a little bit faster. That would be the way to go.
Yeah.
Without using your shift, right? I don't think you'll get punished for this, but just without using shift. Because we want to see. Okay, she's already used shot. Never mind then. And then from here, this is crazy cracked aggressive, but this is what we want to see, right? Like kind of look at your screen. What do you see right now, right? What do you see?
My hog is kinda in.
Yeah, your hog is in, so you're responding to your hog taking space. Okay, then what about your screen right now, like on your UI, your cooldowns, your things? What do we got?
I'm pretty good to go.
Yeah, you're
like,
pretty good to go. Yeah, you got your shot.
I have everything.
You have your E. You're using your shift, and also you're using your shift probably in a location where if things go badly, you can drop, right? And even like to the micro, like you're not really thinking about this at this point in time, but you know that these guys have turned around. This Genji's also uses deflect early in the fight, so he's going to be vulnerable to being pushed. So this should feel okay. I mean, brilliant, right? Like really quite good. That's it. You just quintuple kill. There it is. Nice job. Now, what should you be doing right now?
Look to build up more charge.
Push up. Screw timing. Push up. Because you know if your aim is as good as the enemy Sojourn, you will at least mirror her charge. But considering that her team will probably be walking with her, you will probably beat her charge more often than not.
True.
Okay. You see this? You see the charge gap here?
Yep.
That's good. Nice. I mean, you hit the shot, right? It wasn't the headshot, but it's good. It's forces cooldowns, forces pressure. You know, it's all right. Let's keep going. The one thing I will say is the best thing for you to always make sure is that like you should always prioritize farm, use, farm, use, farm, use. But once the fight like actually like the brawl phase breaks out, like what we saw in the previous fight, right? Your hog walks forward. You want to try and make sure that you have shot then. You know what I'm saying? Use those shots pre-fight, totally fine. If there's nothing that'll stop you from doing it, but make sure when the fight actually starts that you're as close to a full charge as you possibly can. Hasn't started yet, but you will want them soon. Like right here, right, you would want a shot because of like, look at how the fight is breaking out, you see?
Yeah, they're kind of pushing.
So let's look at your E and let's look at your shot. This is a thoughtless E, right? Just thoughtless, right? Because you've just seen her use her shift in. So even if you don't hit this, because this is a perfect time to shot E, right? Shot E in animation cancel. I don't know if it's actually truly an animation cancel, but essentially just combo those quickly. And then we've already seen you do this the previous fight. That's how you won the previous fight, remember? You hit the body shot and then you hit the E, and so she dies instantly. That should be happening now. So you missed the shot, but I think reasonably enough you went for it, but the E's not there. Look, do you see Genji's arm?
Yeah.
What is going on? Why is he getting Pinocchio arm? Is this? What? It's still going. It's still going. Look at this. What is going on? It's still going. It's growing. It's going. Where's it? What? Look at this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is. We're gonna. This. Okay. We have to at least follow this a little bit. It's still going. It's still going. It's still going.
Oh man.
Oh, I might need to see a doctor about that one. Okay, okay, let's keep going. But yeah, that E needed to be placed there. But I mean, you can kind of look at that as like you missed your shot. You know what I'm saying? You missed your shot, and by that I mean literally and also figuratively, right? You didn't have your E for the pick. When an enemy Sojourn is allowed to do this and not get punished, then you're gonna lose, right? If you can't punish that because you didn't hit the shot or you didn't have your E, then you're gonna lose. Alrighty. Whereas previously you hit that, so it was all good. You see it?
Yeah,
That's it. That's it. That's it. It's honestly like it's weird. Like you are such a dive hero in so many instances where it's like you're it's like a right there, and if you don't hit it, then you're in trouble, right? Especially versus some compositions. Oh, okay. First off, you're an idiot. Okay, you're an idiot. You've won this fight. They're in your spawn. 1 kill, 2 kill. Come on, you have to have better awareness than this. Secondly, holy crap, dude. That just said mechanics are a weak point. Nice shot. But you're an idiot. Nonetheless.
Yeah, that was like too late.
Yeah. But crazy shot. Crazy shot. Okay. I don't know why you're giving him space here. Before we speak about that use of E, I don't know why you're giving up space here. Like I think like this is just could be like obviously the cart's here, but you could just sit here and then kind of walk to the corner here. Like what was it? Do you know your mentality behind this drop? Like even if Sonic here. What is she doing? She should die.
I'm not sure if I knew we had the Kiriko.
Okay.
Maybe that was it, because I was doing with our Kiriko, but and that's the only reason I can imagine.
Okay, so to drop,
I didn't know the Sojourn was there.
Okay, so it was dropping with Kiriko, what we assume. Okay, that seems reasonable enough. This is something else. I'd okay, just throw it at the guy's feet, you know. Holy. Nice. I probably would have turned for that Genji, but okay. Respectful. Nice. Walk forward, charge that shot. E is fine. She's yoinked out of it, but you're still gonna get the kill from it, so there you go. Walk. Keep charging. Okay, now we're good. You'll have time to use a shot. Nice. There's the raid. Probably wouldn't shift there. I would just keep charging. E there is a little early, but okay. That's why we have to be careful about the shift here. So like everything that you're doing mentality-wise here, pushing up, there's nothing that can punish me as long as I know the status of that Sojourn shot is fine. But do you see the problem?
It's just not forced.
Right.
They didn't earn it.
Right. So I don't even necessarily think the E is bad necessarily. What I am concerned about is the shift, because now we're like, look at what they're doing. They're walking. She has shot, and you're standing out in the middle of no man's land without the shift.
Yeah.
Right. So the mentality is right, but the execution is not. Okay. I also, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if shift cooldown got nerfed by another second in the future. I have a feeling that's probably going to be the direction that they go if they do nerf the hero. That and potentially the railgun damage, but regardless, I think like it's gonna be more important that you're not just like using it, you know. It does look sometimes like you're like, let's watch this at 0.25 because why not? It feels a little rushed.
Yeah.
Now, have you watched my previous Sojourn coaching sessions at all?
Some for sure.
Okay, did you watch the one in Nepal? We talked about like the 82 charge use, 82 charge use.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna dial back on that one a little bit. Okay. I will not tell you to only like immediately fire when you get the charge. Necessarily, because the projectile size does increase. And I also think it's worth taking that extra quarter of a second to like really aim the shot as well. I think you might benefit from that a little bit.
Yeah. I
yeah,
actually planned on doing that.
Okay. So I would because I don't think the difference between 82 and 100 is significant. I think it's very minor, but maybe it's that like that taking the time to like slow things down and just in general will probably be a little bit better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So something to consider, because like this feels very similar to some of the other shots that you've missed, where it just kind of feels like whenever you're really aiming, you're hitting most of the shots. You're doing better, but like whenever you're not aiming, you're not hitting the shots. Like, it's actually like you're not choking, you're just not giving yourself time to like actually aim at all. So something to consider. So fine E. So far your E's have been like mostly fine. It just sometimes it feels like you just turn your brain off. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, I think you definitely have like the good mentality of using them. Right there, like right. You took the time to aim it. You aim it. You hit it. This is fine. I mean, I think that was okay. I think you goofed it up, you know, a little bit, but
yeah, a little bit tunnel vision.
Yeah, a little bit tunnel vision, but like I don't really care, to be honest with you. Not something to be overly concerned about.
So timing-wise, it was okay to use Sojourn ult there?
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, look at it. Look at the situation that you were in, right? You get a kill. Look at the range.
Yeah.
You look at the proximity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is going to be fight winning most of the time, right? Yeah, I think like even just shooting the Mercy here, shooting Bap's out in the open, Sojourn's pushing, you're generally would zone her out. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think that one's fine. Obviously, you have to quickly take the shot. You just didn't hit it. That's all. That one you don't really have time to line up, right? So, goodie. Okay, let's go. Go. Walk. Walk. Yeah, this is what we want, right? There it is. Nice. And like this is crucial, right? So you don't hit the shot, but again, look at the charge difference here. By the time you actually take the shot, right there, right? You see that? Oh crap, I'm out. You see that?
Yeah.
You're always beating her to the
Listen
punch
to me.
as much as you can. You want to track her shot and track you and be punishing, like min-maxing yours. That's unfortunate. Okay. Man, she really got you in the max range. Like I've never seen that ult actually hit. That's crazy. And she caught you in like the max, like literally the pixel. You know, you can see like the green coming down. Okay, that's a bit unlucky. I don't think there's anything crazy about that one either. So we talked a little bit about your self-reviewing being a little bit more min-maxed. You could talk a little bit about their should have kept your distance from the Orisa, but also
Right. Yeah.
nothing huge, right? Oh, it's a simple mistake. I need to do better at that. Go next, you know. Don't need to like cry tears over something that's small. That's very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Charge. It's fine. Probably not necessary. Here comes the Blossom. Nice. Good ult. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Okay. Probably not the best either. Again, felt a little rushed. Okay. Still feels a little rushed sometimes, like on this Reaper. So. Okay. Like right. Just a little rushed.
Yeah.
Don't peek that. Go ahead.
Yeah, generally I've noticed I don't really pay a lot of attention on enemy cooldowns. Like I end up firing right clicks into bubbles, for example, or E's into bubbles or into wraiths. A lot more than I would like to.
Okay. How do you manage that? Because there's so many cooldowns, right? Like, look at the enemy comp. You gotta track shift, can't track guardian angel. So like what? How do you manage that?
I maybe just be a little bit more patient at like
Sure.
in pre-fight especially,
Sure.
because
Sure.
most people are gonna have their cooldowns there.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah. I think something as well is like we talked about prioritizing the right things as well, focusing on the outliers. For you, it could be as simple as I need to know Reaper Wraith, you know, nothing else is super relevant. Or you're playing versus a Zarya. I need to know the stats of Zarya bubbles, and that's all I'm going to worry about. Because you can't track everything, but you can track the most important things. So if you can just look at the enemy composition and be like, what's the most important thing that I need to be thinking about, and then focus on that, that's going to be, I would say, half the battle, but that's going to be more than half the battle, you know? That's what I would start with.
Yeah.
The spawn door special. Okay, seems okay. I don't love this position up here all the time. I think just simply like walking here would have been okay. Or even like you can play like this on a position here as well. I think just be careful about doing that. I think it's okay. I mean it's not bad, so don't, it's not like it's fine, just be careful, you know. Still feels so, I don't know how to describe it. It just still feels like rushed, you know? Like you're definitely taking the time to aim it, but somehow it still feels like there's like this crazy little weird micro flick you do at the last second.
Yeah, that's
see
what
that?
I was thinking too. Like
Just like, ugh!
unnecessary flicks. Yeah.
Right. She's moving in a predictable pattern, so it should just be kind of simple as like lining, just following or tracking her down, really, truly. You know what I'm saying? But you do this unnecessary flick when she's moving in a predictable pattern. So that's just might be something that can be helped with conscious like focus on like taking time, or it might just be something that you just need to repetition out when you're in your aim training, whether that's with deathmatch or whatever else.
Yeah, I think
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna try that because I've noticed that in the past as well, like on Widow, for example,
Yeah,
doing these weird microfix.
yeah. Okay. That one's more forgivable given the circumstance, right?
Yeah,
Given
because they're just so clumped up. But
they're so clumped
also
up, and
rush.
also they're not moving in an exactly perfectly predictable pattern. You know what I'm saying? Where that's where like the flicking makes more sense, when it has to be like a micro frame in your brain where you say they are there, shoot there. You know what I'm saying? E. Nice. Very big. This Mercy has no fear.
Why would she? She lives.
Self-deprecating humor is excellent. Okay, let's what are you seeing so far?
Yeah, rushed right clicks for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Not really like taking my time to aim the shot. Also, not really building. Like my focus is clearly not on like building right click pre-fight as much as it could be. Like I'm not really walking up as far as I could. Maybe I could just limit test this a little bit more.
Sure.
Like how much I can get away with there.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, and just putting more focus on E.
Mm-hmm.
I think shift usage is okay.
Yeah, I think like I think your E's have been like we said have been like 75% pretty decent, and then there's a couple like really crappy ones, you know. So just need to be cleaned up.
Just thinking about the immortality field.
Yeah, I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a long time. I'm gonna see that one of my nightmares. Like that E as well is just really stupid. You know, like they're just not gonna be here. They're going to be moving, so like it's not gonna do anything. Like,
and I'm not gonna have it for that push.
Right. Like you could walk forward here and just throw your E right here, and it's like, oh my gosh, it sucks, you know. But you don't have it. Haha, that's sorry. Crazy. All right, surely we E now. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop.
You didn't talk about it.
Okay, we don't talk about this, but then you do something equally bad. You're just like, come on.
Yeah.
They're not gonna stay there. Like the thing is if you're gonna use your E's to make people move, make them move into a position to where like they either want to pursue you and they can't pursue you, or you're gonna push them or punish them for having to move. That is just like ornamental, you know. Like right now, you could throw this E right in this corner, make it really hard for them to walk forward. Sorry, his arms are just really jiving. And then like actually get a pick on the Reaper here. You know what I'm saying, or on the bat. But like again, you don't have it. All right, let's look. So E crappy there. Feels still a little rushed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah. Did you see the fearless analysis of his play? They got posted on a competitive Overwatch not long ago. I think it was yesterday. And basically,
yeah, I think I watched the stream.
Yeah, they had like the translation written up, and it was basically talking about not even my review of him. It was his own review of his play. Yeah, and somebody did a translation on competitive Overwatch, and he was talking about how like Shy is so scary to play against because once he has shot and you see that he has shot, he just sits there and looks at you. You know. And I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I think like you would benefit from that here. Like, I think not just to line up your own shot, but like, obviously primarily to line up your own shot, but also like, just let them jiggle back and forth. Let them dance around. Let them pee their pants a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Really take your time here. You know, and then you're gonna be all set. Because like, look at this. They're terrified. You know, well they were before you blew your shot. So. Again. What does this E really do? You were going to leave, right?
Yes.
So why E?
I mean, I don't exactly leave, but technically I should.
So, but you walk away right here. You see this? You just jump off, or
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
shift up. So why E? Now, if he pursues you, maybe you shift and maybe you E, right? But
Yeah,
you're like saying, "Don't walk here." Well, why not? Because I don't walk here. You know, it doesn't
Yes.
matter. It doesn't matter. Now here's the thing. What would you
Now
really want right
I would
now?
like to have you.
Right, if you're gonna recontest this like a complete jackass, like you are. But like, okay, fine. At least have your E, because then you could throw this E in this Reaper, and then he's gonna have to Wraith, and then you could maybe take the opportunity to push out here. Like the simplest way to put it is like the E. It's not so much just about where the E is placed, but are you actually getting anything out of it? Like I think that's the big thing for me. It's not just the E has to be used to split backline to one. No, but are you like really? Are you did it do anything? No. Okay, so don't use it. Nice shot. Posture check, thank you. Run. Okay. I will say that though, do you see what I'm talking about with E? I mean, you were using it. You were standing there doing something with it. So, okay. Okay. Let's, that Sojourn is doing the Sojourn thing. I think the idea behind the C is reasonable, because again, you want to fight here, you don't want her here, so seems reasonable. It just feels so odd,
fast.
you know? Yeah, exactly. You can see it. You're crazy. You're actually crazy. You see her with shot, and you're like, nah, I got this. I mean, I respect it. If you can hit the shot, you know, and you can zone her out, okay. I mean, it's not a bad placement for it. I mean, look at the cart, you know. This has potential, you know, especially with your positioning. But you're crazy. Nice. Even that one felt like rushed for no reason. Like, look at the Zarya. Watch me 0.25 it. You see? Where is she going? You know? She's running to cover. And somehow you missed this entirely. She's running in a straight line and you missed her.
I just literally didn't aim.
Yeah, you just
shot.
didn't aim. Yeah, it's like you're playing like these it's like you create everything is like a micro flick for you. So, I don't know. Brain dead.
That's what I meant with like bubbles.
Yeah. I 100% see it.
I just ignore it.
I 100% see it. 100%. Like just brain dead.
Yeah.
So I definitely think like you can always so here like for you can always improve your mechanics. So like let's just not say that it's only a mental thing. There's definitely a mechanical thing too, but I think it's a mental way of your approaching your mechanics as well. It's a little bit of both.
I think that's good news, I guess.
Yes. Good news. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm not completely incompetent. I mean, in a way, it's good news because either way you approach it, you're going to get better, right? Either you approach it better mechanics or more time taken. Both are going to be helpful. Ah, nice. Ah! Just throwing it, you know? Yeah. It's happening with enough frequency to where I think it's reasonable that you could use this as a practice goal at some point. Maybe it's not your priority. Maybe your priority is this like little aim thing that we're talking about. Maybe your priority is I mean, really that's the big one, right? But I think it's definitely second or third place for me, you know?
Yeah. I think it's better in some maps when I spend more focus on it.
That's true.
Like it varies.
Right. That's true. Here it is again, by the way.
Yeah.
Just silly. It's like that's too easy of a shot for you to miss entirely. Not even body shot. Like, and that's the difference between that target. Like that Ana should not have died. That Bastion should not have died. Like, actually just straight up lose a fight off of that. Yes, you see it? You see it? You see it? There it is. That's it. That's it. She almost dies off of that. You didn't even hit that shot. How much does a damage boosted fully charged body shot do? It's like
I don't know.
I think it's like 130 for a body shot fully charged, right? Something like that, or I think. Because I'm pretty sure like a fully charged headshot's like 250, 260, and then damage boosted would be like 169, 170. It's like it's pretty close to a one shot. I mean, let's actually see here. Were you damage boosted when you did it? I think so. Yeah, there it is. Right, 165.
25. Yeah.
165. So it's not not quite 130, but it's like it might be 125. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's over 125 because I know you can do like a slightly more than 250 with a fully charged headshot. I'm fairly certain. Somebody in chat asks, "Is Sojourn E that important?" They don't know. They don't know. Dare I say, Pepe laugh. Okay. Okay. So, what do you think of your E? First off.
I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I
think it's fine. Right. Again, just is this something we're actively contesting right now? Right. Yes. Get rid of her. Yes. Look at her position. You see it? Brilliant. That's a good E. We love it. She has to use her shift. She repositions out. You walk forward with it.
Yeah.
Ah, it's painful. It's painful. You're better than this. Still see a couple of the shots, right? Nice. Even that one too. You see that one? That one too. So it's like half of your shots show decent thought, even though you miss them. Half of them just feel like literally just. Yeah. The thing is like ultimately you want your aim to be brainless anyway. You want it to just be like reaction. But I think what we've seen is that you have bad habits with your aim that you need to actually consciously think about to break, so that then you can stop thinking about it again. You know what I'm saying? It's like relearning how to walk. You walk with this weird slant. You know, it's like you've gotten injured, right? And so you hobble, but then that like screws up your hips. You know what I'm saying? So then you go to a physical therapist that says you need to start thinking about how you're walking again. Now, the goal is to get you to where you don't have to think about walking, but for right now, you have to think about your walking. For right now, there's the E. Now again, is this E good? Placement-wise, obviously, but consider what we were talking about. Are we contesting? Are we fighting?
Might be a little bit too early, to be honest.
Might be a little bit too early, but I think if you walk forward with this E and like try to pressure out these squishes, I think it could get good value, which I assume is what you're gonna do. I think,
more or less. Nah.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I would have liked you to play a little bit more aggressively with it. I guess the way you could think about it is like, my E should always be met by either me taking an action forward or me by taking an action backwards. Not always, but like that's a way of thinking about it. It's like if my E was just used but didn't imply action either aggressively or defensively, then it doesn't. It's something to at least consider, to take a closer look at. You know. So like this E forces a split, so you should be walking forward off of it. If this E is too early, then there's no action to take. I think it's a little early, but I do think that there was action to be taken there. So I actually don't think the E was bad. I think your action in regards to the E was bad. I think you should have walked a little bit further and gotten a better angle on this Reaper, right? Because it's not just the direct value, it's what it enables you to do, you know? Okay. Fine, right? You see that? Predictable motion, you track it, slam-o, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Again, action, right? You're doing something with this E, so even if you don't get the kill here, this is a disaster for them. Nah! You see it again. Again, action implied, right? What is this? What action is implied by this?
backing out.
Backing out, right? It's providing your hog, yourself, a little bit of defensive peel to allow you to disengage safely. Okay.
Yep. I was really scared of my hog just feeding there, to be honest.
Yeah. That's fine. Doesn't always have to be for you, but yeah. I think it seemed appropriate enough. Good. You know, it's funny, that one, it's like you don't actually really think about the right click, but because you're thinking so hard about your primary fire, it ends up lining up the right click for you. You started to notice his strafing pattern, right? So then the right click itself could be done quickly because you were thinking so hard about the tracking. So there needs to be some sort of thought at some point in the aiming process, whether that's in the projectile or in the actual right click itself. I love this. Really love that. You know, and obviously it's not amazing, but like look at the charge difference, right? There's always gonna be more bodies if your team is in cover and their team is not. Ah, jeez. You got it. You got it. You know? There it is. It's there. You know? I think this is pretty aggressive, but I respect it. And the hilarious thing is, obviously you've used a very powerful ultimate, but do you need to hit another shot for this ultimate to be valuable?
Well, it's kind of done its job of zoning them.
It really has.
Like prevented their push.
It's prevented
Because
their
they
push.
also used those.
And look at this. You've just used Valk window. That's a great trade. You know? I mean, they're not the most powerful ults, but it's a 1 for 2. And you've created chaos that your hog, your Ana, your Farok can capitalize off of, and you still have a shot. That's a great. And look at what you had too. You shifted in, but the reason why the shift in was good was why?
Because we kind of were pushing, like they were distracted.
Look at your positioning.
And cover.
Yeah, there's no way you can get punished for this. No way, right? No way.
Yeah.
You're very safe. And then by the time they actually push you, you're gonna be able to do something with it. What do you think about your E?
It was okay, but
Yeah.
I could have also just saved it for when they push me.
Could be. Yeah, I think it's okay. But yeah. That's it. The least flashy ultimate we've ever seen. Nice. Nice. But it gets value as I finish my sentence 10 seconds later. Alrighty. Now, you could E this, right? But then why would you E this?
They could just walk out into cover that they want to walk
so
into
remember,
anyway.
your E implies action. So if you E this, what would be the purpose of Eing this? Do you see what's happening on the left of your screen here? You see?
Well, yeah.
So you
She's pushing up.
would E this so that you could what?
Like keep backing out, but
Think about this.
yeah,
If you E this, do you have an advantage in this duel?
no, I have a disadvantage.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, technically I would be zoning her supports off.
Yeah, and then look at what the rest of your team is. You see this? This is a tough question. I want you to keep thinking about it. So you're down your E in the duel. But if you're able to use your E and deny 2 people following up on you so that you can take technically a 1v1, but also you have pocket.
Yeah,
do you see what I'm saying? So you zone with your E on their backline so that you can then take a fight on somebody pushed up aggressively by themselves. Do you see?
Right, yeah.
You see? So, but again, if this Sojourn's not pushed up, this E would not be worth using because they're just going to disengage and just wait for their guy to come back anyway. You could also use your E here. And if the Zarya was pushed up more aggressively, you could then push the Zarya aggressively and force her back, maybe force a bubble, right?
Yeah.
So the problem with this E here is what?
I mean, their guy's back, so like
Yeah.
we're not really pushing anything.
Right, you're not. Your
It's
team
kind of
and you
indispensable.
are not really in a position to push anything right now. You've kind of backed
Yeah.
off, and this isn't a peeling, so to speak, E where you're like buying yourself time to get out. You're just using it, right? So it actually hits. It does. It moves them. It forces them to move, but it doesn't really matter. You know, it doesn't really matter. Whereas right now, this is where you're kind of fighting, right? This is where you draw the line. You're not kiting beyond. So then an E here would have been better. So the difference between an E here and an E here is not necessarily about where their supports are playing. It's about where you want to fight. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Because then you could E off their backline and then force a duel in the Sojourn at that point in time. And obviously, like situations like this again, like where like there's a visor being pushed out, you don't have E for it, right? So like,
Yeah.
like you can continue to break down. The E was used, but no value was really I wouldn't say like you got nothing out of it. Okay, what are you seeing?
Definitely we need to work on my right clicks. I also thought about like this being a good thing to review myself. Because it's really like just a quantity kind of thing, I think. But it's like get reps in and get used to just being patient, not
Sure.
like throwing it out there.
Okay.
Just
What else did you see?
my ease, just
What about your ease?
sometimes mistimed, like as we saw in the last example, of like just not really a fight happening and just not thinking about it enough.
Yes, yes. I think you have
Just
like a
throwing it out.
relatively decent starting point with your E's. I think they're not a huge weak point for you, but they could be cleaner.
Yeah.
And then remember, we can remove the outliers because there were a few really bad E's. If we could remove those, then I think that's going to be helpful, right? The fight losing E's. Okay. What else did you see?
Yeah.
If you could give yourself one other thing, maybe a detail to work out in the future. Maybe it's not even something that we saw specifically in this VOD, but just like something to consider.
Maybe like getting more consistent with my practice times and yeah.
Yeah, great. So something that's not even to do with the replay itself, but something to do with how you're approaching the game.
Yeah.
Something to experiment with at least. Okay,
Like
so
not playing late nights.
sure.
Just
Okay,
not healthy anyway.
lots to consider, lots to think about. I hope that you got something out of it. But remember what I said earlier. Like you, more important than maybe anything I've said, you are your coach, basically. I'm a gun for hire essentially. I'll help clear out the bad guy town. I'll get rid of the bad guys for you. But if the townsfolk, right, if the townsfolk don't take some responsibility for themselves, you know what I'm saying? Then as soon as I'm gone, they're just the bad guys are gonna come right back again. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You guys gotta you guys gotta be able to take care of yourselves. Otherwise, because if it's not Sojourn at Masters 2, it's gonna be Widowmaker in GM5, and it's gonna be Tracer in GM3. It's gonna be Genji at GM1, hopefully, right? But you see what I'm saying, right? There's always gonna be a problem. So if you're not able to work at your own internal processes, then you're not gonna do anything with it, right? So, all right. If you have any questions, well, let's say, do you have any questions? I'm just assuming. Do you have any questions?
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm assuming like since we didn't really talk a lot about positioning, that was like mostly fine.
It was mostly fine. Yeah, I didn't see a huge problem with it. I mean, they can always be better, but I think you would spot most of the points in time where your position could have been better. I don't
have any questions then.
Okay. Well, then if you do, you know the answer. My DMs are always open. Reach out. I will send you a post-coaching checklist. And if you have any questions about like a specific team fight or anything like that, maybe a specific E, send me the replay code, send me the timestamp, and I will get back to you. And latest, probably 2 days. At latest.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You are
I
very
appreciate
welcome. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Right,
see ya.
All right, so that was Sora, Sojourn Extraordinaire. Some of you guys may have sent me questions on regards to stuff. I'm not going to like leak anything here, I don't think, but this is the only reason why I might not get back to you immediately. So 1, 2, 3, go. This is I'm always open for questions, but if I don't get back to you immediately, this is why I don't answer immediately. So these are message requests, these are friend requests, and then these are DMs that have just gotten in the last 14, 13 hours. So that's why I don't always get back to you immediately. I will get back to you, but I don't get back to you immediately. And that's not including the other coaching forum requests and things like that. So that's a combination with editing my own thing, cleaning, doing private coaching on the side, things like that. So I do have a lot of messages that I get. I wake up in the morning and I usually get around 7 to 8, 9 DMs from different people, and I have to kind of sort through those. And I also try to be the thing with me. This is like a very modern Zoomer problem, is to find a balance between being a good and consistent communicator, but not being on Discord and on my phone all the time, right? I need to step away. I need to not be on my phone all the time. That's not healthy. So I try to be efficient and good communicator without, not sitting on my phone all the live long day, because that's not healthy. Okay, let's move on to the next session. Hope you guys learned a little bit from that. I think, here's the thing. I get sometimes irritated because I'm like, another Sojourn VOD. But what happens when you hammer at the Sojourn VODs over and over again? Not only do you get a better read of the hero, like a more well-rounded approach, because I feel like now my Sojourn coaching feels a lot better than it did the first couple of times, just because I've had a lot more practice at it. But also I feel like I get to kind of explore different nuances that I never really thought about. Like the way I was kind of explaining E usage there was not something that I'd really fully explored in my own thought processes. So really, truly, I learn from working with you guys. I learn. That should always be something that you should aim for, right? I feel like I've learned a lot recently. I feel like I learned something from A10 not that long ago. I feel like I've been teaching myself some things. I mean, I learned a lot of things from Egoist Cat earlier this past year. I learned even just challenging my thought processes. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Making a self-review guide for YouTube. Can you put that in stream content suggestions? I think people have suggested that before, but having it somewhere concrete to where I can go back and look at it would be helpful, because that is a good suggestion. Hey, Smile, when I brig, I try to protect DPS and support from dive, enable them to take angles, but usually my DPS don't take angles or just sit behind tank. Should I start brawling more, still sit with them and try to protect them? I think a good balance between the two is fine. If you don't have your DPS ever going aggressive and just sitting behind tank 24/7, then you can get value by brig by making sure that your DPS are safe and healthy as much as you possibly can, even if they are behind shield, and then just proccing your Inspire. So it could be you are a Lucio that can peel your DPS and supports better mid-fight, because even if they don't take angles, if something is diving them or their critical HP mid-fight, a brig is still better at a Lucio than enabling them. So that's something that you can kind of utilize. And then as long as you're proccing your Inspire and not dying for it, then you're going to be okay. Also, keep in mind, Rally is generally a better ult than Beat in most circumstances. It's not obviously as good at countering things, but just the duration itself does mean that I think it generally should have a higher win percentage in usage. So there could still it could be difficult, but if the principle is still I'm going to keep my squishies alive and proc Inspire, if those are your priorities, it doesn't matter where your DPS are playing. Those are still your priorities. You know what I'm saying? How should we practice medium long-range railgun shots and a pressure outside of Vaxa? Triad of FFA is usually many close-range shots. That's a great question. I don't really know, actually. I don't really know. I mean, that's why playing ranked is really, really important, because ranked is oftentimes the best practice for mechanics in some aspects, at least, because it does provide some of those nuances where there's actual consequences and more variability in range and maps. So play ranked. That's my #1 suggestion. But that's a great problem. I don't have the solution to that, to be honest.
Here.
Fluke, thanks for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. Somebody in chat AERTTV. I love your content on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much. Good to see you, mate. It's been a long time since I've seen your name. So thoughts on Ashe? Yo, Reaganomics, good to see you, mate. She's probably okay. I think she gets outshone just because there's other strong heroes, but I don't think Ashe is particularly weak right now, especially as we're seeing things like the Sombra nerf. We're going to see the Genji nerf. We're going to see, at some point, the Sojourn nerf. I think Ashe is going to creep up, you know? All right, let's do this, mates. Let's have a jolly rad time. Hello. How's it going?
Hello. It's going pretty good. How are you?
I enjoy your name a great deal. Huh. Why did you go
It's even more ironic when you realize I'm a Sombra main.
Oh no! Oh, a jolly rad time for you, but for nobody else. In the lobby.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that joke is a little bit.
It's designed to
tired,
be
I'm sure.
cheeky.
Okay.
It's designed to be cheeky.
Okay. All right. Let's get this set up then. So we're gonna review some Sombra, and what rank are you at currently?
I am Plat 2. I would also like to clarify this is not the replay I wanted to give. I want to do a Sombra Tracer, mostly because my Tracer is what I wanted to work on.
I see.
However, I'm dumb and apparently didn't save it. So
Crud. Is there no other VOD where you have Tracer?
None recently. I can go double check.
It's up to you. I mean, this is your
I played a lot of
session.
Soldier.
You tell me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm fine with the one I gave you. We lost it. I felt like I did fairly well on it.
Right.
But obviously you'll definitely find things that I did wrong.
Sure. I mean, I even if it doesn't feel like a great VOD, if it at least shows some more of the hero that you want to get coaching on, then I'm done. We can be flexible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with this one. I am intending on probably getting more than one session over time.
Okay.
So we can do this. I mean, she's about to be nerfed pretty hard, but I still think she'll be somewhat usable.
Okay. Well, if you do end up wanting to get a little bit of Tracer feedback here at the end, you just holler and we'll look at some stuff. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, let's take a look at this form here. So Jolly Rad Time is the name. It was intended to be ironic. Okay. Well, you've succeeded in your mission. Former Sombra one trick since she was released. Holy mackerel! But I've committed a lot of time to Tracer 76 and Echo over the last year or so. Also, only been playing on PC for about a year and a half. Congratulations on your transition to PC. How has it gone in the past 18 months?
I feel like the last 6 months to a year I've gotten a lot better, but it was my first time ever playing PC at all, so I was super slow. It was very frustrating, especially coming from console, because I was like, I knew what I wanted to do, and then trying to make it happen was just infuriating.
Fair enough. It's a tough. I mean, I've never like actually done that, so I can't even like empathize with that. That's just crazy. But congratulations. Hope at this point it's going relatively well. I assume it is. Let's What do you hope to get out of the session? So this is like the big question we always open with. So why did you get coaching? And then you said what do you hope to get out of the session is better judgment with your dives and angles, understanding when I should not be on high ground. Okay. Do you want to kind of explain that a little bit more for me?
It's mostly when I'm on Soldier 76, where I'll just have a Genji. Usually, I mean, sometimes they'll be like have like a mercy pocket on him, which is weird, but you know, there he is anyways. And I try to, I mean, at that point in time, I just try to run away because he's deflecting and boosted, and I just try to run away and I get chased down and I die.
Gotcha. Okay, so kind of, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, I in my mind, I'm just like, because I did previously get a review from a Echo and Soldier 76 review from Ruben Sargasm, and he drilled into me that, you know, I need to be on high ground, so I started doing that. And now my problem is I just get dove and I don't know what to do against these Genjis that are very strong right now.
Sure, one step at a time though, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're putting yourself in the right position, and now it's about like how we can best maximize being in that position. Okay, so obviously maybe not something that we touch on today, but later on, I mean, I'm going to remind you that you have a replay code that you can send, and you can get some feedback on a specific team fight. So if you have one of those games in the future, you can shoot me the replay code and the timestamp and be like, hey, what should I have done? This is the perfect instance where I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, and I'll be able to at least type you up some ideas. Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Better judgment with your dives and angles. I assume that's more Sombra.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Sombra Tracer Echo.
So break that one down for me. What do you mean better judgment with your dives and angles exactly?
I feel like my timing is off a lot. Where I will think, I'll like, you know, turn around, look at my team, and it looks like they're, you know, committing, but I don't know if they're just debating me. They back out. You know, I mean, I'm in plat, so you know, I mean, my judgment's off, and so is theirs.
True.
So, you know, I like get debated by my team. I shift from poke to you know, full commit, and then 4 people turn around and I die.
Right. Okay. There's 2 ways of approaching that, by the way. We'll talk probably more about this later on. But the first way of dealing with that is to maximize your uptime. So maybe your timing is bad because you have more of a passive tank, right? And so you think that they're engaging, but they're just kind of standing there and just pressing M1. So then it's going to be about, okay, I know I'm going to get attention on me. So then I'm going to prioritize using cover, health packs, whatever, and just play in a position where I can just be a nuisance for as long as I possibly can without dying, right? So you give your team more time to react because they might be a little slow. The other solution is if you do know that at some point they're going to go aggressive, the best way to play squishy heroes when you're on these aggressive angles, whether it be Sombra or Tracer, is to not be leading the charge. Now, if your team is just never engaging, then maybe you do have to be the initiator. But if you consider this, if I'm Zenyatta and the enemy tank pushes in, my Mercy is probably going to be moving. You know, she's probably going to be going to pocket this or pocket that or and transitioning toward this. And even my attention is going to be taken by the enemy tank and the enemy DPS, right? So then if you decloak behind me, hello there, you know, I'm screwed. Because not only am I not likely to get help because my teammates are distracted, but I myself am distracted. So the way to think about it is the more greedy your DPS hero is, like if you're a Sombra, right, you can one-shot, you can kill a DPS. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you're also relatively squishy and relatively easy to get out. So then the later you need to be. This is something I talked about. Actually, initially, the first time I ever talked about this concept was on a Junkertown Widow review, where our Widowmaker was taking these crazy aggressive hard flanks, which were fine, but he was always peeking first. And basically saying, guys, I'm over here, right? And he was never getting the shot because the enemy team would instantly focus him down and clear him out, right? Whereas those flanks would have worked if he was literally, not even on good timing, literally if he was late, it would have worked. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? So the same thing goes with Sombra. Yeah, I know it's a perma-stealth hero, so you're like, oh, I can get behind every time. But when do you want to go? Do you really want to be leading the charge there? I mean, if they don't pay attention to you in the backline, you could literally kill the entire team. You know, so let's I'm sure we'll have many examples of that in the review, so let's not spend too much more time on that. Let's move on to your goals here. Okay, so long term, I would like to consider being an old man playing for his college team. Okay, so are you in collegiate right now? Are you going through university, or tell me about that situation?
I'm in college, but I'm not I'm not a part of a team or anything yet.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in Platt, so I'm not.
What college
I'm not trying to push that yet. I'm in Sac State.
Cool.
Which I don't even know if they have a team at the moment. But,
cool.
I am intending on transferring.
You'll spearhead it, I'm sure. Okay. All right. And if you're an old man, then you're scaring me. I'm way too close to your age for that to be an old man. Okay. Short term, improve as much as I can, and hopefully climb a bit. Okay. Sounds good. Fair enough. Seems like good goals. Let's check out your training schedule then. So I've kind of gotten to the point here to where I kind of have like a order of operations for the form, you know. Let's check out the goals. Okay, now let's check out the training. Is that going to help with the goals? Let's see here. 10 minutes warm up with strafe training. Ooh, that's clever. I don't see that very often. What do you mean strafe training?
I forget the code for it, but I saw it on Dante's stream. It was here, I'll just pull it up.
Please, actually DM it to me. I want to pull it up on the stream if you don't mind.
Okay, absolutely. It like tracks your accuracy.
I'm gonna humiliate myself, so this is gonna be good.
All right, give me a sec here.
It's fine. I'm getting my workshop thing pulled up anyway, so you're good. All right. Being a fellow old man, I'm sure it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that one of my weaknesses is mechanics, but I don't know how much hope I have on that ever actually being fixed.
Trust me, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I think it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy for a lot of quote-unquote older folks, whereas their reaction time goes down by like 50 milliseconds over an entire decade, and then that's it, you know. But it's really truly not that big of a deal. I promise you.
It's Vaxta. I think I saw somebody mentioning that.
Oh, earlier. It's just Vaxta. Oh. So when you say 80-80 strafing, you're strafe training. In other words, the bots themselves are strafing.
Yeah.
Oh, so what setting do you usually put the speed on of these bots?
Oh, I set them on hard.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather.
Yeah.
I'd rather have 20% accuracy than.
And so you just shoot them. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I practice. Trying to 80 strafe a bit as well. Get used to that as well.
Do you find that you have a hard time doing both shooting and strafing?
Not as much as I used to. I have gotten better at it, but yeah, I mean, especially when they're doing that, or like especially when I'm playing a projectile hero like Echo and I'm trying to land my left click and just whiffing every single shot.
Okay,
it's not so hard on Trace or Sombra.
Right, I will say that like the one problem with, not the one problem, they have a few problems with Vaxta, but like one problem with Vaxta when it comes to you strafing is you don't get feedback for your strafing because they're not hitting the shots anyway. So you don't, so even if you're standing in a straight line, you're not actually like they're not gonna hit their shots anyway, right? So what I would say is like if this is your only warm up, one thing I've talked about, I'm gonna release a video on this in a few days, but I think variety with your mechanics training is really important. So what I would do is Vax is an excellent code, but there's no verticality. There's no threat of duels, and there's no rewarding for like your own strafing, your own movement, the way you're playing the duels. So what I would do is I would complement Vaxa with playing some deathmatch as well, right? If there's a tryhard lobby, that's great too. Oh dear, can't hit a shot. I was doing so well, and so on. So I would complement that training, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
And then obviously in between queues, Vaxa, you can just whip it out and go from there. Okay, so let's keep looking through the form. 10 minutes of warm up with straight training. Play 1 to 3 hours of comp per day. Now that statistically is a pretty massive variance, right? That's 300% and 100%. Okay, so what kind of dictates that level of variance, whether it's 1 or 3 hours?
I mean, it depends on the day. I mean, I go to school, I work. So I mean, I only work part-time, and I have been playing probably closer to 3 hours most of the time since Overwatch 2 came out.
Okay.
But I don't want to oversell how much I actually can play.
Fair enough. Well, like I said, removing the outliers is always good. So if a little bit less playing today means a little bit more consistent playing tomorrow, that's probably going to be the best thing to go for. Somebody in chat gave me a code, and I'm gonna give this a shot. Oh, this is a weird. Okay, this is a weird code. Anyway, okay, let's keep going here. 1 to 3 hours of comp per day. Obviously, removing variance there will be helpful. Then playing quick play with the homies. Okay, kind of break down how that one goes for me as well.
Sorry, what?
Playing quick play with the homies, you said?
So, yeah, just because usually my friends aren't super into comp.
Right.
So usually by the time they get on, it's later in the evening, and
Fair enough.
have a couple drinks and play quick play.
Fair enough. Okay. I actually have changed my stance on this slightly, where I would have normally been like, "Wow, you waste your time," right? But I think if that mentality shift with you is like, okay, I do my homework, my hard training, and then afterwards I'm just chilling and having a good time and playing whatever, I don't really have an issue with that. I don't think that will be a negative impact on your play.
Okay.
I think that should be fine. As long as the ranked with intense specific focus is happening, you're getting the deliberate practice, right? And then after that, if you want to screw around, all right, screw around. I mean, honestly, I wonder if even it would be better if you didn't play Sombra in those games. I'm not sure if that's what you do or not, but avoid the heroes.
I usually don't.
Yeah, avoid the heroes.
I like even on my alt account, like I don't allow myself to play Sombra.
That might be a good way of looking at it. I'm not sure. That something in my gut says that should be right, but I'm not sure. So don't take my word for it, even though I'm a professional coach. Okay. How many hours of sleep? 5 to 7, definitely on the lower end. I'm not gonna harangue you about that. You're a grown man, but definitely on the lower end, especially when you're talking about things like mechanics. And then this hero pool is a little bit outdated because it has been a week since this form was filled out, but it is expansive. Sombra, 76, Tracer, Echo, Mei, Hanzo. That is too many heroes to improve at with 1 to 3 hours of ranked play. So what I would recommend is if it's 1 to 3 hours in ranked play, then it's 1 to 3 heroes that you're playing at ranked. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now I just had a talk. I don't know if you heard the previous session where I talked about dynamic hero pools. Right now, Sombra is pretty decent. I mean, I look at the rest of your pool, nothing really stands out. But like Sombra's pretty decent. If Sombra gets hard nerfed and you're like, I hate this hero, this is a waste of time. Okay, then fine, dump the Sombra, pick up Tracer. You know what I'm saying? Or pick up Hanzo again. But like, you can change it on a month-to-month basis, but 1 to 3, 1 to 3 for the entirety of your training schedule. 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Changes happen. You get bored with one hero, you want to pick up another. That's fine. Then drop the hero, pick up the other. But that 6 only is going to work if you're playing 6 hours a day, which you're not. So I would not recommend that. Right. Even for somebody that's playing relatively casually, I think that's when that is too diluted, because you're thinking, how many? Be honest with yourself. How many May ranked games do you get per day with intensity?
I mean, 1 or 2.
You know, right?
If that.
If that, right? And so all that's doing is taking the time away from your Sombra Tracer 76. It's not enough to like really get better at May. Okay.
Which those 3 are definitely my big 3 right now.
So stick with those 3, and then if that changes in a couple of weeks, then kick out 76 and throw in May. You know, totally fine to do that. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going on. What do you feel is our flowing about? Oh, you big Spitfire fan? Well, that's cool. How long you been? How long you been a Spitfire fan?
I remember it was since before the first season. I remember early projections on an article I read said that Dynasty were going to be like the team to beat.
Yeah.
And then people were saying like the only team that they could see possibly doing it was Spitfire, and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to root for them. And ever since then, I've just been huge Spitfire fan.
You've been through some tough times, the best of times and the worst of times for this team, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Season 1,
definitely
the last
some tough
season.
times.
Man. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed this season as much as I did. Okay, and then this is the big one before we actually get into the stinking gameplay. What do you feel is holding you back? Timing, mentality, mechanics. I am plat. All of it is holding me back. Oh, I respect the honesty. Okay. All right. If you really had to think, your stupid plat pea brain. All right. That's self-deprecatory humor at the moment. No, right. I'm not going to even show my career profile. What do you feel is like, if I was holding you at gunpoint, what's the first thing that comes to your mind besides help when it comes to what is your shortcoming?
Timing.
Okay. All right. Okay. And you brought that up earlier too, right? So, okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay. The code is King's Row. And make sure I got the right code here. Yeah. Okay. King's Row. 2 hours ago. Oh, okay. So it's perfect. I actually like really recent replay codes. I don't really ask for them, but it always helps for you to remember what I was thinking about at that point in time. You kind of see what I'm saying?
And I immediately after this game, I actually did a VOD review of my own and wrote down notes so I can compare my notes to the notes.
That's so good. That's so clever. Okay.
So I can see if I'm focusing on the right things.
Okay, great. So what I want you to do is when I talk, I'm gonna talk. But also, if there's a specific point in fight where you're like, I had notes on this fight, or I thought this, I want you to let me know.
Okay.
Because I might breeze over something that might not be super impactful, but Coach Jolly at time might have something that maybe we should reconsider. Okay. What do you think about timing wise here? Let's go back a few seconds.
Well, being that I know how this turned out, I'm going to say a little early.
Okay. I mean, it's early because is there going to be a committal from the enemy team at this point in time, or from your team at this point in time?
No, not really.
No. Now, what's the potential upside of this, though? Obviously.
I get a pick or ult charge off the Ash.
Sure. You get a pick or an ult charge off the Ash. Now, what's the potential downside of this?
Me underestimating the Widow up top.
Sure. Okay. So even without the Widow up top, obviously you needed full information on that. I think the problem here is that it's more likely the enemy team will be able to turn around and support this Ash simply because they haven't walked forward. So you just need to be cautious about early pressure because it's easy for them to zone you out. I will say as well, even post nerf with the only 25% damage increase, it really should just be always hacking, right? You should always be hacking out a spell in these 1v1s. It just has to happen.
Okay.
The damage increase now is unbelievably powerful, and even after the nerf in the future, it's still going to be worth it. I think there's like an animation cancel. It's like you hold M1 and right click at the same time. It like breaks you out of stealth faster. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. Remind me afterwards. But this has to be
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, obviously, timing is early. The execution as well is bad. If that target is hacked, that target is dead. Yeah. And remember what the hack does too. It gives you that initial in the future, 1.25 seconds where that target doesn't have cooldowns. It allows your team to see through walls. Now, here's where I'm really going to get big brain on you, okay? What does allowing the target to be seen through walls do for your team?
It helps them to focus them down in this situation where they're diving.
Right. Helps them to focus them down, okay? Keep thinking. Why else might being able to see through walls help?
Well, they will know which lanes are being watched.
Why else? If I'm this Reinhardt right now, and all of a sudden I see an Ashe light up in my screen and she's turning around shooting you. Besides the audio cue of the shots, what else does that tell me?
I don't know.
Let's put it this way. It's hard for your Reinhardt to hear sometimes. Like it's actually like I'm listening right now and it's kind of hard to hear, right? That there's something going on back there. But if all of a sudden I see an Ashe light up on my screen and start turning around, what does that cue me to do?
Move forward.
Oh, my Sombra's doing something. I can see because the enemy team is now lighting up like a Christmas tree. I mean, he might not, but at the very least, you're going to increase the chances that he's going to. So there's a lot of upside to that hack. It's a boost for you. It's a boost to your survivability. It's a boost to your DPS. It's a boost to information for your team for the next 8-10 seconds about where that target is. So that helps your team defensively and offensively. And even just the really neat nitty-gritty micro where that target, your team now knows that there is something happening from you. You are doing something and they're like, oh shoot, guys, we can actually push forward. The Sombra's like helping us, right? They might not always do that, but there's a lot of reasons why I would open with that hack. Make sense?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
And tragic. Now I will say, outside of the Hog and maybe the Kiriko, I think this is a fairly decent composition to be playing Sombra into. Oh dear.
Yeah, the first fight's entirely my fault.
That's okay. Same thing here, right? You see this? Open with that hack. It allows you to just like because obviously you have like the wall bang, right, where they're low, but like what if this Widow ducks behind the wall now and then you have to guess, is she scoping? Am I going to get my head blown off, right? It gives you information in the duel as well, right? And as you get higher rank, people are going to be better at playing their covers, so that information in the 1v1 is going to be more valuable as well. It's again honestly another situation where this target should be dead. Like that should have been significantly easier than it was.
Yeah.
Very nice. I love how why was that so good? Who do you hack? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. Let's dial back. Who do you hack? What's your priority of hack?
I believe the Ashe is up top, so I mean, I couldn't follow up on anything if I went up there without burning Translocator, which would be reckless.
Well, you could go here.
I mean, I could go after the Ana.
You could go here, you see?
True.
Right, so that's something to consider. You could set up on the back line, okay? Like, let's just, for the sake of the argument, say that you don't or you can't do that, okay? What do you think about this?
I mean, it's got to be the Hog or the Kiriko, because I feel like Suzu's just going to come out if I go for the Ana.
Okay. What is the Hog doing right now?
The Hog is way ahead of everybody and looking for a hook.
Pushing aggressively. Can you get punished, or are you going to get killed for this hack?
Most likely not, unless he just whips over and hooks before I can get the hack off.
Sure, so not likely. Why is this Ashe not killing you right now?
No line of sight.
Why is the Kiriko not killing you? And so on, you know? Right?
Yeah. No, what? Yep.
Something to consider. This is where these frontline hacks can be more reasonable. Is not only that target is going aggressive, but you've also played in a position to where that nobody on the battlefield can punish you for what you're doing. Nobody. Very nice. Lot of HP farm from that one. Lot of space farm from that one. Lot of pressure on the enemy team from that one. We love it. Hack again here though. I mean, it really truly is worth it, right? Really truly is worth it. And the other advantage is because you're not stealth, there's no like decloaking animation or audio cue. You just hack, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Not quite, right? What do you think about the mechanics of this hack? What's wrong with this hack?
I did it right in front of him.
I think even if we break down the micro, if you're going to be in front of him, be near cover, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in my mind at the time, I was thinking he was gonna look out he was gonna turn left and go out there and not be looking at me. But by the time I started the hack, he was looking right at me.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know what you're
there
saying.
like a jackass.
What notes did you have for any of these fights? Have you had anything major just yet?
So this is, I believe, the third fight. My notes on third fight were pretty. I noted that I was a bit AFK, other than my attempt at the hack on the Genji, but it didn't do anything. I just was kind of not getting anything done. And eventually I do get the pick on him because I hear him up above me here. Cancel that.
I mean, he can't be 2 in a 1v1 if he doesn't cancel hack. He can't. So yeah, and he's also way more risky for him to go in as aggressively as he does.
Yeah.
So if we go back a little bit here, I would just consider your positioning as well. It depends on what you want to be doing. Do you want to punish their front line, or do you want to go for assassinations? Do you see? So versus their composition, I think I could really see either being viable. I think going around and just harassing this Ashe, or then dropping and going behind and looking for hacks in the backline from like this position here could be really quite good. But then also look at what you're doing here too, you see? As long as you can play this cover and not peek these snipers, I think what you're doing now could also be okay. Wouldn't bother.
And here is just this entire sequence just feels horrible.
Okay, let's talk about that one in a second though. I will say this though. So you get the initial hack, but then do you see the problem with this positioning here? Like you get the initial hack, that's great, but do you feel the pressure right now? This feels
a bit, yeah.
This feels kind of scary, right, for your hero.
Yeah.
This is why okay, yeah, you got the hack on the hog, but maybe you do that again, or maybe you just play the corner. But this uptime is too low.
Okay.
And what could make it longer?
I mean, I could have stayed in this little alley here.
Yes.
Yes. And just kept peppering with shots.
Yeah, and then hack the Bob, and then hack the hog again, and then maybe EMP'd for people that walk forward. Yeah, this is you getting your translocator forced because you've now walked out into the open. Okay, he's used bait. You're still out in the open, and then now you're gone. This is rough, right? If you're gonna, the problem with frontline is that your hero is not very good at frontline. If you're not able to get safe uninterrupted hacks, and your positioning there meant that you could not. So like you said, if you had just simply played the cover, we would have been fine, but you didn't, so then that's not going to work. Your other alternative, like we said, is to go for something like this, just to look for assassinations. But even here, it's not just to get the assassination, it's to get the hack on the Ana, to shoot the Ana, force them to look at you, you play the cover, shoot a little bit, shoot a little bit, shoot a little bit, then re-stealth, walk forward, next corner, do the same thing here. And just, again, it's all about your uptime, right? It's if you're not getting like a massive assassination, if you can't get an immediate assassination, you need to utilize cover to increase your uptime. And that ties a lot into your timing as well. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
All right, let's see the horrible series of events. I mean, to be frank with you, this fight is almost lost. You're down your mercy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whatever happens here, I wouldn't overthink it too much. But okay.
Well,
Oh no, you're not. No, 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 no. Well, let's obviously popping the 3 most powerful ultimates in the game at the same time kind of sucks. And I don't even.
yeah, I was bummed about the Kitsune.
Yeah. However, I'm more concerned about this. I don't think this is the way to go. There are some times when this might be necessary, but you really need to have tried to avoid doing this. This is an all-in play that grants you a slight advantage over decloaking here and then doing the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? You get there a little faster.
Yeah.
But then it costs you your life. No.
Okay.
I would say
Hold on to watch one suicide EMP.
Yeah, I would go brilliant. I would go as far to say 19 times out of 20, that's not the way to use EMP.
Okay.
Somebody's missing. Ah, they're on Sombra. I was like, somebody is missing here. Somebody is missing. Okay.
Did I scare
Rat. We hate you so much.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Nice. I mean, there's not a whole lot to say here. You know what I'm saying? You scouted the Sombra, you screwed her up. You found the soldier by himself. You killed him. You got the hack on the Mega. This is all fine. Like, you're doing a good job isolating, killing targets. You were set up for the assassination on the Ana. You did a fine job. Not a whole lot to say. Well done.
Awesome.
Is this there on Sombra, so I have to be more picky with my translocator placement?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Because yeah, I mean the first thing I do when I see a Sombra on the other team is I find their translocator if I can, and then the second I hear her loud ass fucking machine gun,
Yeah.
I just break it so that she's stuck in the middle of the fight.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Now, you can't really help. I wouldn't say Winston counters you at all, but Winston is not a great matchup for you. Unless he's like primaling. The bubble just really kind of ruins your day. And he's also really
And
hard
it
to kill.
does.
Yeah, so I wouldn't. So this is what we want to see. So like I would go as far to say that like you should continue to do the assassination playstyle here, as long as that Ana and Soldier on the field. But if you were to go for peeling, this would be who you prioritize, right? You wouldn't prioritize the monkey. You would go for either the Kiriko pushing forward, or you go for the Sombra. So I don't think this is the best play, to be honest with you. But this is the next best thing. You see what I'm saying? I think this is the next best thing. Just not the best execution, and I will point out what you died to. When a ranged hero is allowed to play range without being harassed, the ranged hero will win the game. These heroes should not have been allowed to survive. Because you could say like you did the right thing, but it didn't feel amazing because she was playing inside Monkey Bubble. Yeah, just something to consider. Yeah. Remember, your job is isolation, not group fights as much as you possibly can. So I don't think that was a priority. There are, to be clear, there are a lot of good things about your Sombra play so far. There are a lot of good things about your Sombra play. Ha! I don't know what she's doing. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
I believe she's up. She's up there by the Kiriko teleported up there to her. I believe.
Okay. This is bizarre.
So yeah, and my thing there, like even though I burned my translocator cooldown, my thinking was she probably has EMP, which she does.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to disrupt her a bit.
Sure. I mean,
keep her off the high ground.
You're also closer to your team, so you're not going to get punished for this. But yeah. Okay. Let's keep watching. I don't really know why you translocate out here, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, well, you tell me. Do you have a specific reason? Do you just kind of get antsy with the soldier, or what?
I I think somewhere in the back of my mind, I was like, I am standing in the open right now.
Yeah. Okay, so first off, I don't love the locator placement because she's gonna break it really easily on you. Probably would have been better to like throw it here or around the corner and spawn because you know she's still there. Like she's just gonna shoot it, right? But like I think like listen to what you just said. Why did you locate it out again?
Because I was standing in the open.
Right. So your solutions are twofold. Either one, you play in a location where you can do this where the ranged people can't shoot you. Remember the hog, right? Remember the hog. Or what's your other solution? It's literally the same situation.
Backline?
Yes, it's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you could have gone in for the assassination on Ashe, or you play in a location where the Ashe can't see you. That's it. It's that simple. So you look at this here. Why are you not helping your Winston here? Why are you not assassinating the Ana? Or if you want to do this game and shoot the Winston who you have better range than, why not play where the soldier, the Ashe, or whatever can't harass you, or the Ana, excuse me. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And this is something that, as Sombra, you're going to be doing every single game, making that decision between going for assassination backline or for playing to disable frontline. But when you play for disabling frontline, you have to utilize cover. And when you go for backline, you still have to use cover, because that's going to increase your uptime or your chance to 1v1 the target. So this is what's causing your downtime to be so high, is because you're not necessarily prioritizing the right things. But even when you're prioritizing the wrong things, not the wrong things, but the second best things, you're doing so with poor positioning. You see? Okay. Whereas there, I mean, you could still be shooting. You could have still been here shooting this monkey. You would have, nobody would have cleared. You would shoot. Someone's decloaked, hack her, kill her, still cover, but you've been translocating out. So this is like a perfect example of where you've made no particular egregious errors, but you've consistently playing at like 60% efficacy because of how you're playing it.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's gonna come. I'm gonna weep. Here comes 3, 2, 1. Right. So, what do you think? Now, obviously, the EMP is great, right? And you could even make a good argument that Translocator helped you to do it, right? So, what do you think? Is this 1 out of the 20 where it's reasonable? Or do you think it was, or do you think you could have set it up without it?
I probably could have set it up without it. I just have to burn that old Overwatch 1 mentality of the suicide EMP being worth it.
Right. I think this is where you would decloak right here. Makes no noise. Walk out Q. Yeah. I think definitely wasn't needed. That being said, we will applaud the EMP itself, because the EMP was timed perfectly, placed perfectly. So yeah.
And the other context here is that Moon, the monkey, was telling me going for EMP right now.
Right.
Like he was urging me to get in there.
Right. So urging you to get in there, but you had time now to set it up in here.
Yeah.
I think this is the time you could have been at this point in time, basically right here. You would have been at most half a second late.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay. Nice EMP. Ah. What is she doing? Okay, you'll take the 10 seconds there. Alrighty. Nice! Now that was hard, wasn't it? Go for backline. Hack target. Shoot target. Look at the panic here. Look at the panic. They are absolutely wetting themselves right now. There's Suzu, there's teleport, there's everything. And look at what you just look at the HP trade that's gonna happen here. You see this?
Yeah.
This Winston should probably lose this trade now. I mean, almost certainly will. And look at where you've translocated. You could just press M1. Right, you could just press M1. Yep. Now, obviously, I don't love this translocator position, but you could have done the same thing here. Walk out, press M1. Right? Guarantee you win this space. There it is, right there. Bing. Now, do you see it, though? Do you see it? Do you see the micro? Wait for it. Because you're doing the right thing, obviously. You don't need to set up for backline just yet. But look right. Do you see it? What are you doing?
Sorry, there's also a little bit of a delay.
That's okay.
I am.
Let's watch again. Watch the micro of how he approaches. Fine. And you're off. Why are you out?
Because I'm out in the open.
You were out in the open. You got your translocator force. You got antsy because you turned the corner, you walked into the middle of the enemy team, and then you translocated out. What would have been the solution?
I could have tucked in there and to the left.
You could have.
Well, no, the Reaper's right there.
Yeah, you really could just have done this, and just stayed like right here.
I didn't have to go anywhere.
And then if that monkey jumps in without bubble, you hack him, you kill him. By the way, that Reaper is your friend. he's a friendly Reaper.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it's a friendly Reaper.
I saw him read through the wall.
Right, it's enemy Sombra hack here. Yeah, it's replay viewer shenanigans. Okay. Or what else could you have done at this point in time? He forced him out. Nice job. Now what?
I start setting up for backline again.
Mm-hmm. There's your downtime. Recloak. Grab the health back, set it for backline again. That would have been the proper play, in my opinion. Unless you were like, okay, he's got Primal, I think we can meld him with Primal. I think that's reasonable enough. But I think going set it for backline would have also been very reasonable. So instead, what do? You do neither, right? You're not disabling this monkey. You're not going for backline. So you're doing nothing.
Yeah.
Good, there we go. But again, why here? Why not here? Why not here? It's so much more uptime. You could sit here, hack the health back, and then just sit right here. Pepper, you know, if he goes aggressive, you hack, you punish, all set. You're just out in the open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play corners more.
Yeah.
Noting that ball.
Yep. I mean, that's it right there. You see that? You see how free that hack was? Just based off of your position.
Yeah.
You're just a little bit closer to the cover, so it makes it really hard. Now, he could bubble afterwards anyway, but it's that initial burst of damage that you get on him, and then obviously you still see him through walls. You still do more damage to him. He doesn't love that.
Yeah.
This guy. All right, let's
yeah,
see.
I was a little confused by this guy.
Yeah, definitely odd behavior. Okay, not the best translocator again, because like it's too forward, too close to contested space. If you want to get really cheeky versus this composition, I wouldn't say you have to, but you could also be like, yo, I'm gonna literally set up in their spawn until they get off of a comp that I can't assassinate over and over again. I'm just gonna set up in their spawn.
Okay.
You've got options versus these guys, right? Yeah. That was weird. Oh dear. Okay. Again, cover usage, right? Again, cover usage and not like. If you're gonna go front line, cover usage. If you're gonna go back line, set it up, right? We're kind of doing neither right now.
Okay.
You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I got hacked and walked out into the open.
Yeah. Do you have any notes for this point, up to this point in time?
In all caps, play corners more.
Okay. Do you have any notes from when you self-reviewed?
Oh, self-review. Let's see. This is when I got beat to the punch on EMP. Someone beats me to the punch on EMP. Casino rush come through. We get wiped. Mercy goes for the dumbest res ever on the Reaper. Both die. Going to the last fight. Love that for us. Those are my notes.
Your notes, Mercy goes to the dumbest res ever. Both die. Don't waste your time on that, obviously, in the future. As amusing as an observation is, unless it just brings you like some sort of cathartic release typing that out, then yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah. That was me making a joke out of it.
Yeah. You're killing me. Killing me with these EMPs.
Yeah. I gotta stop doing that.
Yeah, because I know what you're doing. If you throw it in the air, obviously it doesn't mean you hit more targets, but it kind of there's a little bit of movement, you know, with the EMP, so it's harder for them to deal with like your move. But like, why not just give yourself the survivability of I can translocate out rather than all or nothing, you know? Oh no, the remake. Hey, look at your uptime. Look at this. Look how long you can survive when you're playing, you know, juking around stuff. You know what I'm saying? That was good. I mean, obviously it's lost, but it's worthless. But we'll call it out when it's good. Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
I mean, the mistakes seem. I mean, you're highlighting them, and I'm seeing how dumb they are now.
Okay. The key thing for me is cover usage for really, truly both backline and frontline. But actually making a conscious decision about like I need to increase my uptime in both by where and how I'm positioning. Do I want to go for backline assassinations? Do I want to go for frontline assassinations? If I go for frontline stuff, I have to realize that everybody and their mother is going to be looking at me. So I cannot play in a location where they can see me. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even just cover, but also just avoiding those sight lines entirely. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that's going to keep your downtime at like 95%, like doing what you're doing until like any sort of range comp. Soldier, Hanzo, Widowmaker, Ashe, Sojourn, Ana, Bap, Zen, anything. They're just going to spam you out instantly. So something to keep in mind. And I don't care if the enemy team is on Doomfist. This still applies. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the difference between you able to perma-hack Doomfist or you're going to be able to hack Doomfist on half of his engages, right? Make sense? Okay. Look at the comp. What are you doing? What are you immediately doing when you see that comp?
We're talking about the enemy comp, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Did I DC?
No, you're there. What do you think?
Okay. We're talking about the enemy comp, right?
Yes. Sorry, Mike probably just didn't pick it up.
I mean, at this point in time, I remember considering switching because Hanzo is unfun to play against the Sombra.
True.
I thought about switching. I ended up not, just because I'll usually give it a fight, test the waters, see how he does.
Sure.
And if he's nailing his shots, then yeah, I swap off.
Okay. So then what do you do?
But they've got the Reinhardt, they've got Soldier, who will probably be on an off angle. You know, I mean, there's assassination targets.
Yeah.
Providing I don't
right
get logged.
There's assassination targets that aren't Hanzo as well. So now your cover usage is going to be truly phenomenal, right? Because the Hanzo is a difficulty, right? There's the headshot dice roll. If he hits a body shot, your locator's gone. And you see it right now too, right? You see?
Yeah.
You hack this target. She has to drop. Now she doesn't have a good position. Now can I play cover? Now can I get assassinations from here? Nice. I mean, it sucks, but you did make her drop, right? And then now you could be thinking, where are the sightlines that I can take where Hanzo can't see? They're not many, but then maybe if your timing is really good, the Hanzo has to pick and choose between shooting at you or not.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's take a second here. Translocator placement, pretty bad.
Okay.
I think placement, again, just a little bit closer to a health pack, a little bit towards better cover. This is too easy for them to break or spot. Now, if we consider timing here, what do you think about timing?
I mean, my team just barely passed the first little part of the choke.
Right. I think waiting just a few more seconds here would have made better sense. Okay. What do you think about the target?
I think the target's good.
Okay.
I mean, he's going to get healing, and in order for me to peek him, there's also going to be Hanzo with line of sight of me, so actually probably not the best target considering the positioning.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it could be okay if you utilize this cover here. You get the hack, then you can just shoot. What can you do from this position? You can see it, right?
I can hack the Rhine.
You could just shoot or hack the Rhine, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to keep your uptime really high because nobody can see you.
Mm-hmm.
There it is, right? Now, we don't want to stay here because this is not Sombra territory, but you can shoot, re-stealth, set up here. You see? Or set up here. Or re-stealth, walk around behind, set up here if you have the time. So let's see what happens. Now, the soldier dies. Do you see that? The hack paid off. But do you see the problem?
Give me a sec for the stream to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I think I've just fallen quite a bit behind. I'm going to refresh the stream.
That's okay. Was the Discord stream
I think I had some internet.
No worries. Was the Discord stream quality too poor?
No. Wait, are you?
You can hop
Oh
in
my
the
god, you're
Discord
sharing
stream.
here. I've been
That's-
watching on the.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We've had issues with Discord stream quality as well, so it's not always necessarily better.
Okay.
But let me know what you see here, right? Hack on Ryan, totally fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I am in the open again.
Yes. So like at this point in time, we need to start considering setting up the next engage, setting up your next pressure cycle. Instead, you see?
Yeah.
Not good. And then you feel even when you're not dying for it, you have like this spidey sense that goes, I shouldn't be here. But then what happens is then you make the appropriate action, but you never ever adjust what's causing that spidey sense to go off in the first place.
Yeah.
You see that? It's like, ow,
Yeah,
this
I
is
need
hot.
to-
You don't
yeah.
burn your hand because you always pull your hand back, but you keep putting it on the hot stove over and over and over again. You know?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Right. This is silly. To be frank, this is just jumping in. I don't think this is gonna do anything as long. And the other thing too is like, okay, you were thinking, I'm gonna zone backline while we punish Shrine, right? Well, once again, what's the problem with how you do that perfectly reasonable play? What's the problem with this?
I gave up high ground.
Well, you just kind of jump into them, right? You just kind of jump into them. Now you're actually using covers, so we're revolving up a level, but you just kind of jump in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, terrifying. And you know, Hanzo can wall climb, so. Oh gosh, terrifying. Ah!
Well, this was a bit ballsy on my end.
You know what? Do you notice that all the ballsy plays in the world are still paying off? What has been the consistent theme between these two ridiculously ballsy, stupid plays? Watch. Look at how you positioned. You see this?
Cover.
Yeah, and then again here. What the heck are you doing? And then whoop, whoop. A little bit of 80-80 strafe. You see this? There it is. Where was that? Where was that? The rest of the entire defense, you know? It's like when you're in like these 1v1 modes, your mind is like cover, 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 right? But then you just kind of turn it off afterwards. Okay. Okay, let's go. Now the funny thing is this is the Sombra difference right here. Now they have gone Reaper. Reaper is kind of annoying for you to deal with, right? Not exactly a target that you can just immediately punish, right? They've removed an assassination target. But why are you happy about the Reaper swap nonetheless? Consider this from a big picture perspective for your team.
Let's see.
You may not know the answer to this.
They were on Soldier 76, so they can hold down lanes less well, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, to be frank with you, this was kind of a niche question. I don't know why I asked it, but basically the TLDR is that Reaper is horrible versus Orisa. Orisa is the best tank in the game versus Reaper. Like it's actually impossible for Reaper to do anything versus Orisa. So you've bullied them into an unoptimal swap, and so even if yes you can't do as much, you've done your job. You kind of see what I'm saying? So now it's like there's one fewer target for you to assassinate, but hey, look at this. Cover. I don't love the translocator placement, but do you see what I'm talking about? Like even a Hanzo is it's awkward for him. He doesn't like it. It's like look how much damage you're doing per bullet. Like it's actually unbelievable how much damage you're doing per bullet on him. I will say if you had better scouting information, where would you have gone, or who would you have gone for? You see it?
The Ana.
Yeah.
Because you push her off high ground or get a pick.
Right, exactly. Better matchup for you, right? Better matchup.
Yeah.
And even with the Ana though, cover is crucial, right? Because if that sleep dart comes off cooldown, you want to be able to react to it. You don't want it to be a mechanics test. Like a good Sombra never really gives a chance for an Ana to hit the sleep dart because she just always plays in a position where she can just duck behind a cover when she sees the animation.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm behind cover. I pinged him out for the team. This is the kill I'm most proud of this game.
Yeah, this is really just like the Hog situation. It's the same point of the map. Like even if that Hanzo is walked forward here, what are they going to do about this? you know? Oh, crap. One other thing to do as well. You just said ping. Actually, unbelievably important that you're doing that as Sombra. Anybody that's like really, really important on the battlefield, spam the crap out of ping. Ping, 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 ping. On over here. Ping, ping, ping. There's a flanking DPS over here. Like, that's actually so good for you to be doing. I almost totally forgot. I don't talk about pinging enough, actually, now that I think about it. But that is a really, really good skill to use.
Are we still fighting?
Okay, let's see what we got. Like right here, you could ping this, you know? Say guys are setting up on high ground. It's good to know. Because you got nothing else better to do right now, right? So downtime, utilize it for pinging. And Hanzo here,
info.
Anna's here, right, exactly. Diva's up top. Nah. And here's the Diva off opportunity, right? Where you could go, okay, backline assassination, probably the best thing you could do. But if you can get here, what can you do from this position with better cover?
I can punish the shit out of that Diva.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Absolutely. Okay. And this is what we want to see. Okay, so let's see what we do here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Whoops, wrong person. Oh, yes. Oh,
But
no.
Suzu's. I was ashamed of this one because I should have baited out Suzu before I told them to go for this.
Yeah, well, how would you bait out Suzu?
True. Backline assassination.
Yeah, threaten a backline assassination. 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's it. And
The
then,
second I heard that fucking bell, I was like, I'm an idiot.
yeah, that is actually really disgusting.
Because this would have been great without the Suzu.
This would have been, it would have been over. Good gosh, man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Man, that Arista gets blown up. How does she get blown up? Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, GG's. Darn you! Okay, we keep going.
I could have just got behind cover there, but I don't know why I felt like showboating there. I don't know. There's no point to it at all.
just to be a little flashy.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it again here, right? Like, again, we're front lighting, but at least what can you do from here?
I can punish the Diva.
Right, you can act the
Diva. There's that corner right there. And
right, exactly.
Bar or whatever it's called.
Right, exactly. So I'm going to give you more freedom with like deciding what's the best play in each situation, obviously. I think you can kind of make that call yourself. But all I'm going to ask is that whatever you choose, that you're actually doing it properly. Like what you're doing right here. Yeah, like, do you see that? You just walk into Hanzo.
I crossed into the open.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why it feels so spooky. The play itself is fine. You could punish, like, Sombra is excellent at punishing isolated targets and punishing over-aggression. From anything. But when you walk into the open like that, you turn your back to the range threats. I will say this is pretty funny. Hanzo, okay, yeah. Anyway, let's just go up here.
Yeah, I was.
I don't think you saw him actually. Yeah, okay. Let's Reaper should die. Oh, good, okay.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was trying to do the old 1v4.
Yeah. You see it.
Yeah.
Get that Spidey sense rolling. On the wall. On the wall. Again, what you're doing is fine. But no. Oh, this ought to be good. Ha! Cover. Like, as soon as you get this hack off here, you hug the wall. You know what I'm saying? Hug the wall. It's really killing your uptime.
And I assume if I ever do climb,
That's
I'm just gonna get fucking melted.
Probably, yeah.
There.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
Hey, check out the comp. Now, obviously, Sombra's kind of a little trickier here because there's fewer flanks, you know what I'm saying? The sightlines are longer.
Yeah.
But lots and lots of options for backline here.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
again,
register the Widow here.
This is where pinging is really important too, because if you can call this is where Widow is, that's like actually really, really important for your team. Same thing with Ash.
Yeah. That should have been maybe in that cubby.
Yeah, you might just needed to wait until they cross the here because you don't have cover here. You know what I'm saying? So there's just no good solution here. Or set up on the ash from here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this isn't as good as, like, I would say second point with how you can set up, because you are further out in the open. Like, there's just fewer covers, for lack of a better term. But yeah, no, not the same.
Yeah. Good.
I mean, there it is, right? I don't even think you saw her.
Yeah, I didn't know that a widow until that moment there.
Because the timing, if we look at the timing of it, this is great, right? So, okay, let me clarify. It's not perfect, but it's fine, right? It's fine.
Right.
You guys force bubble, you're winning the frontline trade, monkey's out, your team is safe, we're walking forward, but your uptime could have been higher and your risk would have been lower with just simply better cover usage. It's not flashy, it's not sexy, but it's crucial.
Damn.
It's like the complete opposite of me, so. Okay, okay, sorry. A little bit of a boomer joke there, sorry. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. If you can set up in their backline, I mean, obviously it's gonna be good. I don't know if you're gonna be able to do that in this point, but okay, sure, I respect it. Okay, let's see what happens. Nice. Probably still would have hacked, but yeah.
Okay.
I know you're thinking like, oh, I can just line up the headshots, but I honestly, that might be one situation maybe where you don't hack, where they're just scoped in at point blank.
Yeah, and that was my thing. I was like, I can just land 10 extra shots or something on their head instead.
True. But everything else, please hack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You're killing me. Love it, but why? Why? Just you gain nothing from being there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gain actually nothing.
Okay. I need to be very aware because
Yeah.
I'm repeatedly making that mistake.
Yes. Oh, I love that noise. Translocator placement's pretty garbage. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
I was waiting for that, but yeah, okay.
I remember thinking to myself it was going to happen as it happened. This is tragic.
Keep this in mind.
This is tragic.
Yeah, do you see what you did not do here?
Cover?
Well, yes, but also look at this. Look at the Kitsune.
Yeah.
I think you can cancel the cast, but I don't think you can cancel it once it's already out. Do you see?
Yeah.
Something good to know. But yeah, cover usage for sure. Obviously, Monkey gets nanoed, but, you know, shouldn't have died for it. And the problem here, too, as well, is it's not the EMP, it's not the Monkey focus. It's this, and then it's the lack of cover, and it's so incredibly important that you get that now, because that's the wrong button. That really killed the dramatic build. Okay, this is the button we want to know if that's the wrong button too. Okay, third time's a charm. There it is. Okay, dramatic. Actually, that's not even the right one at all. This is the right one here. Okay, there it is. I'm done. I give up. You see it. Okay, yeah.
I knew what you were going for.
Yeah. Thanks. Guess I'll be all evening, unfortunately. Okay.
The drama happened in my mind still.
That's awkward. There. Yep. There is that. That's a ping, right? I assume.
Yep.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yep.
I wish I could get the audio cue for it. It's not giving me the audio cue, but yeah, that's excellent. Excellent job. All right, can we just talk about the real problem here? What a dull Sombra skin choice. Is this the Christmas one? What is this?
Peppermint 2016.
Ah, give me a break. Okay, 2016. Then I'll cut you some slack.
Yeah.
Is hacking the diva?
I mean,
useless?
I mean, people see where she is, but I mean, I'm not going to translocate up there to do anything to her. Especially with that looking at me.
Right, hacking the diva is fine. Just don't take shot, please. Like, if you're gonna hack the diva, it cannot be in a position like you could do like it here, you know. And unless there's proper on the enemy team gonna shoot you under the railings, then I think you're okay. Otherwise, set up for the backline. Go for a hack. Like think about this here, right? Go for assassination. So like I think your mindset and your positioning need to be are married and they're on your focus. So I'm not saying that your cover usage is bad here. I'm not saying your target priority / your play style is bad here. I think really both hand in hand need to be improved. You kind of see what I'm saying? It feels like it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It's like how your positioning affects how you play and so on. Let's watch a little.
Is that an Archer quote?
I don't know actually. What is Archer? Is that a comic strip?
It's a show.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah.
I'm here's where my show tastes are. It's like we've got like the Mentalist, Psych, like not Zoomer, but like millennial stuff, and then Andy Griffith, Dick Van Dyke, like old boomer stuff. There's nothing in between. There might as well be like a dead zone between like the 70s and 80s, and we got like the first couple of seasons of The Simpsons. You know what I'm saying? And that's like that's like my extent of 80s and 90s. Like even the funny thing is that even though you're on the back line here, this is still bad. Do you see? Because obviously no hack, which sucks, no cover, which sucks. But then it's to make matters worse. If I turn around, what's behind me?
I'm guessing Liana.
Yeah.
Or no.
Yeah, you see this? You've really not accounted for all threats, right? That's why cover's so important. You see that sleep dart? Just whizzed right past your head.
Yeah. Yep.
So like that's why I said it's not really just cover. It's like it's a little bit of both of how you're approaching it. I really want to see how this fight. We're going to go overtime with you. I don't even care. I just want to see. Okay, so I made a really big point out of saying pinging, but because I realized that pinging is not making noise in replay code, you might have been doing a great job at pinging. So potentially, nice job.
Yeah, I abuse the ping.
Good. Oh gosh. Okay. Nice. It's like good. What are you doing? Like, it's like you're just.
I got too greedy for it.
Like you're just dice rolling, really, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Where's the Spidey sense? Oh my gosh. Oh no. We've really. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just replacing my coaching feedback with guttural noises at this point. Holy crap.
Yeah, I
Okay.
even in the moment I was like, yeah, this is dumb. I'm doing it.
Everybody's had moments like that where you're like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it. Why is my hand pressing the button? Stop.
At some point in time, you just double down on it.
Yeah, that's true. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. GG's. All right. What are you seeing?
Horrible use of cover.
Okay. And why is that bad? Besides, I die more because lack of cover. What's the real crime here?
Less uptime.
Right. Okay. We talked about that being married to playstyle, right? What did I mean by that? Can you possibly decipher the hieroglyphics that come out of my throat?
So playstyle. I actually don't know. I was trying to figure that out earlier when you said it. So I assume playstyle you're talking about, transitioning between taking angles on the front line and trying to punish them, or trying to, get kills or at least ult charge on the back line.
Exactly.
Pull aggro and maybe cooldowns.
Now, why does the positioning tie in with that so heavily? Consider the Roadhog, remember?
Well, because I can stay, my uptime will increase if I'm, playing cover and making the correct decision at the correct time.
Yep, the positioning is so important for you because if you are on the front line, you are exposing yourself to fire without actually looking at it. You kind of see what I'm saying? When you're assassinating somebody, your positioning might suck, but at least you can see what's shooting at you. The risk that we've seen several times here is where you will play for the punish in the front line, but because you're positioning out in the open in such a way that Ana, Widow, Hanzo, Ashe, and so on can force your locator or kill you because you can't see them. So it's not just
makes
uptime.
sense.
It's also you need to be able to like you either need to keep your threats on your screen, or you need to make sure that you are playing where you are not on your threat screen. Does that kind of make sense?
Okay.
Either I can see my threats or my threats can't see me. One or the others in terms of how I play. That's the key thing.
Okay.
But really cover is the solution with both of those. But it's not just simply play near cover, because sometimes there's good cover and there's bad cover. Like we said, remember when you dropped and you went to hack and punish the Widow here recently, and you were like positioned here?
Yeah.
That's bad. Being here probably would have been better, but you still would have had Ana behind you. So then the solution wasn't just more cover; it was also this or this. You know what I'm saying? So not just considering cover, but considering who can see me from this position. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more nuanced than that. And this is a big thing to consider. This and timing, which for you was mostly good. I think that is always something you can work on, but I think it wasn't your weakest point. That's Sombra. Like that is Sombra. That is what the hero does. That is everything around Sombra is positioning and timing. And for Sombra, the positioning is a lot more nuanced than it is with a lot of other heroes, because you can have really two entirely different playstyles available to you at any point in time. And it's going to depend on the map. It's going to depend on the timing of do I have time to set up? It's going to depend obviously on enemy composition. That's probably the number one thing. So there's it's a simple thing, but it's also going to take you a long, like there's so much depth to it. You know what I'm saying? That you can experiment with and toy with and yeah. The only other thing I'd add in there is let's try and break that EMP habit whenever you can. Use your judgment. Sound good?
Absolutely.
Do you have any other questions related to Sombra or unrelated to Sombra?
I mean, I really just have to make a conscious. I mean, I've got 6 years of good and bad habits to work through here. So I'm gonna have to make it's gonna take a lot of conscious effort to drive out some of these habits.
Sure. Lots of good things to say about your Sombra, though. I'm really pleased that you seemed like you were definitely like trying to at least put a little bit of effort into your timing, and you definitely knew a couple of the nuances of like we saw some variety in your play as well. Like you weren't just one tricking a play style. You understood a little bit of the nuance, which makes sense. You've been playing the hero for a while, so there were some good things to say too. Your EMPs in terms of timing wise were really quite perfect. Just the execution just wasn't always super good.
Yeah.
Okay. If you do have any questions, DMs are open.
Absolutely. Honestly, probably most of my questions are going to be Tracer related, because that
sounds good.
I mean, she's got such a. I mean, there's so much to learn about Tracer.
Guess what? A lot of what we talked about in terms of the positioning and frontline versus backline applies there too.
Oh.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Awesome.
And especially the timing. Like you're talking about two extremely fragile flankers that have a lot of pressure and duel potential. But if your timing is bad, you're going to really struggle. So I think those are two great. I mean, it's not an accident that most Sombra players are also Tracer players and vice versa, right? It makes sense. Okay. If you have any questions, just shoot me a message. And otherwise, I'm looking forward to your Tracer questions. And like I said, shoot me a replay code with a Tracer. I'll look at a fight. I'll give you my thoughts on it. All right. Cheers, mate.
Absolutely.
See you, mate.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I should have said have a jolly rad time, but opportunity was missed. That was Jolly Rad Time, Sombra Extraordinaire. Hope you guys learned something from that. And like always, as I just said to Sojourn, it is always very fun and pleasant to go again at Sombra, a hero that we've already coached a couple times before, but there's a different nuance with it. It's a different nuance of how you can utilize cover to be able to accentuate how you play the hero. And obviously a King's Row is always fun. Okay, let's keep going here. We got one more session. When we have one more session soon, if Goobler is here, just let me know when you're ready, because we're going to be reviewing with Goobler, but Goobler was not going to be here just yet. So here's what we're going to do, chat. I drank a little bit of coffee. You're very welcome. So the result is predictable. I have to tinkle, to put it in layman's terms. So I'm going to run a 30-second ad so that I can tinkle, and so that we can disable pre-rolls for the next 10 minutes so that anybody jumps on stream, they won't have a pre-roll, right? So I'll get 15 cents of ad revenue, but most importantly, I will not annoy people clicking on the stream. So be back in 30 seconds. Do not buy anything that the ad runs here. Screw Twitch. I want you to actively avoid buying whatever this ad advertises. Well, that was it. That was relatively painless, I think. What did you guys get an ad for? Oops, they bought a timeshare from the ad? Ah, no! And what did you guys see? You actually joined the military. That's great. You didn't get an ad? Well, I guess you're just immune. All right. Okay, well, Goobler's here, so I guess we can go. Let's accidentally joined the military. Oh dear. Goobler, what's going on?
Yo, what's up, man?
How's it going? Doing pretty well, thank you. Getting your replay code pulled up here. Give me just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get started. So, why did you get coaching? What do you hope to get out of the session?
So I went from this season, I went from Plat 5 to Masters 5, and I am just missing something in the boat.
Dang. Okay.
Something messed up.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's something to do with macro because
Sure.
During some comps it's fine, like Zarya comps or rank comps. I know off angles and high grounds and that sort of thing. But these Winston comps, I just get fucked every time. Like this game, I just had 14 deaths, and then everybody else on my team was 8. I was just constantly just getting railed the whole game, and I just had no idea what to do.
What hero are you on?
Sojourn. I am Sim.
You are a Sim. That's funny. That's an ironic name, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Surely. Okay, let's get this set up. So you are Masters Sojourn. I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, definitely don't deserve Masters. I got kind of lucky with a win win streak, but it was
okay.
I don't know. It was cool. It was a
Well,
cool
I will
moment to
look
be
forward to coaching you, educating you, and then watching you plummet back down to the gutter where you belong. Let's
Well, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Already ahead of schedule.
Well, at least you'll be educated along the way. It'll be an educative ride down to the dumpster. Add Masters Sojourn. Okay. Okay. Let's look through your form. What do you hope to get out of the session? Ways to improve to get better at the game. Wow, how unique. Okay, let's keep going. You heard about me from YouTube. Sick. I got 9,000 subscribers now. Sick. All right, I'm nice. so glad. I also had a YouTube. My wife does all these stupid YouTube shorts, you know. I had this terrible realization that all these stupid YouTube shorts is 7,000 views. Let's see what the revenue is. Oh, literally 3 cents. Literally 3 cents.
That's terrible.
So yeah, it is what it is. Okay, what are your long-term goals? I want to get Masters. Ha! Okay, and after that, eventually get to GM and play for your college team. Well, congratulations on getting to your goal. That rings pretty hollow at the moment. But even the fact that you got on a lucky streak and were able to hit, what rank was it? Masters 5 for?
Masters 5.
Okay, that's still pretty good. You know, that's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, that would have been seemed completely out of reach before, right? So you're doing something right.
Completely.
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
I've been hard stuck Plat for years.
Okay.
And this season I just went from Plat.
Yeah. Chad is already saying judgmental E observations incoming. Yes, so prepare yourself. Okay, I'd have to eventually get to GM, okay, and play for your college team. So where do you go to college?
Oregon State.
Oregon State. What is the average SR of your team?
I have no clue.
You have no clue. So is that something you're planning on pursuing in the future, but you just don't have the time or capability to do now, or do you need to be a better player before that happens?
Kind of both.
Okay.
I'm, like, a little busy with school and stuff.
Got
so
it.
It's like kind of hard to do that right now. But
Got it. Okay. Well, good luck. Hopefully that works out. I mean, teams can vary, as obviously I'm sure you're aware with collegiate. So you right now could be the best player for a lot of collegiate teams, or you could be by far the worst for a lot of collegiate teams as well. And the funny thing is you can't really tell. The bigger the college doesn't necessarily mean the better the esports team, at least right now.
Okay.
But yeah, you probably are already familiar with that. Let's hop into your goals, or the way you're training, in terms of how your goals may be in terms of feasibility. I try to play 8 games a day. Don't always get that many, but you try. That's the shortest message I've ever received in this question, but it's straight to the point. Now, you try to play 8 games a day. Don't always get that many, but I try. It is straight to the point, but somehow is also communicates nothing. That's like saying, I try to do a good... How often are you getting 8 games a day? How often are you not getting 8 games a day? Not to be callous and cold, but that's kind of where we're at right now. So you tell me.
Okay, I do. So I was doing 8 games a day for like every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was pretty consistent with that. Like Hello Weekend, I skipped
What is pretty
games
consistent
and
with
stuff. It's like, that's most weeks is every day of the week I'm doing
Great.
8 games a day.
Okay.
And then now though I'm kind of like, I don't know, I've been burnt out because I've gone on like 12-game losing streak. I just can't win a game.
Ouch.
So I've been struggling to get to 8 games. But
Okay.
I think I'm gonna get back into it.
Okay.
Again.
Okay. Are you one-checking Sojourn right now?
Kind of.
It's
It's like for the most part I am, but like I'll flex on the soldier, and just do better.
Sojourn.
Yeah, I can't fucking.
I do the same thing. Mainly soldiers, some Genji, Widow, and Hanzo, though, you say in your hero pool. So what's up with that?
I'm trying to learn Widow again. So I was really good at Widow, and then I had to change my sense because it was just way too slow. It was hurting my arm. And so now I'm just trying to get the Widow back to where it was. And then...
So why Soldier?
Soldier is just like... For me, it's just easier because I have like decent aim for Soldier. And so it's like I can just consistently do more damage and consistently like contribute. Where sometimes I feel like on Sojourn, it's like sometimes I'm just missing, you know what I mean? And it's like I just can't do anything. And Soldier kind of helps that because it's more consistent. If that makes sense.
It does. Okay. We'll talk more about that in a second. Your hero pool still says in your form, though, Genji, Widow, Hanzo. Is that something that's still actively updated?
Not as much. Like, I'll play a little bit of Hanzo, and then Genji's like, I'm just throwing shit at the wall, really, because I suck dick at Genji.
So why would you ever play it? Do you enjoy Genji, or like...
I do enjoy a lot of Genji, but so sometimes I feel like I'm just not able to play with my team enough, and then Genji will like give me that ability. So sometimes it'll actually just work out just because I can play quicker with my team. I can be more aggressive. So
your hero pool is a mess. We've got trying to get better at Sojourn, but then you play Soldier. And do you really love Soldier, or is it just it's the hero which just feels consistent?
I think, I don't know. It's a love and hate thing, I guess. Like if I were to play a lot of Soldier, I would get bored as shit.
Okay. And then you're trying to get better at Widow, and you love Widow. You were a good Widow. You enjoy Genji.
I don't know. Widow's kind of a Soldier thing. But Genji and Tracer I do enjoy.
Oh, Tracer, why not? Come on in. You ever seen that that duck? Have you ever seen there's an old movie called Duck Soup with the Marx Brothers?
Like, no movies.
Okay, you've seen no movies. There's a great scene where they're all like in this this cabin and on this cruise ship, right? And there's just like the mechanic comes in to fix something, and then the maid comes in, and then they bring food in, and then they come in with this, and somebody's missing. And basically, this room is just jam packed, and then it's just like, yo, do you have any room here? No, come on in. You know, that's your hero pool right now. So like, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. All right, now Hanzo, why not? Tell me about Hanzo, please. I'm all ears.
Okay, so for like literally Overwatch, all of Overwatch, when I've been like a Hanzo main and done nothing but suck dick and plat forever. So then every once in a while, I'll just like pull out the Hanzo for old time's sake.
So you love Hanzo, but that's like the dark times for you.
Yeah, you could say that. And
Okay.
like I'll pull him out on some map. Like Eichenwald first point.
Okay.
I just love playing Hanzo.
Well, I'm gonna be the first to officially certify with a giant suck of a hero pool.
Yeah.
It sucks. Like it really does suck. Like it's not like we're not like plat border, hard stuck gold plays every rank, every role, which I've coached plenty of those people. But at least with those people, they're doing it because they're just not super intense about the game. You're out here in like Masters 5 and you still haven't figured this crap out, so like shame on you. So
I mean, okay. To be fair, I have
go
like
ahead.
45 hours on Sojourn and then like 3 hours on like every other hero. So
okay.
it's like
So that's fine, but that's still an investment, right? And I think it's still an investment. But the other thing too is it's like you don't have any logic or rhyme or reason for like what you're trying to do moving forward. So like cause the thing is like you also have to think for the future as well. Not to be corny about this, but okay, Sojourn gets nerfed tomorrow. Jeff Kaplan arises from the grave, consumes Microsoft and Blizzard Corporation single-handedly, and balances Sojourn out for everybody, right?
mm-hmm.
What's your plan? You don't have one, do you?
Yeah.
Like, what would you do? So it's not just that I'm a Sojourn one trick. It's also like, okay, that's good. You're getting a lot of reps in Sojourn. We're all happy and dandy. But then what happens when that happens? Genji, Widow, Hanzo, Tracer, Soldier?
Yeah.
You have no flipping idea. You don't have a secondary or a tertiary hero or a backup plan or any sort of mental hierarchy. So for me, I'm an idiot, okay? But even I know that, again, if you had to hold me at gunpoint, and I had a one-trick DPS, I would be like, all right, I'm gonna play Genji. I might play a little bit of Sojourn for fun, and if Genji gets nerfed, I'll probably end up going towards the sniper direction because I enjoy playing those heroes. I'm not gonna play Bastion. I'm not gonna play Junkrat. I'm not gonna play this. But I have an idea of where I'd go. You have no flipping idea.
Yeah.
Which is not bad, but it is bad if you're playing 8 games a day. So what I would do is seriously just sit and think, and then experiment a little bit. Be like, what heroes do I really actually enjoy right now? What heroes do I really? If Sojourn gets insta-locked or I can't play Sojourn, what am I going to play instead? Mm-hmm. What are my checklists? Not just because it's fun, but also because like I want to get better at this hero. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because right now it's a real mess. It's a real mess.
Yeah.
Okay. I am pleased to hear that at the very least you've chopped out the low-hanging fruit, which is that you're getting the vast majority of your hours in Sojourn. That's great. But like besides that, okay, what's the next plan? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Always lean into what's fun for you, obviously. You try to play 8 games a day. Well, we really got off topic, didn't we? Don't always get that many, but I try. Okay, so you were saying that for the most part you were relatively consistent with that. Recently you got tilted, got frustrated, haven't been as consistent recently. Yeah. And then we started to talk about the hero pool. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, you tell me. You got into Elo heaven first off, probably.
Yeah, right? I did.
So now you're dealing with the consequences of that. How did you handle that loss streak?
It was like fine at first, but after the losses kept stacking up, I actually just started raging in the game for the first time in like forever, where I was just genuinely angry at the game. And that hasn't happened in a long time, so that was rough.
That's
and
always
I felt like I was just like, it wasn't just that I was just losing. It was like I was actively getting worse at the game. So it was just like everything just stacking on top.
Mm-hmm. You got lucky. You got fortunate. You started to get confident. You played with confidence. Then you kind of overshot. Yeah, and you realized, man, I'm not this good. And then wait, now I suck. Now I really suck. You lose confidence, and then you start playing not just worse because you're playing like at the level where you should be playing, but you actually overcompensated in the wrong direction.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just like, even like, because before I would like actively aggress and try to take high grounds and take power positions, but it was like I was just becoming like so scared to take duels. So it was like, just like not getting any value out of my character.
Let me give you a little scenario here, because this is something that might happen again. Or you might get put into a lobby where you're the lowest ranked player, right? Or you feel like you're being death kept. So you are a Gold Mercy main, beta male, queuing with a Masters Genji one trick and a plat lobby. How do you win the game as a gold Mercy main with a Masters player in a plat lobby? How do you win that game?
On Mercy?
Sure.
I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about Mercy, so maybe.
What's your mentality? Your entire mentality with that approach?
Okay. I think I play closer to my healers or my DPS,
Yeah.
and I play around them.
Yeah, you don't die.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't die.
Yeah.
If you don't feed, you're gonna win the game because you got you got a Smurf on your team. It's over, right? So you just don't die and you win. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what's the problem with that? Do you learn anything from that experience?
No.
No, you learn nothing. You get no practice. You learn nothing. You get the giant, nice, juicy SR, but that's not how you're supposed to play Mercy. That's not how you're supposed to play any hero. Is to play like a complete beta, passive, and not do anything. You don't feed, but that's that. You learn nothing. You've done nothing. You've wasted time. Okay. So you are in Elo heaven, and you're playing in a lobby where you don't belong, and you're gonna lose.
Yep.
If you play passively, now you're no longer with a Smurf. Now that the lobby is kind of, sort of balanced, right? So if you play super passively, what happens?
I learn nothing.
You learn nothing, and guess what? You lose.
Yeah.
There's no Overwatch League
That makes sense.
tank mains super carry that's going to win the game for you, so you have to play. And yes, by playing, you might guarantee the loss because you truly don't belong there. But at the very least, while you're slipping and falling and looking like a jackass, you're learning something along the way.
Yeah.
If we were in a custom game, a pickup game, and there was 11 diamond players, well, I guess it's Overwatch 1, 2, or Overwatch 2 now, so there's 9 diamond players and 1 bronze player, and we were going to do that every single day for a week, the team that has the bronze player is always going to lose, almost always, right?
Yeah.
So the bronze player can either choose to then just guarantee the loss by just trying to not feed, or the bronze player can be like, this is a huge opportunity. I've got a whole week to playing with players that are way better than me. I'm going to feed my brains out trying to learn. But okay, yeah, I'm going to lose almost every single game, but at the very least, I'll get something out of it, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now. And you might continue to be at until we hit Diamond 5 or Plat 1, you know? But get something out of it. Because you're like, oh, I'm playing so badly. Okay, well, learn something. Practice something. Like, put yourself in these crazy situations. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I did to get out of Plat, actually.
Right?
Because I heard A10 talk about something. He's like, Overwatch is about mechanics, because people try to say it's not, but it's like about the right mechanics. So I was like, oh, so I need to take these positions and like learn the mechanics.
Yeah.
Learn how to do this.
Yeah.
So that kind of like resonated a lot. So that makes sense how that would help me play better in Masters.
Right. The worst advice out there is that you have to play differently in every single rank, and that you're not a good enough player to make that play. If you want to be a good enough player to make that play, how else are you going to learn to make that play by not actively trying to make that play and failing over and over and over again? Makes no sense.
That makes sense.
If you want to be that Masters player, play like a Masters player. Stop playing like a beta. Okay. What do you feel is holding you back? Mechanics and understanding of the game. That is the perfect answer. That is like every time I ask that question, I either get mechanics or understanding. You gave me both. What do you mean by that? Obviously, we talked a little bit about mechanics, but break that one down for me, and then break down what do you mean specifically by understanding of the game.
So in terms of Masters, I feel like I'm definitely lacking in the mechanics, and I need to work on my mechanics, which is fine because that'll just come because I do a lot of warm up and like try hard FFA.
Oh shoot!
Sort of thing.
Shoot! I did not even ask about that. Yeah, how is that for your warm up?
Okay, so I do like I do the custom game codes with like, the people just walking around.
Yeah.
So I'll do that for like 10 minutes on Sojourn, and then like Widow maybe, and then I'll go to tryhard FFA and I'll do that for like 10 minutes, and then I'll play an unranked game, and then I'll go into comp.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
And then your mechanics. So start with that. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. So just my like shooting mechanics are just they're rough. For Masters at least. Like I can get away with it in Diamond, but definitely need to increase those. And then also like I noticed because I've auto-reviewed this game already, and there's times when I just slide, and like the slide is good timing, except I just slide completely away from my team and just isolate myself for no fucking reason.
So you just mess it up?
Yeah, so I just fuck it up, and then Like there's just so many times where I do that, and then my E usage is also just rough.
Okay. Okay.
I've been trying to learn how to do better E's, but like I get it against like a Ryan or a Zarya comp where you're supposed to like split off the team or like use it aggressively. But like in these Winston comps, it's like always confusing for me because they're never like, one unified unit walking in. It's like they're diving in.
Sure. So, and this is what we're
And
going to
so
look
it's
at
like-
as well, right? This is a Winston
Yeah.
comp? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And so it's like it's always rough for me to find how to get value, like good
Sure.
value out of my E during
Sure.
versus these comps.
Okay, and that kind of, we're already kind of bleeding into the understanding side of things. I
Yeah,
assume.
exactly.
Right, okay.
And then, so for mechanics, that's about it. I mean, I'm like, okay, I'm not bad for
Okay,
mechanics. for
and then
grinding.
elaborate more on the understanding since we're already kind of leaning in towards that.
Yeah, so it feels like these games, like it feels like I'm just missing something about the game. Like I just keep dying over and over, and I just have no idea where to be or how to not die.
Okay, so that's too high. Need to figure out what I'm missing for that. Okay.
Yeah, or it feels like it's either my deaths are too high or they're like just so ridiculously low that I'm just like not doing anything for the team. Like I'm never taking any fights.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always like hiding, or it's like I'm taking every fight and I'm just always dying,
Mm-hmm.
or like I'm always getting dove. Like this game, I just get dove every time, and I just don't know what to do or why I'm so isolated.
Okay. Well, perfect. So we'll try and find some balance between the two extremes. See if we can learn something between the two extremes, and then if you have any questions, just let out a blood-curdling scream, and we'll go from there. Sound good?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. I'm going to start the stream on Discord, so you have something to look at, and you can enjoy the horrific Discord stream quality. If it's so bad that you can't see anything, just holler, and I will do nothing because there's nothing I can do. What is Sojourn good at?
He's good at like holding it up. He's also good at getting picks, like charging shot and then getting a pick.
Give me 1 second. I forget that whenever I start streaming on Discord, it's another feature. Your audio plummets in terms of level. It's really annoying. Continue, sorry.
I can't see this. Oh wait, here it is.
There you go.
But yeah, really good at picks, really good at holding off angles. E is like a big.
Say that again?
I think E is like a huge ability in that like you can split a team, so like you can actually progress with it.
Are you speaking directly into your mic right now?
Yeah.
That's super strange. So whenever I start the replay and it starts playing, your audio just plummets in quality. I
so
hate
weird.
Discord so much, man. Like, I hate this stupid program. All right, give me the ABCs really quick. Let me test this out. Speak directly into the mic. ABC, go.
ABC. ABC.
Some more.
ABC.
Okay, so it's good as long as you speak really clearly. But yeah, okay. This is phenomenal. Professional level coaching stream. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, yeah, agreed. 100% picks, ease, yada yada yada.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here. Now, to be very clear, we talked about a little bit about this D before yesterday. Sojourn is by far her biggest strength when it comes to like compositional flexibility. I mean, obviously E and right click if you break down the micro, but like where her like utility, where her signature is that she is just so flippin' flexible. They're like, if you look at the enemy composition and you're like, would you want to play Cassidy into this? Right? Would you want to play Ashe? No. Widow? No. Soldier? Not really, right? We don't have a hit scan hero in the game that has been able to ever play against a composition like this and feel relatively comfortable outside of like when like Brig was OP or BAP was OP or some sort of ridiculous sustain. We've never had a hero that could just through her own kit can play well against very mobile compositions until we've seen Sojourn, right? So let's
exactly.
That's what we try and leverage, right? It's like versus this composition, are you going to be getting crazy fat juicy E's and wonderful trillions and thousands of headshots? Maybe not. But you're also the hero that just is going to be able to do consistent pressure and not die.
Okay.
That's what we're kind of looking at. And then if you flip it, if this was like, let's put it this way, this was like a Widowmaker BAP Zen comp, maybe on a different map, right? Then what does Sojourn have that other hit scans don't have?
she can like just pick anybody she wants, and she
Right,
has like so
right.
much damage
Right,
potential.
right. And not only that,
Versus
but you
comps.
have the ridiculous level of mobility. You can go balls to the
Yeah.
wall aggression, take any flank, any angle that you want, take away the entire map, play almost like a soldier tracer in terms of flank style, and you can't get punished for it. So,
Yeah,
all right,
that makes
let's check this. So yeah, not a great position for you given where the enemy team was.
Yeah.
What do you think about your E?
Can you go back a second? It's like
Sure.
the stream fucked up.
Shocking, really.
Okay, I can like barely see it. I think I'm being predictive with it because I'm low health.
Yeah.
And I know the Genji's gonna dash in.
Right.
So it's like I'm just using it to protect myself.
Sure. Does it do that?
Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, look at
But
the
not
Genji, right? You
a
force the
lot, but
Winston
yeah.
out, you break bubble, Genji dashes in, and then now Genji's caught. Now, I think placing it a little bit closer towards the Winston would have been better, but it does the
Okay.
job, right? It does the job, doesn't it? It saves your life.
Yeah, it does.
And that right there, this fight is like a perfect little micro. What is it? Was not a microcosm, little ecosystem. Anyway, it's a perfect example of what Sojourn's good at, right? You got away, you eat the floor, the dive failed, they died for it. That's it. By the way, if it is truly really bad, you can go onto the Twitch stream. You'll have to deal with a little bit of delay.
Okay.
Just holler, and I will adjust accordingly.
Okay.
Probably would not shoot this here because he's so low. There's no point railgunning. Just shoot this guy.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Makes
saying?
sense.
Yeah. That way you get you get the kill and you get like 45, 50 charge maintained for the next kill.
Okay. I think I'm gonna move over to the stream. It's
Sounds
like,
good.
really bad.
That's fine.
Okay.
Going somewhere?
Now this is pretty ballsy.
Yeah. I have full cooldowns though, so I thought it's like a good idea. And they're isolated over here.
What do you think
so
about your
it's
E?
I think it gets fucked up here and doesn't place well, but I think I also get the Lucio in it, so it's like it might be all right. But I feel like I could have got both if I aimed a little bit better.
So let's not think about like the mechanics of it, because obviously the mechanics could always be better. But what do you think about the intention of this E?
I feel like this is good. If I'm gonna take an aggressive play, it's like this works well
Right.
to get a pick.
Did you see my first Sojourn review today? Probably not, 'cause you were
No, I
working.
did
Okay.
not.
We talked about
Yeah.
actually it was coincidentally a Master Sojourn, and it was the same kind of thing with the. It was always thinking about not just about like does it split the back line or not, did you waste it? It was are you going to do something by pressing this cooldown? Are you going to push forward? Are you going to kite? Is this keeping you alive? Does it actually accomplish something? And yes, this E does. So yes,
Okay. Dope.
not perfectly placed, but we're okay with that. All right, let's see what we got. And you see this here. This is Sojourn right now. Now you guys have I don't know why you guys lost so quickly, but that happened. Okay, but you've charged up your shot. A Genji's on top of you. He now has to be scared. And you also have your E again too. So probably would just die here. Maybe go for the kill. But yeah, okay. So I think reasonably okay. Nothing super good. Nothing super bad. Let's keep watching. We want to make sure that there's we want to try and focus on the low-hanging fruit, right? We don't want to obsess with the details super early. I didn't even see what you. Oh, your shot decayed. I was like, why? Oh, your shot decayed. Okay. So I spoke about this with the previous Sojourn. You have to use your shift as a defensive cooldown, obviously, most times. But it is such a good defensive cooldown that you can do what's called, I mean, maybe this is kind of like what we're talking about, like where there's a little bit of hesitancy. I think you could be more egoed here, to be frank. I think you could be walking forward, and as long as you're careful of Ana, Sleep Dart, there is no range that you need to respect here. And if they dive you, you just shift out, you survive, and they've traded cooldowns for cooldowns, right?
Okay.
The Dallas freaking Fuel just played up against Shock and Fearless on the record said that, oh man, we were really trying to punish Sojourn, like dive Sojourns, and it just wasn't working. You just can't do it very easily unless they have like a primal or something to pursue. And the reason why this is a problem for you is, what do you lose? Now, obviously, I'm not saying push up to here now, but like, look at this, like right, a little bit of stream delay, so I'll wait. But like, do you see the problem with where you are right now? What's the problem with this? It's just a small detail that's off.
I don't know. I feel like I'm walking up. I don't know. I could be more aggressive.
You could be slightly more aggressive,
Yeah.
putting out slightly more damage, and building your shot slightly faster. Do you see that? That's a lot of slightlys that adds up to a not so slightly. And the thing is by doing that, you put out more pressure. They will either be forced to give up space, in which case you get the advantage for free, or they'll be forced to dive. But remember, you don't care. You're very happy and very comfortable with them diving.
Okay. Makes sense.
But you should already have you should have already have farmed a shot and used a shot at this point in time.
Okay. Yeah.
This is what we call, I guess the best term of this is like a passive advantage, where you are playing in a position that forces the enemy team to respond, but you have used no cooldowns. You kind of see what I'm saying? You force them to respond, but you have used nothing. You have just walked forward with your positioning and with your gun, and that forces a response. Like, this E in theory isn't bad, but because you're playing it so passively, you're not able to place it where you want it to be. So then what ends up happening is it doesn't actually hit the target that you want it to be, and then you also don't have it for defensive purposes for playing aggressively, right? So I would prefer you to play this more aggressively than you are. Obviously, I know you're a little bit behind here, but this shot in the tracer also kind of sucks as well.
Yeah.
A little bit rushed. She blinks out. You don't even hit the shot. Because obviously a body shot in tracer, very, very, very good.
Yeah.
So did you see what's happened 2 fights in a row, by the way? The last fight, I won't blame you as much. But what is your impact been on this fight?
Nothing at all.
Nothing, right? You've not died, but you've done nothing about it at all. So that's the problem. You never really got your, like, I don't want you to go to the opposite extreme here, but like a really kind of fun way of thinking about it is, if you didn't get your shift forced as Sojourn into a dive comp, were you really doing anything? you know, like that you have the cooldown, abuse it, you know, because otherwise you're not going to be doing enough damage, because a Cassidy doesn't have that, but also a Cassidy doesn't have to play as aggressively as Sojourn to get damage done, right? He's got more consistent, better pressure. You need to be playing in a way to get your shift forced, because otherwise you're not going to be doing enough damage.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the plat stagger, and we keep going.
Okay.
And there it is. You can kind of start to see it here, right? You got a lot of pressure on that monkey. The E was good. Now you have shot. There's the brilliant shot on the tracer there. She's gonna die, or she's gonna be 1 HP. That's really good. This is really good.
Okay.
But honestly, it was kind of handed to you because the enemy team went hyper aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So then obviously you just needed to do what you did. But okay, let's everyone's favorite Lucio stall spot. Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
So is this about like reading where the monkey is to know when I can be more aggressive?
I think it's about playing aggressively, but knowing I know where I'm going to go if I get pushed.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then,
so like have an escape route.
Yeah, always have an escape route, and then make the enemy team always overextend for that, because that's what's frustrating about Sojourn. That's like the Dallas Fuel thing I was talking about with Fearless, where it's like it feels like Proper shouldn't get away with it on the Sojourn, but he somehow does, because he just always has the shift. He always has the shift, and then it's just every time we jump, we trade a jump, a bubble, a dash, a blink for a Sojourn shift, you know? And then she throws her E down. She already has a charged shot because she was playing aggressively, and then we just get slammed, you know? As long as you can't get, like, sniped or whatever, then it's the punishment for you being too aggressive is so low. Oh! Was that the attempt at the short jump? You know that tech, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to like learn it
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I just figured it out as a thing. And
Yeah.
I was like so pissed off because I couldn't get high grounds and
Yeah.
every other Sojourn could, and I was just
Yep.
so confused.
Yep. It is a little bit trickier than you think, but yeah, just keep
Yeah.
practicing.
Okay.
For those in chat that don't know, it's you jump into the shift immediately and then jump again. It gets you just a little bit more of a height. Like it's weird, but it gets you a little bit extra height. Okay, let's because like even here, your Reaper's kind of trolling the lobby, but just walk up to here. Just shoot. Make them dive, then back out, right? You back out. Where's my supports? Where can I disengage to? Where's please respect cover, right? I don't want you, open, but yeah.
Okay.
Not the best shot. Feels kind of lazy, to be honest with you. It feels like you're just kind of using shot, but you're getting lazy. This is not the problem with this. Is I had an Ana I reviewed on Hollywood who was doing this kind of a thing with her sleep darts, where she just would see a red and she just kind of throw it in their general direction. But if we slow this down, I know you're a little bit behind on stream, but if you slow this down, he's clearly been dropping for like the last quarter second, but you did not adjust your crosshair whatsoever.
Yeah, I've been trying to work on that.
Yeah.
Like slowly taking better shots tracking more.
If you were in Vaxta or Deathmatch, you would this would never have happened. You would have at least come closer to hitting that shot. This is you getting lazy or not dealing with the pressure of the game very well.
Yeah, this game I definitely did not deal with the pressure well. Like it actually made me rush like a lot of my shots.
But remember what we talked about, right? You are a passive, ice cold. You don't care.
Yeah.
You don't care. You don't care if you get blown out 0-2, don't win a single team fight, 1 kill, 15 deaths. If you got to practice what you practiced about, you play for yourself. You are a very selfish person in Overwatch because there's no downside to you not being. Like I'm playing in a flag football team right now, and there's like a lot of pressure because it's like I want to be passive and not care, but there's also like, dude, if I don't perform, maybe somebody takes my job, or I have to see these people every single. You have none of those downsides in an Overwatch game because you're just going to requeue and it doesn't matter, right? You're never going to see these people again. So there's no like actual social repercussions for playing to learn, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah.
So again here a little bit. I appreciate the cover usage, so I think you're doing okay. But do you see how like as chaotic as this feels, you're just not at any risk at all. Like yoink, okay, we're safe now. I think this is reasonable. Mid-fight, right? Good targets to shoot. Forces the primal, and now like real actual there it is, right? Real actual risk for the enemy team. Forces primal. Bang, huge body shot. But do you see the shot, the Lucio? Do you see this? Watch this. I know you're a little bit behind, but wait, right here. Watch this shot. You see that? He had clearly moved to the right, and you shot like that was literally 85-year-old grandpa reaction speed. But your reaction speed isn't that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
It's just we had the same thing with the previous Sojourn, just very lazy and/or rushed. No, give me a break. You're better than this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then immediately afterwards, your aim and reaction speed look great. Nice shot. Really, really nice shot. Nice shot. I think relatively outside of a couple of the shots, pretty darn good job.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I think we end up losing this fight.
Yeah, you end up losing. But I think we can be pretty pleased with your contributions this fight. But could be cleaner. Okay, so what are you seeing from the first round so far? What are you seeing?
Definitely need to be more aggressive and like use my ability. Like I always just use my slide as like if something happens, I just use it to get out. But it's like I need to use it as a tool to like get the team to engage.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right, exactly. It's you're using it correctly, but you're not leveraging it in the same way.
Yeah.
It's like it's a safety net. So let's put it this way: if you are an acrobat training without a safety net, you have to be very cautious. But if you're an acrobat training with a safety net, then you can start going for much more higher risk like routines, because
Okay.
if things go wrong, you will always have something to fall back onto. And the real danger is that the way the game is balanced is heroes that have those fallbacks generally need to be playing more aggressively, otherwise they will not do as good as heroes with without fallbacks, like glass cannons, right? Widowmaker doesn't have very good defensive cooldowns, so she is very lethal. I mean, you're a little overtuned, to be honest with you. Sojourn is definitely overtuned. But if you really want to leverage min-max everything you get out of the hero, you should be leveraging the fact that you have that get out of jail free card. And right now, I don't think you're doing it as much as you could, even though it is a full dive comp. Even though it is a full dive comp, I think you can. It's all about how much aggressive can I use without using a single cooldown.
Okay.
In theory, E was good there. It's fine. It's fine to use E on a dive, but obviously, like, this is the Korean. I was talking about this earlier. I think some Korean contenders players are doing this. We saw Edison doing this a lot too. I mean, Frank, this sucks. They're wrong. This is not how you use E.
Yeah.
You need to hit the target or don't use it at all. Bubble breaks instantly anyway. It's free charge. No reason for this whatsoever.
Okay. Makes sense.
Because right now, what would you doing? Like, remember, combine our E usage strategy with your mentality of how you should be playing when you have shift. What should you be doing right now?
I should be poking. Like, I should be more aggressive here.
Yes, ego. Get out here. Get right out here and be like, come on, dive me. I dare you guys to come after me. Either I'm going to get a nice E in this honor, or I'm just going to sit my E and dare this Lucy or to come after me, E the floor and shift out if I need to, and just dare these guys. Dare them.
Okay. Yeah.
More, especially off of your Winston timing. Your Winston's in right now. Like, you need to be aggressive.
Okay.
And now you're going to die because you don't have E. But the funny thing is like, look at how long you survived because you just had shift. Everything went, oh my gosh, everything that could have gone wrong there for you did. And you still essentially got the kill.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Makes sense.
alrighty. Alrighty. Do you see how scared you are? Get out of here. Ego this guy. Shoot this idiot. Shoot this idiot. Like, I mean, obviously, again, use cover, please. But as long as you know where you're going, if things go south. This is, like, even this is, like, you see, the funny thing is like, it is better for you to be playing in a more aggressive position and still have your shift than it is the other way around.
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah.
Where, because right now, you have to play safe because you don't have your shift, so you're doing nothing. And if that Winston has Primal, or that Genji has Blade, or the Tracer has Pulse, you're in trouble, aren't you? Right?
Yeah.
So you simultaneously do less and expose yourself to being pushed more.
Okay. Yeah, the round after this is even worse. Like,
Okay.
I just, like, lose all confidence.
That's
next
okay.
round.
That's okay. Not near enough ego right now.
Yeah.
Walk up right here. Again, not completely outside of your team's LOS, but play around your team's positioning. But I want you like playing cover. I mean, it doesn't have to be on your tank necessarily. It could be like where your Reaper is right here, like aggressively spamming here. It could be taking like just even like here. I want to get pressure on that monkey early. I need to get that shot. But there's you can see when you lose charge like this, and the enemy team isn't running like a Widowmaker. You know what I'm saying? Then 9 times out of 10, it is you're positioning wrong.
Okay.
Because you are not giving yourself enough opportunity to charge Railgun, which probably means that you're not playing. So, like, you see it here. Do you see this? Do you see this? You've done nothing.
Yeah.
You do nothing. And then you end up shifting in. Now you end up juking the monkey jump. But then, oh, this is a disaster. You see this? This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Good. Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to see a little bit what you're saying. I don't know if it's the lack of confidence or a little bit of a lack of understanding or a little bit of both. But right now, you're just not doing much, to be frank.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the ult charge gap here. This is actually unbelievable right now. You're getting lapped right now, almost. By your Moira's about to lap you. I mean, it's Moira, but still. Okay. Shift is good, or E is good. Nice shot. This hero, man. Like, look at that. This is what we're talking about, right? Look at that. Look at that. What is he supposed to do? You know? Now, if he's got good primal mechanics, yeah, you're still probably gonna die here. But like, look at how, like, it's just ridiculous how long you can survive, how much time you can waste. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the reason why you die is also the fact that it's Moira. If this is like a Kiriko or whatever, you actually just don't even die.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. That one, I'm not gonna blame you so much. It was a good E. It was a good shift. I really like your patience there as well to like make sure that you shifted towards your team. But yeah.
Okay.
Wow, we are really going in. I mean, hey, it works. You end up dodging the dive, I guess. So. Probably would. I don't like that shift here. So again, I know you're on stream delay, but right here, just shoot people.
Yeah.
Just shoot people. Just sit here and shoot that on. Don't shift.
Okay.
You know, make that monkey either choose you or chase you. You don't have your shift now. You're in a worse position to get pressure out, and you don't have your defensive cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have been a. I mean, obviously, you haven't even built an ultimate. You have been a real non-factor this entire fight.
Yeah.
Or really, this entire round. Do you have any questions so far? I'm doing a lot of talking.
No, I think I get what you're saying. Like,
You
I need
think
to be
you
more
get.
aggressive, and then I need to use my shift as a tool to get out and
Do
to
you,
like.
do you
it's an-
fully
it's an
understand
ability.
it? Do you fully understand it?
I think so. It's like I need to use it as a tool to be aggressive rather than
Yes.
a tool to escape.
Right. You don't shift in aggressively, but you play aggressively in a way that allows you to still have your shift defensively, but then allows you to actually play the game more aggressively ahead of time.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Is there any? Has my E usage been good? Or
It's been okay.
okay.
It's been okay. It's not been near as much of a problem as your general positioning has been.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's watch again here. So fights like these, it's a lot less evident, you know. So E there, probably fine. It's on the bubble, but it's also on the target, so he can't like really bubble jump. You know, you see he can't like go in and out. So when I said specifically E on monkey bubble, I didn't mean never E the monkey or when he's using bubble. What I meant is don't throw it on the outside of the bubble for the sole extent of breaking the bubble faster. This does more than that. This means that anything else following this dive can't do so. This means that this monkey cannot walk inside the E without being slowed or taking damage. So I think this E is probably fine. My question is, well, you tell me. What's the question here? Look at your HP.
Full HP.
Do you need to shift here? Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
just waste it for no
That
reason.
right. So now, if you wanted to go really aggressively, like let's say you guys were going to use Cole or Sound Barrier, and you just want to get a better angle to kill a backline, that's fine. But this is why, right? Do we really need to shift there? No, I don't think you needed to. I think you could have just burn bubble, and then bubble breaks. You have railgun for a squishy, and then that monkey primals. Guess what? You still have your shift.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it'll probably be okay, but yeah, something to consider. Haha. So the shift isn't great, right? Because unfortunately, you don't end up getting to where you need to be, which is here. And then you pop your Q essentially in an isolatable position without your shift. Not great.
Yeah.
But you guys win it, so obviously it was perfect. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Do you have any questions so far? I know I keep asking that, but
No. I think it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't be hard on yourself here. You have gone.
No, I know.
Where were you in Overwatch 1 again? Plat? Where in Plat? Like exactly what? Sorry.
Okay. Well, most of it I was like mid plat or like low plat, and then towards the end there's like a couple times when I got to like 29, like 90,
Right.
and then just never reached diamond.
So you were already on the cusp of like being the best player that you've ever been. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you were already on the upswing here, and now you've carried that momentum further with adjusting to a new game wall, picking up a very strong hero, And like I said, also the obviously getting a little bit of elo heaven maybe too as well. So
Yeah.
you've there's been lots and lots of good things to say about your Sojourn. I think for the most part, how you're using your shift, like where you're going with it, has been pretty good. Your E theory, in terms of like how you've been trying to use your E, has seemed very reasonable.
Okay.
Your mechanics have not been great. But they've really not been horrible. Especially if you were to take a little bit more time with your right clicks, I think you would have done a much better job.
Okay.
I think right now you just need a little bit of help with your positioning playstyle and just a little bit more confidence. And again, not confidence that you're going to carry the team fight, just confidence that like it doesn't really matter, right? If I carry the team fight or not, I'm just going to practice. I think you've got a lot of things to be confident about right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I had when I was climbing. It was like I was just so focused on getting better, and then once I got to masters, it was like I just hit a brick wall and started caring so much about like being good in the game.
Yep.
Rather than improving in the game.
Yep. Chad is like, oh, no hate, but every single Overwatch 1 plat players in Masters right now. I mean, yeah, everyone's getting a little bit of elo heaven right now because there's an influx of new players, right? And so if you were decent in Overwatch 1, these are a bunch of crappy noobs, you know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're doing, or their washes all get out. You're going to have an immediate advantage over that. But this is also, if it ends up pushing you to a tier that where you don't belong right now, okay, then great. You're going to get a little bit of that extra practice that we talked about, right?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Yeah, all right, let's do this.
5, 4.
Again, if you do have any questions, you just holler.
Okay, for sure.
Does what I said about aggression and then kind of using your shift as a get out of jail free card change versus the enemy composition?
Yes, they're not focused on diving me. I think I can use it way more aggressively.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, I definitely.
I think I recognize this, and I try to take like high grounds and off angles, but I don't know. I don't remember completely, but I think I just get fucked. So I don't know.
You're less likely to be pushed by the enemy composition, right?
Yeah.
So, again, I ask you the question: Does it necessarily change how you think about your shift in terms of like your positioning or aggression?
How I think about it?
Sure.
Maybe not.
A little bit. You were 100% right that you can shift in aggressively. So the mechanics of how you actually will use shift will change, but your mentality still here is, I'm going to play aggressively and use shift as when I need it. I'm going to play aggressively. I'm going to use shift if I need it. I'm going to play aggressive and use shift when I need it. Right?
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If they're on Sigma, same thing. I dare you to push me down, right? If they're on, how it looks is going to change from matchup to matchup to map to map. But the overall mindset is not something that's exclusive to versus dive. It's just Sojourn. The hero has a get out of jail free card. Please use that. And if you're not sure how to use it, take this time after the game, look at the replay code, and think about it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. But I do agree with you. Like, I'm looking at this composition right now, and I'm like, either you're going to be able to play aggressively enough pre-fight to really whittle them down and force them to push you, and you're going to shift out, and then your team's going to kill the rest of them, or you're going to play aggressively, they're going to ignore you, your monkey jumps in, and then you're going to be able to shift in with him, right?
Yeah.
One or the other. Like right now, do you see? Do you see what you did? Now, your initial positioning wasn't amazing because you weren't able to get to like where you wanted to be. But this Reinhardt walks in you. If this is you're a Cassidy or an Ashe, what are you doing this fight from this positioning?
Just dying. Probably.
You're just dying, or you're turning tail and just running for your life. With Sojourn, you're like ha 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 ha, na 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 boo boo, so to speak. And there's nothing you can do about it. Now, I will say about the micro, I would have liked you to have ended here, right? Could have gotten a better E. Maybe I've gotten a better angle.
Okay, yeah.
But
I think that was my plan, and then I just panicked.
Yeah, that's okay. And also, you could even see the panic with E too. Do you see it? It's the idea, fine. Execution, terrible. You know, I mean, oh, look at that. Oh, so close to greatness. So close to greatness.
Yeah,
you know,
that makes sense.
All right. And then you could even think about it here. Okay, like right now, again, if I'm Reinhardt here, I'm like, If this is an Ashe or Cassidy, I go in, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that guy running, you know? I mean, we realized this like back when the Junker Queen meta was really popular. It's like if you could get the Ashe to run, then even if you didn't kill her, she just did so much less damage. But Sojourn, she just keeps scoping, she just keeps shooting you. She doesn't care.
Yeah.
You know? Nice! Nice. Good shot. Good shot. Very impactful. Doesn't feel like it, but it is. There it is, right there.
I should have got the headshot there, but
That's okay. I think you did. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I usually do. I don't know.
You usually do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the body shot, and then I think you got a couple of projectile shots afterwards. But again, like, watch the response here. Let's just watch. Let's just take a second. Hides, doesn't heal. Panic, death, right? Good. Still leads to a kill. Nice. And look at that. You see that? That's another perfect example. Playing in high ground by yourself. Doesn't matter. You shift away. Now, you basically have lost this fight. You needed to settle with that shot there on the Sojourn. Ryan pushes you, and again, you have an opportunity if you had healers alive to just shift away and continue. Reinhardt really wants to create space by continually chasing you around the map, right? By putting pressure on you, by clearing out off angles. Sojourn sucks, man. Sucks because you can't do it. You can't just clear an off angle because then you clear it and then it just gets filled right back up again. It's like I'm trying to think like a good example. It's like trying to squish like a rubber ball, right? You step on it, it bounces right back to place. You squish it, it squishes right back out to its full form again. You can never like kind of stomp it out.
Yeah.
And then again here, mentality-wise, you're stuck shooting a Ryan shield pretty much right now, but you could push up to like here and aggressively peek, walk to here, aggressively peek, try and build, even if you're doing nothing else, try and build that charge faster, you know?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I don't like where you're positioned right now because I think you're too defensive, but I also think you're too far out in the open. You see what I'm saying? I want you on that corner right here. Okay. Or here.
Yeah.
What inevitably happens with most people is they play too defensively and too sloppy with cover.
Yeah.
You know, you could be cutting down on your deaths and increasing your uptime just by playing your cover better. You were saying something, I interrupted you, sorry.
No, I was just saying I'm like so far back here. Like I can't do anything from this position at all. So that makes sense.
And all the damage that you're taking right now is just because of your cover usage. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Probably fine. I don't think there's anything that's going to punish you. I think maybe the Sojourn here, but seems okay. Yeah, unfortunate. I just don't think you did anything pre-fight, so. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Pretty decent E. I think could have been placed a little bit tighter there.
Okay. I do have a question.
I have an answer.
Should I be playing an off angle here? Like if my diva goes this way and then I go like the right side and get like a flank or an off angle, should I play that more than just playing here with my diva and defaulting?
What's the potential
like
problem?
I can push the Sojourn out and then
you could
from this back position.
You could. One problem, well, Sojourn is, if you're on Soldier, then I would say yes, because you have self-sustain and more consistent mobility. Same thing with Tracer and so on. But the way I look at Sojourn is closer to a Genji, where sometimes versus some comps, especially comps without a lot of mobility, you can take hard flanks, you know? But then I look at this composition here, and you could just look for like mid-fight off angles, or even off angles that aren't like as aggressive. Because like the problem with Sojourn obviously is like not the problem, but one of the few weaknesses of Sojourn is you don't have self-sustain, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So if you get caught here and you take any damage, if your supports aren't with you, they can't heal you. So whereas this comp does have the range support for this. So I think you could do this, sure, but I don't think it's necessarily here being the problem. It's obviously just kind of staying here that's the problem. So now your D.Va's walked up.
Okay.
So then you would rotate to here, and then you'd walk to here, or you could shift up to here. So like mid-fight, you're kind of looking for these positions. I think with Sojourn,
Okay.
like Genji, it's
Yeah,
a
that
lot
makes
more
sense.
nuanced because you don't have self-sustain. So if you get poked out, you're kind of, yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. Okay.
But like here, this is Sojourn, right? You are isolated, but you can be healed, right? You can be healed. You have an escape route, and so on.
Okay.
So it's a lot more nuanced. Little rush for that railgun still.
Yeah. Every shot this game is just so rushed.
Yeah.
So bad.
But do you see once again? Look at the Reinhardt dilemma. You see this? This E first off is
Yeah.
good. Does a great job again. Like look, it zones off backline. It's not just about the details. It's actively preventing them from doing something, or it's enabling you to do something else. So like right now that he's walking on you, you railgun him in the head, you shift away. I don't even think he actually needed a shift there. But he just it's impossible. He cannot create space on you. I mean, he can, but it's so much less than it is on any other hero.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Good job charging railgun. Good, keeping that thing charged. Looks good.
Railgun charged.
Now this is where you can go crazy mode. You could shift up here, throw an E, and pop railgun from here, right? Really nice E. Really, truly a beautiful E. I mean, this one is spoon-fed to you. To be frank,
Yeah.
it's hard to miss this one. But yeah, we'd love to see it. Love playing with Moiras. Don't worry about it.
This railgun shot again.
Don't worry about it.
Bad.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. To be frank, this sucks, but this is a unlucky series of events and running a Moira problem.
Yeah.
Basically. So I don't think it's something that I would overanalyze, and also look at what you force.
Okay.
There's forces Sojourn, and do you see
the
this? Oh, this is like, look at how uncomfortable it is for them right now.
Yeah.
So
They're all just clumped in the corner.
yeah, it's a
Should I have
mess.
ulted there, maybe?
No,
Before I got
no,
shot?
I would not have.
Okay.
No, you were already 65 HP, and you had no guarantee of healing, and so no, I would not have.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
it's fine. You have another fight. You're good.
Okay.
Love the pre-fight charge.
Railgun powered and ready to fire.
You want to guess how much charge she's on right now?
None.
11. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. I think.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're cracked. Holy crap, that's a crazy shot.
Yeah. That's what, like, one of those shots where I just actually just like take my time and line it up.
Yeah.
And not just like rush.
Wow, that's maybe the best Sojourn shot we've had on stream today.
Nice.
All right. Oh, do you see it?
Wait. Oh, I should have E'd.
Oh, dude, this is. I know you're. I'm sure
Yeah.
you're gonna do it. I'm sure of it.
I think I did.
Oh,
I hope I do.
Yeah. Okay. So you're a little late. You ult instead.
Yeah.
The E is not horrible, but not great.
Yeah, I should have E'd then ult.
So but do you see why you die here though? Do you see why you die?
Oh, I should have shifted out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The aggression here is like crazy, but it doesn't matter. You're gonna be able to just get out and be fine. But it's the where you shift to, right?
Yeah, especially with my ult. I just need to be aggressive here.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine to be aggressive. Yeah, just be aware of where you need to go if you get pushed. That's it.
Okay. Makes sense.
All right, this is it. Last fight. What's the problem here? I don't mind this position, but what's the problem?
I'm not getting any pre-fight charge,
not
so
getting
he's
any
gonna be
pre-fight.
way higher charge than me. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, he's not even out of
gonna
spawn yet, but yeah, theoretically.
do it. Yeah.
I mean, I see no. Just sit here, you know. Bang, bang, bang,
Okay.
bang, 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 bang. They rotate up. You don't even have to shift up. You can just walk up. Bang, 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 bang. Okay, walk
Okay,
forward.
yeah,
Bang, bang, bang. Right.
that makes sense.
It's all about
Okay.
what kind of a pressure can I get without getting my cooldowns forced. It's very similar to Genji in that aspect as well, where like you really don't ever want your deflect force or your dash force pre-fight, but if you can get early pressure, set up a good positioning ahead of time. Very nice E. Once again, are you going to do something with the C? Yep, we're pressuring them, right? So we love it.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
still,
I find the E's against the Reinhardt comps are like way easier.
yeah, agreed. But still struggling with charge here. Again, can this
Yeah.
Reinhardt push you? Really? Yeah, just not enough pre-fight pressure, and then obviously when the Reinhardt rotated to clear out high ground, it did make it more awkward for you, and then it was rough, right?
Okay.
Okay, let's stop there.
Okay.
So, what are you seeing?
I'm definitely playing like a bitch, and I need to play more aggressive and not be afraid of sucking dick in games and just like learn from it.
Yeah, so we
And
can
build the
see
mechanics the right way.
we can see the actual direct ramifications in game of the downsides of that. This isn't just a mentality issue. It's actually making you make mistakes with how you're playing. This isn't, you're too scared. You could literally see I'm getting less done with Sojourn right now because I'm not pre-fight pressuring and leveraging my shift enough. What else are you seeing? To give yourself a couple of things.
I need, like, I'm not using my shift as a tool. I'm just using it as a defensive ability. That kind of plays into the aggression thing, but it's like it allows me to be aggressive.
Yeah, it
And
is
I'm
your
just, like-
defensive ability, but if you're never playing in a way where you need a defensive ability, then what's the point of the defensive ability?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, and I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Like, I always thought it was just like a get out of jail free card,
Right.
but
Right.
it's really not.
It's like okay, this is a horrible example, but it's like having a get out of jail free card literally, and then just living like a grand mal your entire life. Man, go run
Yeah.
some Ocean's 11 stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like go steal a couple $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? There's no downside. You got to get out of jail free card. If you never leverage it, then why do you have it? You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the mindset that you're in. I think we can also talk about rushing your railguns just a wee little bit, and then as always,
I think that's more of just this game thing, though.
okay. Well, then you're
Because
good.
in my other games, I'm usually like more controlled with it.
Good. Then you're good to go. And then obviously, same thing with the E's as well. Like your E's were fine for the most part, but it's such an important cooldown. Then putting a little bit of effort into it is important as well. Now, what's very important is that you understand that not all of these should be practiced or can be practiced all at once. So what you need to do is you need to kind of set up a hierarchy of like, what's my priority right now? For you, it's probably getting that mentality of like, I don't care if I lose, I'm just going to do this. And then followed closely by, if not tied into, how you're positioning around the shift. You know what I'm saying? I think both of those are kind of similar. But those are the priorities. And then we can think a little bit about ease. We can think a little bit about tracking where your supports are so you don't get caught in no man's land. Things like that. Cover usage as well was a little thing that I think can always be better as well. But yeah, I would work at that. And then outside of the game as well, I think a little bit of tightening up at the hero pool. And yeah, don't be scared of losing. Do not be scared of losing. Losing is a part of, I mean, the greatest players in the world have 54% win rates in ranked. You know? So that's just the nature of things. All right.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
What should my hero pool be? Like, what should I focus on?
I don't know. Who do you like besides Sojourn the most? Right now, right in this current meta, who do you feel like you enjoy playing the most with Sojourn?
Maybe, I don't know. In unranked, I like playing Genji, but every time I play him in like comp, I just get fucked and it's not fun at all.
Okay.
So I don't know. But maybe Genji.
Okay. If you really have a hard time playing Genji and it's just such a negative experience for you, then I mean, okay, fine. It's probably because your Genji just sucks, to be frank with you, but whatever. That's fine. So we have to be realistic here. That's at least a factor, you know.
Then I would definitely say Widow probably is another one.
Okay. So Widow, Sojourn. Anything else, or do you think Widow, Sojourn?
Maybe Soldier.
Okay, Widow, Sojourn, Soldier. Where would you play Soldier that you wouldn't play Sojourn? Widow is obvious, right? But what about Soldier?
I don't really know. Maybe like long flank maps.
Sure.
Where I can get like a long flank going.
Or to be corny, if Sojourn gets locked before you pick Sojourn.
Yeah.
Right? That's always a flexible thing too as well.
Yeah.
Okay. That seems reasonable to me. Widow, Sojourn, Soldier. Go forth and multiply.
Okay.
Let me know if you have any questions. DMs are open. You know the replay code rule.
I don't.
Okay.
know what that is.
If you have a question or if you have a team fight where you feel like you struggled, you didn't know where to position, didn't know how to respond, send me the replay code and give me the timestamp, and I will type up some notes for you within a couple days.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Dope.
Cheers, mate.
I appreciate you.
You are very, very welcome. There's lots and lots of positive things to pull from this replay code. So do
Dope.
not get down over this whatsoever.
Okay.
Good luck in your fall descent further from Elo heaven, but
Thank you.
get something out of it. Trust.
I will. Sorry for delaying it, by the way.
No, that was absolutely no problem at all. All of my coaching sessions end up getting delayed because we always end up going over anyway. So it was actually literally perfect. So you were totally fine.
Dope.
All right, cheers,
appreciate you, bro.
Keep in touch. See ya. I was Goobler, Master Sojourns Extraordinaire. Hopefully, still Masters Extraordinaire. Hope you guys learned something from that. More Sojourn and almost fielder time. Almost fielder time. So what we're gonna do is, because as the coffee runneth to the down my and through my kidneys, I'm going to use the bathroom. And in the meantime, we're going to run another ad so that as people come in for the fielder review, they don't have to deal with a pre-roll. I swear, pre-rolls are the absolute worst. The absolute worst. Nothing demotivates people from clicking on a new stream more than having to sit through an ad to decide about whether the stream is worth your time or not. That makes literally no sense whatsoever. Shame on Twitch. Shame, 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 shame. If you guys have any questions, by the way, I do want to start at 4 p.m. exactly or so, because I did put that when we're going to start, so I don't want to start too early. So if you guys have any questions, like quick questions, when I come back from going to the bathroom, then I'll take a couple seconds and answer those questions. So I will be right back. Let me know what the ad was. Don't join the military. Don't buy any products, not even if they're Butterfingers. I'll be right back. Are we back? Wait, preparing 30-second ad. Okay, no, we're good. No questions? What's wrong with you people? Not a single question. Not where do babies come from? Not what is the meaning of life? Not how do I get out of bronze? Nothing. Okay, that's fine. Let me actually get the... Let me get the replay viewer prepared. Why do I sound like Principal Skinner? Bart! Just a moment. Gotta get my freaking replay viewer account situated. What did you guys get an ad for? Was it anything? Some of you guys weren't getting ads. Sorry, it's all scam. I'm a sellout and I'm not even getting anything out of it. That's not right. That's not right. There we go. What is the meaning of life? I can't tell you, sorry. Sorry, can't happen. How do you with the point claim, Spilo? I know you're not going to drop a review to 1v1 someone. I don't even know what the points are anymore. Those are the channel points are so outdated. 1v1 Spilo's still in there? I mean, listen, I will consider doing the 1v1 one. And I'll consider the roaster highlight as well. The Amari Pepper cameo I probably should remove because they're fine, but sometimes they're not always like feasible because Pepper might not even be home, or Mari's like, for right now, you guys can see Amari. She's sound asleep. I'm not gonna wake up the poor cat. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I need to like change the channel points here. Let's see here. I gotta make a note of that. Channel points. Why am I so handsome? I cannot tell you that one. That's another one I can't answer. The meaning of life, there's just some things that just aren't meant to be known. I got an ad for Iron Man VR by Meta. Mark Zuckerberg is among us. I got an ad for the shake weight. You're hilarious. Hilarious. So funny. Okay, let's do this, chat. So I don't know what fielder one to do. I don't want to do the grand finals because it's freaking 7 maps and we already reviewed the grand finals. So I would like to do, I'm trying to do, it's the same thing with like the proper VOD where I did the prop shock versus the outlaws. I feel like it'd be kind of fun to do like a different game every POV, you know what I'm saying? So we kind of get like a cool, well-rounded approach, you know? So maybe we'll just do like, no, that's wrong. Let's do, maybe we should just do the one versus the outlaws. Kiriko, like for example, yeah, so what do you guys think? Outlaws? That's probably a good match. Because we haven't looked at this game, so even though we're focusing on only fielder POV, I don't know. A bunch of us are stacking points. I don't want to put you on the spot, though, especially if they're old. I mean, yeah, I need to update a few of them, but I'm not going to complain if you guys do a roaster highlight or a special push-up or something foolish like that. I won't complain. We're here to be heard. I can't even do it. I'm not going to even try the voice. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to humiliate myself in front of my friends and family. Okay, let's do this. So it is time to at least start thinking about doing fielder POV. So basically, here's what we... Okay, I wouldn't even say here's what we know, but here's what we anticipate from fielder POV. What we know about Kiriko, or anticipate about Kiriko, is number one, fielder plays a more passive heal bot style of Kiriko while still doing damage, still holding some form of soft off angle. We know that one. Cover usage, we know that one too. TP usage if you're getting pressured, already having escape ahead of time, we know that one too. Placing your Kiriko ultimate in a way that cannot get kited, we know that one too. Mirroring Kiriko ultimate for Kiriko ultimate, we know that one too. Now, they're available for tier 2 and Overwatch 6 stuff. Now, what we don't know, but what we anticipate is that I was noticing, and it makes sense, that a lot of the times the Suzu, when there's not an ultimate to counter, is being used in a way to assist neutral trades by preventing burst damage when the bubbles are broken. What that means is when monkey bubbles break, there is a brief window of time where both Reapers and Sojourns can do a lot of duty on the enemy tank line. And so what we were seeing sometimes is Kiriko is using that Suzu to prevent their monkeys or whatever, or Reapers even, from getting chunked early on in those trades so they could win the HP tool. So, yo, what's up? So, basically, that's what I'm anticipating. I'm anticipating a couple, at least Suzu's occasionally being used in these neutral trades, even though the person isn't necessarily low. It's just to proactively prevent that initial burst. We did see on the grand finals, actually, several times where Finn was missing those Suzus and Shock were losing neutral trades as a result. So even though it may not be something that happens all the time, I think it is something that's going to happen some of the time, and hopefully we get to see it here. So let's check this out. Now, Fielder definitely was playing a more conservative style, more about putting out healing pressure, which in my opinion is probably the better play in the mirror, is to do more consistent healing while still weaving in damage shots. So if those guys don't know, it's all Euro Fuda, shoot, all Euro Fuda, shoot, all Euro Fuda, shoot. That does not compensate or compromise, your healing output whatsoever. That's all I've got to say. Let's have some fun and giggles, ladies and gentlemen.
Round one.
Heals, 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 shoot, heals. Suzu force, shoot. Oh! Okay, here's the thing. Look at this. You're thinking like, oh, Fielder's more of a heal bot. Doesn't look like it. Well, you're only a heal bot if you need to heal. Right now, with the boop there from Lastro, nobody really particularly needs healing. So at this point in time, there's no reason for Fielder to not be shooting. So it's not just about, oh, I only heal, I'm a heal bot. It's about, I prioritize healing when and weaving in damage occasionally when that's my playstyle. But if there is nothing to heal, then I am going to do nothing but damage. It's that simple. So obviously you're like, oh, this is a great shot. Maybe it's a little bit lucky because we're aiming at head height here. But Fielder is always finding those windows to min-max his pressure, either by healing his team or by damaging the enemy. This window right now, nobody really needs healing right now, so he's going to put out damage. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Very important. Clonkies. And now, heal. Shoot. You see that? Heal. Suzu to prevent... Okay, so this sucks. So the other thing with Suzu, with the Reaper specifically, is we really want to avoid Suzuing a Wraith or Wraithing a Suzu, or vice versa, right? So, like right there, he doesn't know about the status of Wraith, but we do kind of hate that Sparkle has to Wraith that. It doesn't matter the fight's won, but it's something that we want to avoid in the future whenever we can. Shoot, no healing, no healing, no healing, no healing. Nice, Fielder! Nice job. And a lot, okay, so here's the depressing part about Kiriko, all right? The depressing part about Kiriko, if we're fully realistic, is that mechanics do matter, obviously, but that I would even say the majority of mechanics with Kiriko in most fights, pre-fight, post-fight, mid-fight, are just spamming at head height. So the better Kirikos, it's not just about raw mechanics, it's about actually aiming at. A lot of it's just crosshair placement, to be perfectly frank with you guys, which isn't super exciting. Like, I can definitely say that the previous shot on Pelican was a great shot, but he might not have been aiming for him. He might have been aiming for, what was it, the Kiriko next by, or the Sojourn next, like right next to it. He was just aiming at head height. The nature of her fire rate just means that you just aim at head height most of the time. But the hard part about Kiriko is the non-aim aspect. I mean, it's obviously a hard aim hero too, but the cooldown usage is crucial, right? Uh-oh. Fearless is taking a lot of damage. Do you see that shot? Is the shot impactful? No. He misses it. But even though his tank is critical here, watch this. Critical. There's a body. I'm in the Ofuda reload animation, so I'm going to throw a shot. You see that? He's not healing, and then he goes back to healing. That doesn't compromise his healing at all. He never breaks the pattern there. Now, he's going to at some point, but he's very, very good at maintaining that pattern. Again, a shot there. You see that? Strange Suzu, to be frank. Let's watch why the Suzu was used. I assume it was on Reaper for the Wraith trade. I honestly don't know. I think it might have also just been he anticipated a burst. Like, remember what we talked about, like the burst with no bubble? His monkey doesn't have bubble, so he's trying to prevent the burst HP done to him by the Reaper because his monkey doesn't have bubble. But then Fearless backs out instead of staying, so then the Suzu gets wasted. So this would be a timing or a communicational issue, like, or a misunderstanding between Dallas. But the Suzu in of itself isn't a bad idea. You kind of see what I'm saying?
I've got you. I'm here.
You see the shots? Suzu's there is just anticipating a burst on landing. That's all. You could argue that it was probably not necessary, maybe safer to hold, but that's why it was used there. Nothing to shoot, so maybe some head height spams. There it is. We will probably see Kitsune rush on point. Both Kitsunes. Now, here's the really interesting part, chat. Let's actually think about this one. So we've never really delved this deeply into Kiriko. Here's the question. How will the Suzu use be inside the Kitsune rush? Now, before you guys are like, oh, they'll use it early because they're going to get it back again. Obviously. But as something that we have seen is that sometimes using your Kitsune or Suzu early in the Kitsune rush gets punished by a Death Blossom. The enemy team pops their Kitsune rush as well, and then they pop a Death Blossom. So this is the nice thing about getting the early pick on the Reaper. This is the nice thing about the new stat board in Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2, I say. Overwatch 2, where you can look at Reaper's ult charge and be like, no way this guy is Death Blossom yet, so I can use my Suzu early. You could even guess that maybe Merit is not going to press his Q, so I'm not, because we have beat. So if Merit presses Q, theoretically we won't need Suzu for that either. So you know this, we don't need it for Blossom, we probably don't need it for Sojourn ult. So then I can be aggressive and greedy with my Suzu and just try to use it off of cooldown so that we win the HP trades within the Kiriko ultimate. Do you see this? Do you see this? Now this is getting really, really nitty gritty. But we can predict this. I will predict an early Suzu in the Kitsune Rush. I do not think that Fielder is going to save his Suzu. And what that will mean is that might mean that Fuel will win the HP trade within... It's a small thing, but it is Kiriko's contribution towards winning the HP trade within the Kitsune Rush. Whereas Creative might be a little bit less sure about the status of the enemy Reaper ult. And so he might want to save his. There's the early Suzu, exactly as we predicted. And interestingly enough, Outlaws don't even have Kiriko ult to mirror, so they actually have to full kite and beat. Edison overextends.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
There's a Suzu, it doesn't hit.
We're pretty good together.
Ooh. He doesn't. Unfortunate. I think it's just a goof up from here mechanically. So basically what happens, chat, is I honestly feel like Dallas was expecting Creative to mirror, but he was only like 91, 92% on Kansude, so he doesn't end up mirroring. They actually fully disengage. So remember, we're not focusing as much on team play here. We're focusing more on like what Fielder specifically is doing, but he definitely misses his Suzu on the second time there. I don't know. Interesting fight. No Death Blossom though. No Death Blossom now from the Outlaws. So so we might see. Now it's even more important when there's a free Death Blossom that you have your Suzu available, because it's the boop plus the invulnerability, right? So now no Death Blossom, so we again Fielder can be fairly proactive with the Suzu. There's the bubble. They're not going to even engage. They're going to disengage out, so there's no point Suzuing. Such a weird thing to say. Suzuing. TP across. Don't need our Suzu. Don't need our Suzu. There's the Suzu, but I think he was anticipating Dante to continue with the juggle there, and that didn't happen. So that Suzu wasn't good. I think the prediction doesn't end up working out, and now we don't have Suzu right when we need it. But we have it now. Oh. There's the Suzu. So there's the other thing. You can also use it with your own. In fact, it's not just you should use it for your own. You often have to use it on your own Reaper ult to prevent it from getting booped. Now, here's the crazy thing. If you Suzu your Reaper and the enemy team doesn't have Suzu, you win. If you Suzu the enemy Reaper and the enemy team doesn't have a Suzu when he's Death Blossoming, you win. Because you boop him away, you create your team invulnerability versus it. So right now, Fielder is Suzuing his Reaper so he doesn't get booped, doesn't get shot. And even though it doesn't get the kill, it creates the space for them to be able to win the fight because they get point control, they get corner control. Let's just see what happens. I don't think Fielder will TP. Yeah, it's leveraging the fact that if they push me here, I'll be able to TP out again.
Like a gentle
Maybe Dante saw it and decided not to juggle. Yeah, that's actually very true. I mean, just he forced a Suzu out there without actually having to go for anything. That's a great point. Probably just a Kitsune point from both teams. And again, we anticipate, because no Reaper ult, that probably Fielder will probably pop his Suzu pretty early in the Kitsune rush to get it back again. 3, 2, 1. There it is, early Suzu. Oh! Oh! Ah! Whose man is this? Wow, that was tight. And do you see the Suzu here? Watch Sparkle. Watch Sparkle. Watch carefully. Watch. Right here. Reaper versus Reaper. If Pelican lands one shot here, he could either force Sparkle's Wraith here or get the kill on Sparkle. But watch. Bell, both Kirikos using their Suzu. Whereas if either one of these Kirikos missed this Suzu, the other Reaper would have won the trade and forced the Wraith out or gotten the kill. And this is what ends up happening, right? Both ends up going for the same play. So it's just the first one to make a mistake loses. I mean, this fight's already lost, but you guys can kind of see what I'm saying, right? And that means that Sparkle doesn't have to Wraith till much later, and Pelican actually doesn't have Wraith. Pelican would have died, right? You see the weaving there, right? Throwing in those damage shots. Okay. Pretty cool stuff from Fielder. Will they ever make Alvots public? I mean, they have to, right? I don't know why it's not been this season. I mean, obviously because of Overwatch 2, but at this point in time, I don't know why they're not public. There's something that we don't know. And by we, I don't mean the average player. I mean me. Ex-Overwatch League Tier 2 idiot. Right? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Why do we not Suzu this? Well, here's why. Both Reapers and Monkeys are here, but generally you shouldn't see a Reaper dying this fast before his Monkey has used Bubble. Because Sparkle should be able to survive this. So I want to see, why does Sparkle die so quickly? Monkey damage. Monkey landing damage. Wow, he's getting lasered by Pelican. Is it Pelican? How does he die so fast? Why does he die so fast? That one shot, I mean, maybe it's like Lucio damage? I'm not gonna watch, I promise you guys I'm not gonna sit for hours watching this. But I'm like, honestly, like, confused. There's a headshot, oh my gosh, just a lot of shots from Lastro, really. And then Fearless Bubble's just a tad bit late, I guess trying to greed out his HP, and then ends up costing. But yeah, I mean, this is not on a Fielder. You really do not expect somebody needing a Suzu that early when you have Bubble still available. That would have been a really, really, really... And this fight's lost. And he's still holding a Suzu, right? So in case he gets pushed. Look at this. Dink, dink. Ooh, Edison. Okay. Do you see that? Aggressively pushing in. I mean, I actually don't even know if that Suzu is necessary because the bubble is still up, but yeah. That's very savvy, Drone. I don't know, maybe it's more of a time investment for them too. Oh no! This is what we hate to see. You guys see it?
Like mending a shadow.
I heard voice lines drive me nuts, man. No! Wraith and Suzu. That sucks. Man, Sparkle is just getting found out, man. This guy's getting focused down to high heaven. And now Douse really have to be careful.
My ultimate is charging.
Fair enough. It's more fun just screaming at Blizzard for being idiots, though. I enjoy my ignorant outrage. So this is pretty greedy from Fielder, because he's pushing up aggressively early, but he does not have a teleport to get out. He doesn't really have a teleport location, because if you look at his team, so this is pretty risky. He's got to be careful here. Hello. Because if that, I assume Chio landed the boop. Because if Chio doesn't land the boop there, then we're going to see a Suzu from Fielder. Because the monkey's going to land on him. No, he doesn't land the boop. Dante just doesn't go for as aggressive of a jump, and he gets chunked on entry. So that was risky from Fielder. That was inarguably pretty risky. Okay. Probably a Suzu right there, and you see again the timing of the Suzu. You see, bubble breaks. This is when Pelican has free fire. This is when Merit has free fire potentially. to do a lot of damage. Even the enemy Kiriko and Lucio spam, right? But then that's when the invulnerability cooldown is popped. Nobody takes any damage during that brief vulnerability window, gives them time to get to cover. And remember, the reason why it's used here is because there are no ultimates that you need it to counter with. So you use the cooldown early to get an advantage. Why am I listening to this tier 2 wash video? Man! Self-deprecatory humor means that I'm invulnerable to youth. I flame myself so you guys don't flame me. This is a bit of a reach, I'm not gonna lie, from Dallas. This is not a good Kitsune rush. Better team kites this one out. How does Dante even die? What happens with Dante? Oh, it's not a good jump. He should have just walked in and jumped out. Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a reach. This is what Shock were doing, and they got punished for it. So, too kiteable. Ah! They got lucky. High toxic kid. Huh. Oh, light waves. What did you do? Do you notice no Suzu, chat? No Suzu. No Suzu. Why no Suzu? Why no Suzu, right? Well, first off, Fearless has Primal. Second thing, Pelican has Death Blossom. And Merit has Sojourn. And they might anticipate a Primal Rage. Lots of reason why no Suzu, right? How far into the review are we? We just started about 15 minutes ago. Still sitting on that Suzu. Yeah! Unfortunate. Got forced out early. Oh! Ajax! Your loss.
The battle ignites me.
Alrighty.
Carried on the ultimate's charging.
So the way I'm seeing this from Fielder is Fielder obviously, unsurprisingly, wants to get early pressure from his M1, but the risk is always that if he gets too aggressive, then he's going to cost him his Suzu before the fight starts. So this is where, again, we bring up Chio. Chio can enable Fielder to do this by grouping the enemy engaged. He doesn't quite get it, but as long as Fielder can avoid the monkey landing damage, then it's probably fine to do what he's doing. He just has to be really, really careful. I do think Fielder is probably playing a little bit too aggressively for these peaks, at least for on this map, where the angles aren't that good for that early pressure. Again, no Suzu. There's Death Blossom, Primal Rage to worry about, right? I think this is just a miscommunication from Dallas. Dallas clearly wanted to beat Gage, and it's a mess. It's really quite a mess. This is a lost fight from Dallas. Can't quite reach. You don't care about playing the game and waiting is a waste of time? I'm gonna guess that you lost that game. Just a wild guess. Death Blossom, Death Blossom, Death Blossom, Death Blossom, Death Blossom, Death Blossom. Early Suzu. For pressure, the Kitsune rush is good, because do you notice the difference between the Kitsune rushes? Houston engage, then they throw the Kitsune rush on the engage, it's over. GG's. Okay, that's fine. I believe you. Wow, Dante is Primal Raging. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, because he doesn't want to die. It's his last fight, but I think he... Yeah, anyway. Okay. Reaper ult, Reaper ult. Warning, warning. Okay. Break bubble. Where's that Reaper? Where's that Reaper? Where's that Reaper? Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
I'm on fire.
Fearless overextends a little bit. Oh, that sucks. Oh, almost gets the kill though. But they do get the Kitsune rush out. Shio's gonna die. So I actually think, so I know we're kind of moving at a brisk pace here, but I think so far this particular round has been okay from Fielder. Just been seeing some uncharacteristic, goofy errors from Fuel, getting split.
You believe me, huh?
Yes, I believe you.
Spiral, 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 spiral.
Please don't, please guys, do not give your children the access to a computer. It warps their brain. Alrighty, let's uh-oh. Early Suzu on the pressure.
The ultimate's charging. My ultimate is almost ready.
And we're gonna see a Kitsune. Now we see this a lot. The thing that's tricky about Kitsune Rush is you can often, well, not tricky, but it's really powerful about Kitsune Rush is if to prevent it from being kited, if you're scared of it being kited, you can put it on a point or on an area where the enemy team really doesn't want you to control. In other words, if you go straight to point and Kitsune Rush on point, the enemy team has to contest. To contest, they put themselves within range of the Kitsune Rush. So you could look at this here and be like, okay, Dallas don't really control a lot of good space. They don't control off angles. They don't control high ground. But if they could just go to point and flip and press Q, that definitely is going to put Outlaws in a really difficult scenario. Now, obviously, Lastro has beat here, which is tricky for Fuel. And obviously, Fuel loses. Okay, I was literally just about to say, obviously, Fuel loses one. But this was the only way that Fuel were going to lose, in my opinion. I don't think Beat can beat Kitsune Rush in that sort of a scenario. It was always going to be, is Merit going to hit a shot on that rotation? Merit hits the shot, and that's that. But this is the proper play with this ult situation. It just doesn't end up paying out. Holy crap, y'all. I know it's a tank. I know it's Dante and Winston. But, like, the guy doesn't miss.
Objective's mine.
That's just crazy damage. Oh, and he almost gets out with a TP as well. Okay. Loving the Fielder so far. It looks pretty good. I think most of the errors when it comes to like the Suzu, outside the one Kitsune Rush was mostly misplayed. A lot of the things that are going poorly feel more like team errors rather than just our Kiriko friend making mistakes here. What is my cat doing? I don't know. Am I being trolled? It's just LOS of the ult, but it has a 1.5 second lingering effect. I mean, it's a cat. It's probably singing some sort of like freaky ghost spirit thing that's going to haunt me later, so. Been nice knowing y'all. Early spam. Should never happen. Should never happen that on an opening jump that my Sojourn is forced to use. That's not good. That is not good. Now I'm gonna blame Edison for this one mostly, but this is really quite bad because this is not when you want to have to get your Suzu forwards. You want to be able to walk forward with your Suzu here, but you can't. Ouch. I don't blame Fielder for this one. Unlucky. Because Reaper has a defensive cooldown, and Reaper versus Winston is better than most other opportunities. Because here's the thing. It's the same thing as 6-man. You guys remember Reaper Sombra so much? You need... There's my cat again. You need a DPS with a defensive cooldown. Reaper's defensive cooldown is quite good, and Reaper is quite good versus Winston. He's not as good of a tank buster in general. For example, he does atrociously versus Reinhardt. He does atrociously versus Diva. He does atrociously versus Orisa. But in the Winston, he's still okay versus Winston, right? He's not bad versus Winston. So what ends up happening is you have a hero that does pretty good against Winston specifically, and the way the composition is played, that you have a bunch of people all grouped up. It really, what always happens is that what is initially the composition is played with a Tracer, and then people find out that the way the composition is played, that people aren't taking these massive off-angle flanks, so the Tracer is less valuable, and having something that is a little bit more short range is more viable. Reaper is exclusively played in the mirror, but is atrocious versus any other composition. This happens every time that 6-man Winston Brawl comes into the meta. People end up picking Winston because he's like the best dive tank for the situation, and then people end up picking Reaper because he's the best off tank versus the Winston composition, and he has a shift, right? It always happens. It's happened so many times before. It's since literally 2020. What about Mei as a possible replacement when she's re-enabled? Okay, so Mei has a really great shift, but what's the problem with Mei? Think about this composition. Do you guys watch my grand finals analysis, Shock versus Dallas? What was one of the biggest things that Dallas was doing better that was allowing them to beat Shock? Do you guys remember this? Better neutral trades in the front line, which Fearless confirmed, but what else were they doing really well? Disengage, right. Mei's wall can be used as a disengage tool, but against a mobile composition, everybody's shift increases their movement speed. You can Wraith in, you can Wraith out, you can push, you can pull. Mei is not as fluid at doing that. Her ultimate is worse than Death Blossom. And I mean, really, she just isn't quite as good at close range as Reaper versus a Winston. Like a Mei versus Reaper, the Reaper usually will force her shift before she forces his. A Mei versus Winston, it's very easy to force the Mei ice block if you focus her down, where it's harder to force the Reaper shift. Yeah. Do you think yes, teams definitely trying Ryan Brawl, 100%. Because you look at this comp and you think Ryan Brawl might be relatively decent versus it, but I think that the conclusion was that the Baptiste, which you had to run, struggled to survive versus the Kiriko dive. That would be my guess. And you can't really run anything other than Baptiste because your Reinhardt won't get enough healing. You can't run a Kiriko with Ryan because, at least in the matchup, because Ryan will get isolated by Bubble and Kiriko can't heal him. Okay, let's keep watching. We're going to see the early neutral trade. Suzu, Bubble, Bubbles are broken. Do you see Pelican? Do you see Pelican, guys? Do you see Pelican? If you do not Suzu this, Fearless is going to go zoom, and then Dallas are going to have to disengage. This is the best use of Suzu when it's not used for countering a specific ultimate. Bang! And then watch Pelican. You see that? There it is, right there. There it is. No Suzu for that one, so Dallas will have to give up space. They have to Suzu that because they're probably going to die. So I think if you look at this from strictly Fielder's perspective, I think everything was used relatively well. Maybe we could have used a little bit more damage weaving, maybe a couple more headshots at crucial times would have been more powerful. But I think from at least Fielder's perspective, this neutral was played relatively well. And that's it. I don't know what Dallas Field are gonna do this fight. We might see if them try to Kaiden ult and then beat later. I'm not really sure. They don't have Kitsune, so Fielder has to be really careful how he's using a Suzu this fight. Has to be really careful. Yeah, he just gets one shot. That's really sucks. That's it. There's the Suzu because 1 HP. It ends up not being necessary because Chio gets the beat off. Fearless doesn't quite build his primal.
It's go time.
Yeah. It does force out the primal rage, but Dallas just doesn't quite go it. The Suzu gets wasted. Chio ends up, because Chio ends up needing it when theoretically he didn't need it, or he got a position where he wasn't going to demand it. Fearless dies right before his primal, and I think who dies? Is it Sparkle? Yeah, Sparkle looks like Sparkle, and Sparkle gets one shot. So really, just not a great trade from Dallas, but okay from Fielder again.
Infused with light. Restoring balance. This ends now.
You notice no Suzu on Fearless there, even though he was critical. Why? Primal Rage. Why else? Reaper Death Blossom. Beat Engage. Merit's shot. If Merit, for whatever reason, just shifts in here, Dallas need to have an E.
Like a gentle rain.
Massive disengage. 2-for-1 disengage. And now they can walk in with their own Death Blossom. And things are relatively even.
I'm here.
He gets isolated. Edison responds slowly. And because of that, let's actually break down just how horrible this is from Dallas in detail here. Aggression. Edison is isolated. Edison cannot get E from here. But here's the other problem. Watch Sparkle. You see his... The Suzu and Sparkle is late. Maybe it doesn't actually impact it that much. Does he get booped, or is it just me? Yep, he gets booped. He gets booped, so he doesn't get Suzu. If he gets Suzu here, Lastro dies. And there's a lot more pressure on Dante. Lastro lives because Sparkle doesn't get Suzu. Now, why does Sparkle not get Suzu? Because Edison gets split and distracts Fielder.
I'm here.
So if I were Fielder here, I think you need to trust the shift from Edison more. Oh, Edison just scuffs the shift too. This is really quite bad from Dallas. Fielder misses opportunity to Suzu his Reaper, which probably was the more important play. Edison scuffs his shift and scuffs his positioning. And now the Suzu lands on everybody, but it does nothing. Dallas deserved to lose this fight. He's also not weaving. He's dropped the ball in weaving at some times as well, and I think weaving was available. Whereas we were really strong with weaving early on, we've really fallen off. No way! No way, Fielder! No way! Wow. Okay. Well, never mind. That was something. Dallas had zero business winning that fight. No, zero business winning that fight. This is not clean, from a team-wide perspective. Oh my gosh. There we go. Well, that's something. There are 20 seconds wasted. Ah! Edison, what is he dying to? Oh my gosh, he just gets railed. Is that Lastro? I swear these random deaths are just wild. Look at this. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like actually unbelievable. Like the number of random deaths that we've had this particular map. They're not gonna be able to push it. That's just a sustain Q. Like you can see there, the weaving is not as smooth as it could be. Now keep in mind, Fielder is under a lot of pressure, so even the best can miss their weave, but we can still see room for growth there, just a little bit. Oh, the Suzu doesn't hit. The Suzu doesn't hit Sparkle. I don't think it would have been a huge thing, but it would have definitely bumped his HP a little bit. It kept him healthier, so that sucks. The Suzu gets blocked by Bubble, and Fielder can't pull one out of his hat 2 times in a row. So, well, we don't start off on a good note there, do we? So to be frank, chat, I only have time for 3 maps today. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Colosseo? Probably. We should probably finish with Colosseo. But what do you guys want to watch? King Azor or Route 66? What do you guys think? Do all of them? Well, that's helpful. Huh. We'll start with King Azor.
Ready for battle.
This is a relatively short map. Let's see how long Dorado is. I mean, maybe if they're all short, we could do all of them. But like, I got mouths to feed and children to raise, so uh-oh. Replay code bugged. Please don't crash. Maybe we're not doing Colosseo. One moment, please, chat. One moment. Let's restart the viewer really quick. No reason to be alarmed, everybody. Everything is going just fine. Surely, everybody, we're good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please let me launch the Overwatch League replay viewer, please. It's not letting me launch. It's not letting me launch. Overwatch application is still open, even though it's not. So that's unfortunate. Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1. 1. Ha! Okay, let's just go with King's Row. We'll make our decisions from there, alright?
Ready.
Whoa, okay, stuff is happening in relatively quickly. Let's go.
1. Attackers incoming. Restoring balance. Objective A. Enemy in sight.
Man, they are running it down. I mean, we saw this with London versus Houston. Houston played hyper aggressive and London got turbo stomped. And it makes sense, especially when you have a monkey like Dante. You know, like you have a weak point with a team, so the way to cover 1,000 sins is to just play super aggressive tempo all in the same timing. That's the simplest thing you could do. Imagine you could save your replay settings. That's where we would have liked to have seen Suzu on that initial trade once bubbles are broken, but obviously there's no Suzu, so yeah. Sucky. Whoa, don't like that, Suzu. Don't like that, Suzu. Not my Suzu. I mean, I think that might have been an anticipation of Merit taking a shot there. Let's actually see if he gets the timing right. Let's actually see. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, no. We don't love it. Okay, Suzu here would have been better, right? Like right on the initial trade, and then that would have bought Fearless time closer towards bubble. Yeah, that Suzu was not good. Not good. Ah! There's no way. Skin of their teeth, mates. The skin of their teeth. We're also, again, dropping the ball a little bit with weaving sometimes as well. Is Dante not a great monkey? Heck no, man. Dante did a fine job, all things considered. But he's a freaking DPS player, guys. He's a DPS player that played Doomfist. It's Dante. It's Dante. It's Dante. These guys have been playing Monkey since 2016 or earlier. Or I guess not earlier, but like, yeah. No, he did fine. He did fine. Nothing against Dante. Like, Dante did way, way better than he had any right to. So why is he on tank? I don't know. Communication. They have a communicational flow, right? You put him in over Doge because you like what Dante brings to the comms. You think what Dante brings in terms of his game sense. You think Dante has a better synergy with the players. But yeah.
Cybernetic innovation at its finest. Draw strength from nature.
There's a lot of reasons why you'd play somebody who's technically worse on a hero over somebody that's better on the hero. Same thing goes with Collusion Monkey versus Mikey, you know? And Collusion actually has some reps on Monkey nowadays too, right?
Let the Kitsune guide you.
They're gonna try and turn it. There's the Suzu to block the burst. Not just because they're critical, but unfortunately they're down. Oh, they turned it around. Nothing super special from Fielder here.
Soothing your wounds. Restoring balance. It's go time.
There it is. No Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu. There's Suzu. Maybe? No. That's good discipline owning that. I probably would have used it if I was a Kiriko, but that's why I am not an Overwatch League support. So, shocking, really. Ooh, that was a big one. Now, that does open up Pelican for an aggressive Death Blossom, and it does expose Sparkle if he wants a Death Blossom to being booped. We've talked about this before. Yeah. But I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. There, do you see the Suzu again timing, chat? Like, we see it not all the time because, again, with ultimates come online, it immediately becomes a risky thing. But any time that there's an opportunity for it, like, again, look at the timing of the Suzu. It's very conscious. It's very consciously done. Right now, Monk bubble breaks. If Fearless doesn't jump, this is when Pelican does damage. This is when, you see that? That's when Merit looks for shot, right? And now that opportunity is gone. So even when they're looking to disengage, the timing is good. That's actually a pretty good thing for you guys to kind of pick up in your own play as well. Obviously, it's very specific to Monkey Bubble breaking here, but you can kind of take Reinhardt swinging on each other, right? Not necessarily you play Kiriko with Rein, but let's just say they're both swinging on each other. Your Rein's armor threshold starts to drop. That's when you Suzu him right when you expect him to take a burst of damage. Very nice. Not flashy, but nice nonetheless. You notice he's not weaving in damage there, obviously, because the flicks necessary to do that would be kind of absurd. So, yeah. Woo! Easy. Kiriko ult. 5, 4, 3. Oh, here comes. Shirley. Ooh, look at that discipline. So I would have expected a Kiriko ultimate there, but they're too close to the corner. Again, watch the bubble break. Bubble's breaking. There's the Suzu. And like, you literally, it lands there right as the bubble breaks. I would have expected a Suzu, but again, a Kiriko ult, but I think it's perfectly reasonable that they didn't, because notice that Houston did not use any mobility cooldown, so if they popped the Q, they all would have disengaged. If anybody should have learned that lesson, it would have been me. As soon as the Houston commit to this fight, which Houston probably actually won't commit until they build up their Kiriko ult, by the way, chat, in which case, Fielder will be ready to mirror. Fielder flawless, yes. Deserves all the kisses and sweet treats in the history of the world. Ooh, that is a rough one. So this is where, like, Sparkle has to be really careful. What bursts Sparkle here? Dude, Lastro, what the fart, man? Pardon my profanity. Like, look at this, y'all. This guy turns the corner, 3, 2, 1. Holy crap, that's like actually unbelievable. Like, this is really hard because Fielder does not want to Suzu this, but now Sparkle has to play a little bit carefully, which means they lose the neutral trade. This is actually a really nice neutral trade from Outlaws. You know what I'm saying? They don't get a lot of damage on Fearless, but holy mackerel. Yeah, that discipline was really good. I was expecting the Kiriko ultimate there, but it didn't happen. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Dante should die. Dante should die. Dante is going in too deep, even with a Kiriko ult behind him. I think Dante will probably die. There's the Kitsune rush, and Dante has to. Oh, Dante barely survives. There's the burst. Again, the maxing the Suzu just to get the HP trade. Actually, phenomenal play from Houston there to not lose that trade. I thought for sure that they were going to lose that trade. Chio probably beats the match on this corner. We might actually see a beat engage now. Yeah. Here he comes. No Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu. No Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu, no Suzu. Maybe Suzu this. Oh, he doesn't need it. He gets out. He didn't really have a chance to Suzu it either. Try not Suzu. Try not Suzu. Yeah, crazy. You know, I'll give Houston credit. Like, Houston is playing this pretty well. Like, a lot of these ins and outs are actually better than even Shock was looking at some points. Now, obviously, Shock won 3 maps, so Shock was probably, I mean, Shock was the better team. But right now, Houston is playing quite well. Has Matt Lasser played main support before this season? No, not that I know of. I remember, listen, y'all. I remember playing versus Lastro on freaking Sky Foxes back in 2019 when I was coaching Chicken Contendies with Hardblue, and Tanner from high school, and Gig. And we played up against Lastro Sky Foxes. I don't even remember who else was on that team. And this son of a gun, they literally played Ana goats when everybody else was playing Zen goats just because Lastro was so good with his nades. Oh man. Those were the days. Those are the days. This little rat was good at sky nades. He would sky nade knowing the corner we would fight on as goats. Suzu. Oh, he almost got out too. Ooh, this is the real question. Did they try the 3v4 with the Kitsune rush? I don't know. Probably not. They probably try to wait till at least one of the player gets back. Okay, now here's the question.
My gift to you.
I don't think, yeah, so Houston disengages. So I was gonna say, don't get the Kitsune rush kited. Here comes the Kitsune for Kitsune. There is no Reaper ult, there's no Primal, so we could be more liberal with our Suzu usage here. And yes, wait for Sparkle for Death Blossom. That's a great catch. So here it comes. The offensive Suzu on Death Blossom. Like, Suzu for Death Blossom, whether offensively or defensively, is like crazy, you know? All right, let's see. We might see Kitsune Death Blossom. That would be my guess. And then the Suzu, that's where the Kitsune is gonna land. Right there. And then Suzu in. Sparkle doesn't get the opportunity to pop it. That sucks. Okay, so we don't get it. And then we do it this time? Surely now. There it is. There it is. And it does the job, right? Look at that. 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 Look at these poor pathetic peasants trying to deal with this Death Blossom. Ready?
A dark step.
Wraith. There's the boop. Death Blossom. He's low. Just kidding. He's invulnerable. And that last little bit was exactly what was needed. Nice job. Nice. Yes and no. That could be a way of looking at it, yes, but it's also when you're playing at Kitsune rushes, the Death Blossom, they're going to have cooldowns often anyways, but what you're doing is you're playing more to Kitsune, you're to Suzu, your Death Blossom, so that you force a split, and then you can finish the kill afterwards. So when you're Suzuing your Death Blossom in Kitsune rush mirrors, you're not even necessarily trying to get a kill with the Death Blossom, you're trying to cause the enemy team to give up their Kitsune rush in terms of their positioning, so then you can pick them off one by one.
My gift to you.
I know we're getting kind of a little nitty gritty here, but yeah. Okay. You need to be careful with the Suzu now because beat engages and primals are now a risk.
It's go time.
There it is. Do you notice how the timing of these Suzus? You're like, Edison wasn't critical. Why would he pop it then? Well, here's why.
This ends
Let's
now.
watch really carefully. Why Suzu now? Bang. Because when this target is up against the wall, that's when the burst of damage from the primal juggle comes in. Now it's a little teeny bit early, but right bang 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 here is when you get the landing damage plus the primal melee, and the primal melee even after that. And so that's where you'd have the burst of like 80 to 100 damage onto a target that's being primaled. And it's really important that you prevent that burst from happening. Not only that, but it gives Edison the window to be able to disengage and juke the primal entirely. You don't want to wait till he's up against the wall getting bursted for you to press your Q in him, because he's stuck there. We got him out from the corner where he was being primaled. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many times have we seen fights lost because they got the Sojourn in the corner, right? You prevent that from happening, and you also prevent him from goofing up his shift as well. I mean, Edison doesn't even have to use shift there. Do you see this? That's actually crazy. That's all on the Suzu. That's all on the Suzu. Suzu, don't use it because you notice there, Wraith, so no Suzu. I mean, he doesn't have Suzu, actually, so never mind. No Kitsune, no Suzu, 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 no Suzu. Right there. Do you see it? Look at the beat HP. It's expired. There's a chance that Pelican hits a shot there and bursts us to low, so we're not going to let him do it. Nice job. Nice job. Okay. This should be a fast attack. Again, do you see the timing of the Suzu? We've talked about this a million times. I'm not going to say it again. But there's another one of those neutral Suzus, right? There's the burst damage. Nope, just kidding. It's those moments of vulnerability where it's really important that you don't get nuked, right?
You take a lot of damage, huh?
Because if you take too much damage on those neutrals, you will have to fully disengage. Or you might even get chased down and die. Basically what Fearless was talking about is, I mean, really we've seen it with Fielder. Fielder is prioritizing the heal. Like, here's the thing. When you're playing a hero, you want to min-max your pressure. Pressure could be indirect by your healing. So in other words, you're healing people that do more damage than you, or that get the most value out of your healing. Or it's going to be direct pressure by actually hitting shots. Now, what we've seen with Fielder is Fielder believes, and is probably right in this composition, that his healing, his HPS is more important than his DPS. Now, is Fielder doing damage? Yes. Is Fielder hitting crucial shots? Yes. If Fielder was not doing damage, would it be a mistake? Yes. Fielder has to be doing damage. There's too much free damage available between your healing Ofuda that you could be putting on the enemy tank, on the enemy DPS. We've already seen at least a handful of fights won because of Fielder weaving healing and damage and healing and damage. However, Fielder is definitely playing in a playstyle to where he is prioritizing his healing, which makes sense, especially given the way that Dallas Field play these neutrals. I think it's probably the best way to play, actually. Now, Teru was playing very flank heavy, very aggressive, not healing oriented, more damage oriented, which was a playstyle that worked for them, but doesn't seem to be the best. Yeah. Yeah, I think prioritizing your healing and then damaging between shots is the priority thing. Whenever you can go full damage, you do, but more often, and it's the same thing with Batiste and Brawl Mirrors. Batiste and Brawl Mirrors, Ryan versus Ryan, always prioritize healing. But if you are only healing and not doing damage, then you're going to lose your team the fight, even if it's just general pressure on the shield. So it's more about not doing damage. It's more about prioritizing the healing over the damage. It's the same thing as Ana, too. Ana, Bap, you know, whatever. Moira as well, right? Yeah, no worries. It's not really super complicated, to be honest with you. It's pretty much what you think he means is what he means. Like, you guys remember Teru? Teru would be positioned, like, up here putting damage out, right? But then he's like, that's going to compromise my healing, which is going to mean we're going to lose the neutral, and if I don't get a pick from here, or if I don't get a lot of flank pressure from here, then it's probably not worth it. Now, keep in mind that this is specifically in the neutral right now. I think if you're playing Kiriko into a Rhine comp or a sniper comp, then you would need to be putting more offensive pressure out than healing pressure. But I think in the neutral, the healing on is really, really, really strong. They're going to get Kiriko ultimate first, which is going to be big. If they get an opportunity to leverage it, then that's going to be a free fight win, and it's going to put Houston in a really, really bad spot. Suzu soon, probably. Okay, so they actually just fully disengaged there. So you can kind of see, like, if he had Suzu there, then that would have been a waste because Dallas were not trying to hold space. They just jumped away. Right, so then you jump away and give yourself invulnerability at the mains. It makes no sense. So you either want to Suzu when you want to hold the position to prevent the initial post cooldown burst, or you don't even use the Suzu and you just jump out, which is exactly what Dallas does. So no Suzu there. Okay.
Restoring balance. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Yeah, not great. Not great. I would have preferred another neutral trade to walk out 3, 2, 1, turn on Dante, turn on Pelican, see if we can force a cooldown, or see if they decide to stay. If they decide to stay, we run them over. This is a little bit goofy, to be honest with you. The only reason, in fact, they get Pelican is because Lastra or Creative goofs up his Suzu. That Suzu should have hit Pelican. In fact, he Suzu's nobody. I don't know what Creative was doing there, but that was a huge mistake from Creative. That is the only reason this Kitsune Rush doesn't get kited out. You see that? Not good. So, yeah, not good. That was not well played from Fielder. That was not good.
Payload's heading out.
Better team does not allow that to happen. What is max real damage? I think it's like 270 or something like that. So Dallas probably is here. I would be very surprised if we don't see a Dallas disengage here, because they have ults to match, but also they don't have Kitsune, which means that Houston probably just straight up wins the fight on point, and they probably think that Pelican and Merit have their ults. So I would be surprised if Dallas stayed here. We'll probably see a disengage with Suzu. And there it is, right? There's the Dallas disengage. And yes, it does cost them their Sojourn ult, but a Sojourn ult for a Kitsune is an okay trade. Wasn't that 300? You might be right. I honestly don't fully remember, to be perfectly frank with you.
Under my protection.
260. Okay.
Payload stalled.
Perfect Suzu. Perfect read. This is good team play and good Kiriko play.
Like mending a shadow.
They're just milking it, man. Kite another ult. Kite another ult. And now all of a sudden they're in a situation where they were relatively even with ultimate. They were actually down one ultimate and down the powerful ultimate. They're actually close to their Kitsune Rush now. And they're actually even on ultimates now, which is crazy. So what we might see here is aggression from Fuel, Primal Rage on the Sojourn, and to a beat engage, beat for beat, and to a Death Blossom mid-fight Kitsune Rush. They're actually going to beat and Primal at the same time. I don't think that's great, to be honest with you. But I think that beat was unnecessary. I think that was a miscommunication from Chio and Fearless. Yeah, you hate to see both pop. So this is a little bit of a misplay from Dallas. Let's look at. I know. I'm always saying, oh, we're focusing on this, but I always tend to like let macro bleed in. There's a primal. So Houston is a pretty decent. So Dallas is going to disengage this. Dallas, this out. Oh no! And they just go. Wow. Okay, that was Dallas was going to disengage this, and then they get split. And Sparkle's like, go. And then they died. Oh no, another Ajax from last row. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Really nice play from Edison. Edison, I say. Really nice play from Fielder. Really nice play from Fielder. Yes, Overwatch League players 100% use the scoreboard to track ults better. It's sometimes hard to use on like the second and third ultimates in the match and so on, but for at least the first ultimate and either side, it is 100% used for ult tracking. Let's go route. Maybe we skip Coliseo because Coliseo is a bit of a snoozer.
Hello there. Hey, cute. Let's win this.
Unfortunate. But it costs you your Suzu. But Dante is playing in such a position to where if that dive is countered, he has overextended. Right? High risk, high reward play, which is countered by a good Kiriko, which is exactly what happens. You're gonna notice as well that Fielder often doesn't end up using his teleport. He's not getting his teleport force. He always has a defensive cooldown. Yeah.
Soothing your wounds.
Early aggression, nobody needs healing. Notice he doesn't even TP there. Edison doesn't really need it, so he doesn't want to get his TP forced early because his position right now. So like, here's the thing. Let's look at this fight really quick. This is something interesting that maybe you guys can think about. Right now, yes, he could TP on Edison, but he gets the healing locked on Edison, so Edison's probably okay. But the other reason why he doesn't want to TP on Edison is once he's here, do you see how his vision is a lot worse for damage? His vision is a lot worse for heals. If he can greed his position here, you see how much better his angle is to actually do stuff, right? He's able to keep a relatively aggressive position. So he doesn't end up having to lose his position in the process. Kind of interesting. Uh-oh.
My ultimate is charging. We're all strength from nature. My ultimate is charging. Going somewhere. Let me balance you out.
You're also going to notice as well that I think, like, obviously Dallas have gotten more kills, they've won the fight, but I wonder if something like the heal bot priority with Fielder, I don't know if this is something that the Fearless stream confirmed or not, but it definitely looks like they are getting Kitsune Rush faster consistently than Outlaws, just by a little bit, and obviously being the first to build up your Kitsune Rush is very important. So you lose a little bit of your beat charge, but Kitsune Rush is a better ultimate, so that might be something to consider with the heal quote-unquote bot playstyle as well. There's the bell. And so they're not able to leverage the Kitsune Rush advantage now.
Like mending a shadow. Let the Kitsune guide you.
So it's actually kind of interesting here. So I look at this right here from Dallas,
Let the Kitsune guide
and
you.
I actually think that this is potentially kiteable from Houston. Potentially. I don't think it's going to be, but there's a chance about it. But the funny thing is because Houston has the ult as well, Houston is kind of baited into mirroring, but the problem with mirroring here is like, look at Houston's position and look at Dallas's position. So if Houston tried to go 1-for-1 here, their positioning is just poopy cheeks. Like, it's horrible. Like, so what ends up happening is Dallas just murders them, whereas I think it might have been better there for Houston to try and disengage entirely or just go next. But yeah, I think it ends up working out okay. I honestly don't know if Houston could have disengaged there either. It's just a dominant position for that Kitsune rush. That makes sense. Okay.
It's go time.
Ooh. That Sojourn gets kited. That's unfortunate. You notice that we're not Suzuing Edison, even though he's being primaled, because his back is not up against a wall. He's not going to get bursted. He's totally fine right now, right? If he gets juggled into a corner, we'll probably see Suzu. Although at this point now, it's messy because we've got Beat, we've got Death Blossom on the way as well. So let's see what happens. That was a Death Blossom play, but Sparkle called it off. You can see it right here. Sparkle's wraithing. Sparkle really wants it. Go, 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 right? But he doesn't trust. He doesn't trust, chat. If he had trusted... Oh, Sparkle, 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 Sparkle. This would have been a massive Death Blossom. This would have been a massive... Lastro actually could not have... And Creative... Does Creative have... Oh, Creative doesn't have Suzu. Oh... This was fight winning right here. Fight winning. Hey, Vakute! Thank you for the sub, man. Yeah, really thank you for all the subs the last couple of weeks. I've really appreciated it. Been ridiculously generous. Thank you for the sub. This is fight winning here, and actually Dallas might actually lose this because the Suzu is wasted. This is not Fielder's fault. There was a communicational thing. He wants to go. He called it off the last second. Too late. Suzu's wasted. Rough, man. That was such a winnable fight for Dallas too. What's up? Just wait till the 1v1. I'm spooked. Huh. The worst part about it is you guys get to tell me what the hero 1v1 is gonna be. So. Alright, there's the aggressive TP. So we've seen this a few times. We've seen this a few times where people are holding the spawn doors here just so they can get like either 2 or 3 fights in this point. Because the thing with this meta right now is that positioning matters a lot, but you don't need like these crazy long high spam angles with this comp. So you're a lot more flexible with positioning. So you're like, we're not playing like a double sniper comp where high grounds and flanks are really OP. We're just going to go in. So even if we give up positioning on high ground just to take an early fight, it doesn't really matter. So the objective pressure is almost more powerful than the positioning pressure. So Dallas might actually take a fast fight here, or at least try and bait out that beat early. Like at this point now, they're also like Kitsune rush is a concern as well. So this is a 100%, I promise you, Dallas trying to bait out an ultimate from Outlaws, and let's see if Outlaws give it to them. Now that means that Fielder, specifically in his end, has to have his TP, has to have his Suzu. Oh, that's bad. That was bad. They're gonna try again, and they get the kill. All right, perfect. We don't even need an ult. Kind of a strange TP from Fielder. That's the opposite of what he was doing earlier, where he didn't really need to TP, so he was holding it, and also holding his aggressive position. I don't like that TP from Fielder. Your Genji looked pretty sweet. Man, no respect. A prophet is not without honor. So you notice that now that Dallas has kind of given up that close hold, because now they're in a situation where, like, I think it's actually pretty reasonable for Dallas to win this fight despite the support disadvantage because of Kitsune, and also because of the position. Nickel Knuckle, thank you for the sub. That is one of the most creative names I've ever had on a subscription ever. So, nice name. And by creative, I mean brain dead. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Again, we're in a position here where I think Outlaws could theoretically disengage, but what's more likely to happen is Creative will mirror. But again, look at Dallas's positioning here. I wonder, did he react to Dante using jump? In which case, it will be very hard for Outlaws to disengage. Yes. So Dante's jumped. Dante cannot disengage. We will probably see either a beat, a Suzu plus Kitsune, or a Kitsune plus beat. And this is going to be great for Dallas because Dallas has all the cooldowns in the world and all the position in the world. Like, Dallas will either get the kill here or they'll be able to fully disengage Outlaws if they do stack ults here. There it is. And look at this. Like, do you see how much worse this feels for Outlaws as opposed to the Dallas fuel? I don't know what happens to Fearless there, but that was in theory the proper play for Dallas. And you even love it here. You even love this here. Like, even without the Death Blossom, look at the synergy here. Sparkle, no Wraith, forces Wraith. I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in. Gets the bell. Just, succulent, sweet nectar of life. That's just really well done. That's just really well done. Like right there. Look at that right there, man. Look at that. That's just great. That's just awesome right there. That's fight winning right there. Ooh. Muffed up our TPs a few times. Don't Teru on me. Nice boop from Chio. Alright, now if, depending on how far Dante goes in, this is where, again, we would see Suzu, potentially, but obviously we hope we don't have to because now we have double Suzu to worry about. Fielder, enable Sparkle. Fielder, disable Pelican. Which one will it be? Can you believe people said Fuel was a bad team? I don't know who would say Fuel was a bad team. Fuel were really good in scrims, like immediately. People who said, I don't know when or who was saying that, but Fuel has been good all year. Preseason, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, they weren't always the best team, but they've been good all year. There's never been a point in time where Fuel was anywhere below mid-table, at any point in time. Even in metas that weren't good. That stinks, but maybe we'll get enough of a positive cooldown trade out of that. Obviously, don't want to have to use Suzu there, but maybe Creative dies for it. Maybe not. Okay, well, either way, that's unfortunate. Avril? When did Avril say Dallas were bad? They absolutely were the most consistent team all year. Like, there's not even an argument for any other team. Shock had lower lows, right? Glads had significantly lower lows. Glads were actively bad in scrims for brief times.
It's go time. What's up?
This once, when they got owned one tourney? Yeah, fair enough. But they made the tourney, you know? They made the tourney. Bad is subjective, you know what I'm saying? Compared to maybe the Glads at the time, they were not as good. But yeah. Terrible, terrible beat from last show. There's really nothing crazy to say right now. We're just playing range. We're healing, we're spamming, we're healing, we're spamming. There's been nothing crazy to Suzu, just basically playing distance. We might see a Suzu on the floor here, though. Right there, right? To make sure that we get the kill and make sure that he doesn't get the kill with his shot. Just a really, really dull second point. They managed space really well. Fielder was utilizing high grounds really well. Fielder was utilizing his wall climb really, really well, but there wasn't anything flashy with his Suzu specifically, which we have been putting a little bit of extra attention into. Dallas did a much better job controlling and managing space, and that is it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fielder is playing really quite well. Ooh, cute little sleep there. Cute little sleep there.
Escort the payload.
I'll find my own path.
There's the early bell on the neutral. Right? very aggressive TP, but he knows he's going to Suzu the floor and drop out, and so it's probably okay. He's too close to Winston. I think we're going to be all right. Yee! Careful, 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 careful. That right there is something where you see a Sojourn take your head off if you're a monkey. You got to be careful. Kind of a weird TP, to be honest with you. I don't understand that one. We might see Kitsune rush. Probably won't, considering the spawn advantage. Oh! So uncharacteristically kind of sloppy positioning from Fielder, to be honest with you. Not great cover usage. Some goofy TPs. Getting basically in melee range of the Winston for no particular reason. I mean, these fights are always a mess, and it might be that Fielder is playing this more aggressively because if you can get a trade, then you can break the spawn camp, right? Because it's the closer spawn advantage. But a little bit messy from Fielder for sure. Posture check, thank you. Yeah, the Reaper is definitely the sad point of this composition. I think all the other heroes are relatively fun to watch.
I've got you.
Kitsune for Kitsune. Look at the ult charge differential as well. Lastro, way more ult. Fielder, way more ult. Now, obviously, Fielder built his ult when Creative was still at... look at that, 63%. 61%, and Fielder has his ultimate. So, there's definitely a little bit of a heal bot playstyle that Dallas are trying to leverage. May not matter in the grand scheme of things, though, because the Outlaws will get their Kitsune to mirror. I wonder how Dallas are going to play this. Because remember, if this was Dallas, Houston would press Q out here, Kitsune on high ground, and Dallas would be in trouble. So what are Dallas going to do? Already positioning better underneath high ground, right? You see this? Do you see this? And so now we mirror. But do you see how Houston no longer has a positional advantage anymore? Now it's actually truly a neutral. Truly a neutral. I'll look at that question in a second, Piranha. Huh. Although, chat, you're welcome to try your hand at answering that question if you'd like. Most of you guys in here have probably learned enough to know the answer to that question. Okay. Some weaving of damage and healing. No Kitsune for the Death Blossom, but he gets it off anyway. Really nothing fancy whatsoever from Fielder. Nothing fancy. And that's how it is sometimes. Like, the opportunities for flashy plays for a big Suzu, sometimes not always there. Sometimes you just have to do the fundamentals really, really well. The weaving there, I think, was relatively good. We didn't choke. We didn't throw. We've seen lots of fights where Fielder deadlifted things. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why Suzu is quote-unquote wasted there is because that he knows he's going to get it back. And you also know in terms of ult tracking now that when the Suzu is placed, there's no Death Blossom to enable right now. You see this? Neither team has Death Blossom. They will know this from ult track. Also, it's not even wasted on himself. He's using it on Edison, right? So Edison needed the Suzu. And then there was no reason to hold it because by the time Death Blossom was available, which is now, if you were to Suzu your Death Blossom now, look at Fielder's cooldowns. Fielder has it in 1 second, right? So, yeah.
Under my protection. I've got you.
Look at the range on Kiriko heals, y'all. Look at the range on that. That's unbelievable. People always underestimate Kiriko range. It's actually unbelievable.
Feels like sunlight, huh? Ultimate's charging.
I don't need to say it. You guys know it. Nice job. It's all about anticipation, right? Ult track, they know they have Blossom. No surprises. No surprises. Why does he Suzu that?
Railgun charged.
Right there, you see that? That's why. Charge shot, he's out in the open. That's the respect.
Under my protection.
Suzu in the floor. I am shocked Fielder did not Suzu that. I am actually shocked. So, right.
We're on our way.
I'm shocked he didn't Suzu. This would be a Suzu into a Kitsune Rush and then teleport to Sparkle underneath and then you have your Suzu again. This is where usually you'd see the respect for the Sojourn.
Let the Kitsune.
I mean, he doesn't even use it till he's already body shot. That's a misplay, to be frank with you. That's a lot of confidence in your 80-80 strafing or just a flat out misplay. I think that's a misplay. I don't know if he wasn't aware that Merit was ahead of him, that thought maybe it was the Kiriko instead, but that is crazy. That is crazy. Look at the opportunities Merit has here. You see that? Like this, he had 2 shots and he missed both essentially. That is massive ego. Not in a good way, I'm gonna be frank. That was not good. There's the irony.
You know what this
Curly!
This is a trash
Is this
can.
Coach Curly? Is this the Coach Curly? Thank you for the raid.
Push the payload.
Is this the Coach Curly? Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. We are checking out some Fielder POV from the Overwatch finals. Watch some Kiriko. Alrighty. Let's hit a dip real quick though. That's all right. I appreciate the raid nonetheless. All right, let's do this. Shoot, shoot, shoot. We might see a TP out of the choke here. So the TP is one way to help you rotate ahead of time. You like utilize your teams, the heroes that actually have like the ability to cross easier, and then you kind of TP after them after they've gone ahead. Now that does mean that you're vulnerable for a brief period of time. So if Houston wants to go like hyper aggressive here, there is a window here, but it's not likely considering that Houston have the high ground. So it's generally probably safe. Generally probably safe. Let's see what happens to the fuel here. We got a Death Blossom. Will we see a Kitsune used on the, or the Suzu used on the Death Blossom? Maybe not. It's kind of awkward with the positioning. Ooh, that was messy. Ooh, that was messy too. Lots of Merit ego going on right now. Oh, massive shot. Massive Edison. So once again, Fielder, nothing really actually particularly flashy there. At least that particular fight. Just some massive shots from Edison. I lied, chat. Let's just look at Coliseum. Let's just do it. Let's just do it quickly. Let's just do it really quickly. I really have to end stream after this though. I'm exhausted. Had a long day yesterday. It was a really long day on Tuesday. A long day on Monday. Huh. Heal, weave, shoot, 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 heal, 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 heal. Woo! I'm gonna resist the temptation to do the thing I did in the grand finals and pretend to sleep for the entire 60 seconds of the first fight. But man, oh man, I wish to goodness they would just remove these two things. It would open up this map so much more, so much more. In fact, I'm going to screenshot this because I need to remind myself later to talk about it, because I really truly feel like this map is drawn out so long because of those positions right there. It makes it so hard to take space or take flanks. Like it's why these become these big stalemates. So we're going to just speed things up a little bit here. Heal, shoot, heal, 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 heal. No. Holy crap, y'all. Holy crap. So they force bubble out early. What forces bubble out early from Houston? I don't know why Dante bubbles there, to be frank. But then Dallas clearly looks to punish that. We might see a Suzu. Well, no, they don't, because they avoid the sightlines. But we are now at 70 seconds and no kill. Might see it. TP. I was gonna say there's the Suzu at the end of the bubble trade, and then there they go. 80 seconds before the first kill. Nothing fancy there, outside of obviously the Suzu on the neutral trade, which we've talked about many times. Probably Kitsune on cart. The danger, though, is like Dorado or Route 66, as we just saw, is Fielder's Kitsune going to be positioned in a location where Dallas can avoid the counter Kitsune from Outlaws? In other words, creative, they will have the advantage of high ground, so will Dallas patiently wait? I'm not honestly sure. We might see Kitsune trade on the choke, so let's actually see here. Now, Dante did use jump. Yes, that is their cue. That is their cue. But creative does match it instantly, so maybe Dante will be okay. Suzu on the trade. Houston actually does a pretty good job. That timing of that Kitsune rush from them was actually perfect. Completely shut down the aggression. There's the Sojourn. And he gets the kill. Wow. Suzu there, just to be safe. No point saving it. Just to make sure that we don't get traded. Really important, okay? Shoot, 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 shoot. Heal, shoot, 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 heal, shoot, 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 heal. It's a lot like Batiste, right? We talked about that. Aggressive TP, gonna focus down the Reaper. Suzu there to survive. Will he have TP? He will not. Okay, so this is just basically the beat is used to counter the Sojourn ult, but then nothing really happens with the beat, so then nothing, they don't get the pressure that they want. Obviously the positioning gap is a big one there too. Okay, here comes the Suzu Death Blossom. Surely chat, I'm so excited for this. It's going to be mid-fight after a couple cooldowns are used. Try and force the enemy. They're going to try and force the enemy Suzu whenever possible. Has creative used it? No, creative has not used it. Can they force? Now, the way to force Suzu out so you can Death Blossom with yours is to go aggressively on the enemy Monkey Reaper and have a better neutral trade, so that then either they have to Suzu to avoid losing the neutral trade, or they have to fully disengage out, in which case, okay, you didn't get the kill, but you got a lot of space, and we just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Or you can then use that opportunity to, if you build an ultimate, by then to just go. So like, for example, right now, they're in a Kitsune rush. That's definitely either going to either A, win the fight, or force every cooldown in the world that's going to open up your opportunity to be able to Death Blossom afterwards. Okay. There it is. There's a Kitsune rush. Surely we see Suzu from... There it is, and then that opens the engage from Sparkle wide open. Let's watch Fielder's POV here. Unkiteable, causes a horrible split, and they're able to finish the kill. Houston actually almost kites it out. And do you see that? Do you see that Suzu as well? He's trying to enable his team to continue to pursue. Watch. Bang. Right there. Ends up not being necessary. Dallas is going to try and... Oh, merit. Wow. That's a huge deal. Huge deal. It's going to take Fielder a long time to get back. Dallas will probably end up having to disengage this. See? Ooh, actually, he gets there just in time. That was close. Run. Suzu, Death Blossom. Oh, no! Oh, no! And that's going to save Creative and Merit's life, guys. Ah, no! Just slightly delayed. You guys see that? Okay, so remember, the Suzu makes them a Wraith. Not only are they invulnerable, but they're also impossible to boop or move. So then Sparkle's screaming, go, 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 right? And Fielder is just a tad late with the Suzu. Lastro gets the boop. And that's actually gonna kill Sparkle as well, I think. No, Sparkle doesn't die, excuse me. But Merit and Creative live because of it. I think they might still win this fight, but that sucks, man. Not near as clean as it should have been. That window of time is so tight, and they just miss it. So we probably see Dallas disengage this, maybe? Because they're not going to be 5 just yet. Yeah, see, Fearless isn't back yet, so we'll see what Dallas says. Yeah, they're going to disengage. Okay. You could argue Pelican died instead, though. But yeah, I'd rather 2 people die rather than 1 person die. I think the Kiriko and the Sojourn were dead there, if not. That's just a positioning goof from Fielder. He's kind of out in the open. His teleport ends up putting him in a really awkward spot out in the open. And then he sees, like, oh, shoot, I'm at risk here. I'm not sure if he's concerned about Merit or if he thinks that he might take a headshot. But that's a bit of a mess. Beat, push. They get the kill. Awesome. Put your back into it, mates. All right, spam, Sam, Sam. Oh, smoked. Okay. I mean, he's sitting on Suzu there, even post-neutral trade, because Pelican wasn't there, and also, again, we've got Reaper Blossom to worry about as well as Beat, so... It's funny how, like, early you see Suzu used in neutrals without ultimates, and then how patient the Kiriko's become as soon as ultimates get online. You notice that we're still not using our Kiriko, our Suzu here, right? It's too much of a fear of the Reaper. He needs to know the status of the Reaper. There it is. That's why, right? He doesn't end up getting his TP out, but that's why you need patience there. Like, this fight is unironically still... Okay, it's not winnable, but it was felt winnable for a period of time just because that Suzu was perfectly placed. Really not great positioning from Edison here. How did Edison end up here? Oh, he's trying to disengage. And then he gets stuck inside. Ouch. Okay. Oof. Okay. Let us see what happens. Yeah, he uses overclock. No Reaper Death Blossoms to worry about, but there is a Primal Rage, so let's see if that affects Suzu.
Restoring balance.
Mid-fight, whatever.
2-minute warning.
What do you think of the COG Kiriko Ana comp? I mean, it feels a lot like, I mean, Hog doesn't die. Hog just doesn't die. And Hog has a one-shot. We've seen Hog compositions make their way into Monkey compositions before. So it's not a massive surprise, to be honest with you. I could see it 100% working, because you also have to consider, like, what's the really strong support? Kiriko, okay? Kiriko enables her Hog a lot, but also Kiriko doesn't really do anything versus a Hog. Like, a Hog doesn't give a rip about a Kiriko. Doesn't do anything. So, like, you look at the composition that's being played right now, and outside of Reaper damage, nothing kills Hog. So that's why, to be honest with you. It's pretty good versus the composition that is meta right now. That's it. Also, Whole Hog synergizes quite well with Kiriko Ultimate. Is it the best composition? I don't know. I mean, there's a chance of it. I don't think it's out of the question. And we've talked about this, right? Teams did not get enough time to practice counter comps. So who knows?
Barricades moving.
Because the problem with compositions like that are being played right now, as weird as it is to say, you look at Fuel's comp, you look at the mirror comp that's being played, it is very low damage and very low crowd control. So the things that are counter hog or just raw damage burns him alive because he has no defensive utility besides his heal and his crowd control. Sleep dart, nade, anything. He's got, right? There's no sleep dart, there's no nade. There's no consistent and constant pressure. Outside of maybe the Reaper, right? There's nothing that can really burn him down, right? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Barricades moving.
Whoops. Just melted. Oh, that's a terrible trade. Terrible trade for Fuel. Terrible trade for Fuel. Just a slightly mistimed, goofed up engage. That sucks. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, everybody's back now. Here we go. Last fight. Not necessarily relatively passively, but they will play aggressively pre-fight, peel off the aggression, and as soon as Winston's use bubble or they force a Wraith, the Hog team will play aggressively. Like you would play here, you'd shoot, you'd fish for a hook to force their cooldowns early. You don't get it, whatever they dive you, you can just vape, survive, and then afterwards you have hook again, you can push aggressively afterwards. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. Death Blossom on the field. Desperately trying not to use his Suzu. Totally fine. Still, Suzu usage is going to be really important in this fight. Ah, we called it as the words are exiting my voice box. Sparkle's like, go in! And look at what happens. Bang! Look at that. That's it. GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Houston is sent home in a body bag. Okay. Fielder, ladies and gentlemen. Fielder who has shown consistently good execution across the board. Some mistakes, yes. I mean, that makes obvious sense. Everybody makes mistakes. But really quite good use of Suzu. Really quite good use of ultimate. Solid mechanics. Love the weaving. I think the weaving was honestly really quite good. Attack, heal, attack, heal, attack, heal. Executed very well. Definitely played more of a heal bot, less super aggressive style, but I do think that matched the Dallas Fuel playstyle better, and I think you could make a pretty good argument that that's probably the best way to play Sojourn, or Kiriko, excuse me, in the current meta, just based off of the more of the way the neutrals are being played, and also it allows you to farm up your Kiriko ultimate faster, so that's obviously a huge upside as well. But yeah, do you guys have any questions specifically about the Kiriko? Let's stick with just the Kiriko. Great stream, thank you. Yeah, I was always dread a hog meta. Yeah, I do not enjoy hog metas either. I am 100% with you there. I think the hero is too one-dimensional, but it's something different to watch for sure. Like I think some variety is always a plus, right? So we respect it. Funny enough, the VOD reviews done by the Fuel members were ripping on Sparkle for doing so much damage but not getting kills, which charge enemy support ult faster than them. Yeah, I would have to look more at Sparkle POV. Maybe that's the next thing that we do. Maybe next week is look at Reaper and maybe Lucio POV as well. I think there's just so much to learn because, to be honest with you, we've never really seen pro Kiriko, right? Like in the Overwatch League, we've never really seen. I mean, when's the last time we've seen Reaper? You know what I'm saying? It's been a long time. So I think there's a lot to learn, I think, from here. It's not just good content, because obviously that's great, but it's honestly, I really feel like I'm learning a lot as well. I'm coaching, but I'm learning as I'm coaching. That's like we said earlier, that happens a lot of the time. Okay. I used to think our heals are on the lower side. That yeah. See, like the thing with the heals, it's like it does a deceptively amount of healing per second. I agree with you there. I was definitely with you. I was like, oh, she's not a super strong healer, and she's definitely not a heal bot. There's way too much utility available with her to only heal bot. But there are a lot. There's just a lot more. Just heal. There's a lot more. There's a lot more healing. If you just focused on healing and were able to like weave your shots, get good value of your Suzu, especially in the current meta right there, it's actually really quite strong. Will Kiriko stand the test of time as the meta evolves? I'm not sure. So this is the thing with Kiriko. I believe Kiriko is the enabler of this meta. Let me put it this way. When GOATs became meta, it was not because Zenyatta Discord was too strong. Because Zenyatta couldn't function against GOATs unless he was in GOATs, right? What was strong was sustain. So you could argue like Moira was really strong. Diva was really strong. The Brig was really strong. But then what happened is people would figure out, okay, if you try and play spam comps versus us, we're just going to play Moira GOATs and run you over. I think that's what the current comp that we have right now. They're maybe not Reaper Sojourn, but maybe Sojourn Tracer, Winston, Kiriko Lucio. Don't you dare play any of those goofy comps, because we're going to go that comp against you and run you over. But what might happen is in things like the Hog might start to play, and then the greedier variations of this composition might start to evolve until people are playing different heroes, and maybe people aren't playing Kiriko. But if things get too greedy and too sloppy and too split away from this comp, then what's probably going to happen is some team's going to go pick up Tracer, Kiriko, Sojourn, and run it over anything else that's played. You got to see what I'm saying? So they'll find stuff that's good, but then if things get too sloppy, too greedy, then they're going to punish them for getting too off of what was initially strong, if that makes any sense. Because there are comps that are good versus everything, which is what we think the initial Sojourn Tracer was. And then there's comps that are good versus what is meta, right? Remember how we started Moira Goats, and then teams learned that Zen Goats was really good versus Moira Goats. However, if you played up against anything that wasn't Goats, you generally try to stay away from Zen Goats and you go back to Moira Goats. You kind of see what I'm saying? It's a little bit complex, but yeah, that's where we're at. Can I ask you something fast? Yeah, sure, Prana. Sure, go shoot, mate. My best heroes are Lucio, Kiriko, and then Zenyatta, and back close to honestly. So remember, the rule is if the number of hours you play in ranked is the number of heroes that you should be playing in ranked, if you're serious about improving. So if you're only playing 2 hours of ranked a day, I would say your hero pool is at least twice as big as it should be. So what I would do is I would find the 2 heroes that you enjoy the most. So that could be Kiriko Zen, that could be Lucio Bap, that could be Moira Ana. It doesn't really matter. So the simple answer is it's not your win percentage, because your win percentage will improve when you play a hero more. You will play a hero more when you enjoy the hero more. So what I would recommend is find your 2 favorite out of those supports, or maybe 3 if you really want to push it, and grind those 3 if you're really serious about improving. So I'm not going to tell you which one to drop. I don't know what you enjoy better. You need to choose which one's better. Don't worry about being a flex support versus a main support. Just pick 2 or 3 that you enjoy. Trust me. You love the fact that Pirate Ship is gone. Oh my goodness. That is getting PTSD from Pirate Ship. Oh. Don't remind me of Pirate Ship. I remember Pirate Ship. That was the Orisa foolishness. No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to raid. Where's my LFTs? I'm not posting an LFT. I'm too hipster, bro. I don't need an LFT. I have like 75 different Overwatch League teams in my DMs. I'm declining all of them because I'm going into content creation. They weren't offering me 500k contracts, so yeah, it's not happening. All right, chat. We're gonna host Catamonia because they're playing Ana. So yeah, that is all. Chat. It's been good. It's been great. Bad news is I will not be here this weekend. So try and survive without me. I will see you on Tuesday. We'll have more POVs, more coaching, more juicy stuff. Exclamation mark coaching, exclamation mark Discord, exclamation mark your mama. Jump in the raid. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, that was an unusual scream.